15. Cults of Sex and Beauty. Balzac. Decadence is the Mannerist late phase of Romantic style. Romantic imagination broke through all limits. Decadence, burdened by freedom, invents harsh new limits, psychosexual and artistic. It is a process of objectification and fixation, disciplining and intensifying. The rogue Western eye. High Romanticism valued energy, room to breathe. Decadent late Romanticism shuts the doors and locks self and I in pagan cultism. Its nature theory follows Sade and Coleridge, who see nature's cruelty and excess. Art supplants nature. The objet d'art becomes the center of fetishistic connoisseurship. Person is transformed into beautiful thing, beyond the law. Decadence takes Western sexual personae to their ultimate point of hardness and artificiality. It is drenched in sex, but sex as thought, rather than action. Decadence is an Apollonian raid on the Dionysian. The aggressive eye pinning and freezing nature's roiling objects. France pioneered in modern sophistication. The arrogant, urbane, French manner began in the court world of the ancient regime. Imitated by Oscar Wilde, it became what I call the English epicene. Transplanted to America as male homosexual manners. French sophistication is an excess of worldly knowledge, a cynicism born of turbulence and reaction. From its self-devouring revolution to the Nazi occupation, France seemed destined to a cycle of extravagant pride and humiliation. English Romanticism, unchecked by national disasters, projected its optimism into 19th-century popular culture. But French Romanticism, buffeted by politics, quickly turned into decadence. The century's first completely decadent work is Balzac's Sarrasine, 1830, which was written 4 months after the July Revolution and rise to the throne of Louis Philippe, the citizen king. The same year saw the first noisy avant-garde debut, when Victor Hugo's Hernani opened to a cheering audience. The French polarization of artist and bourgeois, fiercest in the struggle between painter and academy, helped formalize the public ritualism of decadence. Behind Sarrasine is Fragoletta, 1829, a forgotten novel by Balzac's friend, Henri de Latouche, which also influenced Gautier's Mademoiselle de Maupin, 1835, a central text of French and English decadence to the end of the century. Latouche's heroine, Camille, nicknamed Fragoletta, Little Strawberry, is a transvestite adolescent, surely inspired by Goethe's boyish Mignon. But while Mignon dies before sexual maturity, Camille lives on. As in The Monk, novel's end forces us to reread. Camille turns out to be the same person as her twin brother, a callous despoiler of girls. The lesbian theme reappears at the luxurious court of Naples, where the queen seduces Emma, Lady Hamilton, wife of the English ambassador. Camille's self-transformation into an invented male twin is prefigured by the sleeping hermaphrodite that she and her companions inspect in Naples. Latouche calls the statue a fabulous reverie expressing man's double nature, words echoed in a Gautier poem. The visitors are poor northerners who are lost in the labyrinth of thought and unable to comprehend the hermaphrodite. Italians, on the other hand, continue antiquity by their worship of beauty, a theme Gautier expands in Maupin.1. Latouche is, to my knowledge, the first writer to join the androgyne to the amoral cult of beauty, a decadent staple. Camille, denying she is of the human species, already suffers from decadent alienation, though it begins the androgyne's decadent career as a symbol of damnation. Fragoletta as a whole has an airiness and robustness we see again only in Maupin. The ominous closed spaces of the decadence are created by Sarrasine. Normally classed as a social novelist, Balzac also belongs to the history of 19th-century decadence. Many of his major characters are double-sexed. The social novel is the literary genre least hospitable to the androgyne, for reasons I will address. Balzac, like Goethe, is dual. As a novelist, he is documentary and analytic. As a romantic, he is perverse and occult. It is from sex-crossing, romantic imagination that his androgynes come. In the human comedy, as in Faust, the androgyne symbolizes the all-inclusiveness of the text itself, subsuming opposites of sex, mood, and style. In Sarracine, a pivotal work in the shift from high to late romanticism, Balzac reimagines the Italian adventures of Latouche's transvestite heroine in decadent terms. Visiting Rome in 1758, Sarracine, a French sculptor, falls madly in love with a prima donna. La Zambinella, the singer, embodies the ideal beauty, celibate. Sarracine has vainly sought in real life, the model for which were the rich, sweet creations of ancient Greece. Two only after a rendezvous with Zambinella does Sarracine learn, to his public humiliation, that she is a male, a castrato. Again, a sexual revelation forces us to reread. Zambinella's first appearance on stage becomes a sacred epiphany, ravishing Sarracine with a vision of hermaphrodite perfection. Ideal beauty has eluded him because ordinary mortals have one gender, while Zambinella is sexually composite, in the Greek way. Sarrazine's susceptibility comes from his artistic self-absorption. He has no sexual needs because he is already half feminine. Barthes points out, in a muddled commentary, that the name Sarracine connotes femininity. The usual French form would be Sarrazin. 3. Hence the androgyne Sarracine can be emotionally subjugated only by another androgyne. He dies a virgin, assassinated by order of Zambinella's patron, a homosexual cardinal. Romantic poetry, I noted, grants virility no privileges. Sarracine, a late romantic fiction, eradicates virility altogether by making a castrate its premier sexual persona. Eunuchs in Byron's Don Juan are merely decorative accessories. Now the eunuch is hierarchized as an idol inspiring love and lust. Romanticism evades sexuality through its withdrawal from masculine action, but Balzac frustrates sex by deforming nature. Sarracine reviles Zambinella, monster, you who can give life to nothing. Seceding from nature, decadence wipes Rousseau out of romanticism. Chaudet, we saw, combats Rousseau by demonizing nature and descending into its turbulence. Decadence turns from energy toward stasis. Romantic creative passivity becomes decadent aestheticism, contemplativeness toward precious things. Sealed off from nature, Balzac's Zambinella is the first decadent art object. The transsexual castrato is an artificial sex, product of biology, manipulated for art. Zambinella does give birth to other art objects. First is Sarrazine's statue of him, her, then a marble copy commissioned by the cardinal. Next a painting of Adonis based on the copy. Finally, Girodet's sensuous painting of effeminate sleeping Endymion, inspired, Balzac claims, by Zambinella as Adonis. The sterile castrato, propagating itself through other artworks, is an example of my technological androgyne, the manufactured object. Like Virgil's Trojan horse, she teems with inorganic seed. Like Coleridge's poet, Zambinella is privileged but cursed. Her castration is the shamanistic sacrifice of virility accompanying a special gift in antiquity. Showered with acclaim, she suffers harsh removal from normal life. She hates humanity. For me, the world is a desert. I am an accursed creature. The androgyne's lonely isolation looks backward toward Fragoletta and forward toward Baudelaire's Delphine and Hippolyte, which borrows Balzac's words. Zambinella inhabits an uncanny temenos, a sequestered zone created by her hieratic power. When Sarracine first sees her, she is protected by the theatrical frame, through which no one can step. Visiting her mansion, he is led through a moonlit labyrinth of halls and stairs to the innermost sanctum, a sumptuous, mysterious room. Zambinella is kept, in effect, in a seraglio, a motif Balzac reuses in The Girl with the Golden Eyes. The physical and psychological imprisonment is decadent. Sarrazine's pitiless hierarch, the shadowy cardinal, keeps Zambinella in bondage. She is a prized art object lent for guarded public display. Hovering in detached omniscience, the cardinal is like Cellini's hidden duke listening to the crowd's adulation of Perseus. The work is under jealous watch, amorous and despotic. In Shelley's Epipsychidion I found psychological heliotropism, the Western pattern of erotic submission to a personality as art object. The decadence turns this into obsession and enslavement, shown by Sarrazine's first reaction to Zambinella. Fame, knowledge, future, existence, laurels, everything collapsed. His personality is invaded, and his artistic autonomy overthrown. When the dream woman proves fake, he plots revenge, but as a romantic male he cannot act. Instead of killing, he is killed. The story's ritual pattern is an Actean myth. Sarracine is slain for having seen something forbidden. All Rome knows Zambinella's status, but Sarracine is a stranger, blundering into a domain of ritual conventions and proscriptions. He profanes a religious mystery. The cardinal is a vengeful high priest, spilling the blood of an impious trespasser. Discussing Blake, I called the female body a veil and concealment, a series of inner sanctuaries. Like a temple, Sarracine is a process of uncovering a body never actually seen naked. It records the discovery of gender, or rather of non-gender. Moving through successive closed spaces, the story takes its form because the castrato, by posing as a woman, makes it mimic the hiddenness of female anatomy. Room by room, Sarracine advances to the cella of the hermaphrodite god, veiled like Spencer's Venus. Balzac gathers these penetrated spaces within a final border. The narrative present in which Zambinella's past is recreated for an appalled confidant. The novella brilliantly depicts Zambinella's radiant glamour, luring Sarracine into an intrigue that closes about him. Remember the sexual errors of Shakespeare's transvestite comedies. Despairing, Sarracine demands of Zambinella, "Have you any sisters who resemble you? Then die." This is not the Renaissance, where a lucky twin steps forward to deflect homoerotic impulses into marriage. Sarrazine's sexual error ends in his death. He is a decadent victim to art, a new religion-craving martyrs. What is modern about Sarracine is its central question of sexual identity, Rousseau's invention. Balzac shows sexuality as something incomprehensible and deranging. The Renaissance transvestites guide their admirers back to social integration. But Zambinella, odalisque and artistic solipsist in one, is a decadent androgyne indifferent to her suitor's fate. His annihilation reflects her own sexual self-cancellations. Zambinella's glamour connects the Italian castrati to modern film stars, the most glamorous creatures since the Greco-Roman gods. Angus Harriot speaks of early opera's international star system. The great singers of the 18th century were in a sense the precursors of Clark Gable and Marilyn Monroe. For glamour and charisma are hermaphroditic principles. Balzac captures the decadence inherent in the Catholic castrati. Harriot calls ecclesiastic policy absurdly inconsistent. Even accomplices in the act of castration could be excommunicated. Yet every Italian church had castrato singers, even the Vatican. St. Paul's injunction that women keep silent in church kept them out of choirs until the 17th century and later. Hence high parts were taken by boys or eunuchs. Like English chimney sweeps, children were sold into castration by impoverished parents. Protestants like Lady Mary Wortley Montagu condemned the practice as barbaric. 5 In Rome in 1745, Casanova makes Sarrazine's sexual error. An attractive person enters a café. At the appearance of his hips, I took him for a girl in disguise, and I said so to the Abbé Gama. But the latter told me that it was Beppino della Mamana, a famous castrato. The abbé called him over, and told him, laughing, that I had taken him for a girl. The impudent creature, looking fixedly at me, told me that if I liked he would prove that I was right, or that I was wrong. Casanova says of papal toleration of the castrati, Rome, the holy city, in this way forces every man to become a pederast. 6. The castrati system was another illustration of Roman Catholicism's vestigial paganism. Opera's star castrato inspired bisexual ardor. There were hot claques of groupies, a frenzied eroticism like the homosexual hysteria at Judy Garland performances, which I compared to orgiastic rites of the Great Mother. The star always has a transsexual and hierarchic significance. He or she is a creator of cults. Balzac's description of Sarrazine's passionate reaction to and conversion by Zambinella is, I conclude, the first analysis of the psychodynamics of popular culture. We see the actual moment of cathexis when eroticism is transferred from spectator to sexual persona in performance. Sarracine is the thunderstruck modern movie fan. Queen Christina, Napoleon, Goethe, and Wagner sponsored or praised castrati. The castrate voice had a strange power not duplicated by soprano or countertenor. Schopenhauer called it supernaturally beautiful, with a silver purity, yet indescribable power. Singer Emma Calvé called it strange, sexless, superhuman, uncanny. 7. The castrato voice had more gravity and authority than a boy's voice. The music of these mutilated creatures, irreparably indentured into artistic servitude, paradoxically attained a seraphic freedom and dignity. Like stars of the Hollywood studio, the castrati were both slaves and hierarchs. Though several lived to the end of the 19th century, their great era was over by the 1820s. Their influence is still felt in the transvestite breeches roles or pants parts, now filled by women, such as Cherubino in Mozart's Marriage of Figaro and Octavian in Strauss's Der Rosenkavalier. Europe's increasing liberalism would no longer tolerate the castration of boys, so the disappearance of the castrati paralleled the resistance to slavery and child labor. But there was also a change in artistic fashion. The Epicene castrato voice belonged to the courtly ancient regime. The Girl with the Golden Eyes, written March 1834 April 1835, is the second of Balzac's decadent fictions. Structurally, it resembles Sarracine. A mysterious woman is followed into a dangerous labyrinth and private prison. Both sexual adventures end in death. But now it is not the passionate pursuer but the sequestered sex object who is slain. The dandy Henri de Marsay, hero of The Girl with the Golden Eyes, is one of Balzac's recurring characters, later rising to prime minister at the opera in Lost Illusions, where he crushes provincial Lucien de Rubempré with patrician snobbery. De Marsay has a kind of girlish beauty of a languid, effeminate kind. 8. His androgyny causes all the trouble of The Girl with the Golden Eyes. Idle and spoiled, de Marsay holds no ethical or political beliefs whatever. The English Regency dandy was a final flowering of 18th-century epicene style, as embodied in that slippery court. Hermaphrodite, Lord Hervey, de Marsay is based on contemporary Parisian dandies like the Duc de Morny, with his effeminate charm. 9. De Marsay must take his name from the Comte d'Orsay, the bewitching, dandy or exquisite, whom Lady Blessington scandalously added to her entourage. Byron called him a beauty. 10. The New Yorker's supercilious, monocled Eustace Tilley as a dandy of the Dorsey type. 11. The Girl with the Golden Eyes is dedicated to Delacroix, whose Oriental luxury and barbarism came from Byron. De Marsay is the illegitimate son of a French marquise and the English libertine Lord Dudley, based on Byron. Like Byron, Dudley flees England in 1816 to escape from English justice, which gives its protection to nothing exotic except merchandise. Spotting de Marsay in Paris, Dudley asks who the beautiful young man is. On hearing his name he said, "Ah, he's my son. What a pity." 12. Like Byron, therefore, Dudley is both bisexual and negligent. He created a second masterpiece, a daughter sired upon a Spanish lady. None of his many bastards knows the others. Balzac's long prelude is a Dantean survey of the inferno of a moral Paris. The city is ruled by two forces, gold and pleasure. Images to be fused in the girl with the golden eyes. Meeting de Marseille in a garden. Paquita Valdez is overcome by a paralyzing shock, which the young man attributes to the animal magnetism of elective affinities. These affinities come from the fact that Paquita lives in sexual bondage to a Spanish lesbian, the Marquise de San Real, who turns out to be de Marseille's half-sister and hence his Byronic romantic double. Paquita's gold eyes signify her material value as a sensual and artistic object. She is a victim of the cold acquisitiveness of Byron's aristocratic children. Smuggled in as an alien, Paquita becomes a hapless symbol of Paris and its vices. De Marseille smugly assumes that the heavily guarded girl is the Marquis mistress. He was about to act the eternally old, eternally new comedy with three characters, an old man, a girl, and a suitor. But de Marseille is in sexual error. The drama has one man and two women, and it will be tragedy, not comedy. At his first rendezvous, de Marseille is blindfolded and driven endlessly through the streets, an estranging device which makes his native city a sexual labyrinth. Balzac achieved the same effect in Sarrasine by transporting his hero from Paris to Rome. De Marseille reaches Paquita as Sarrasine does Zambinella in her palazzo, by ritualistic passage through a series of darkened rooms. De Marseille finds himself in a secret chamber, an opulent boudoir, hung with red fabric and adorned with silver and gold. It is the first elaborate aesthetic environment of the decadence, looking forward to Baudelaire's real-life salon and Huysmans' mansion in Auribours. Gautier says Balzac occupied an identical salon while writing The Girl with the Golden Eyes, but it is unclear which room influenced the other. 13 Balzac's description of the boudoir is long, painterly, and deeply influenced by Delacroix, the lesbian marquise, constructing a seraglio for a one-woman harem, is a female aesthete and hence the first decadent architect. She is a sardine libertine. Her citadel, with its soundproofed walls, shutting out society and law. Her sexual arena is a kind of tomb. Again we are in the claustrophobic space of the decadence. Every detail of decor is meant to incite to voluptuousness. Eros is intensified by captivity, a black box theater of sexual personae. The boudoir is a Spencerian bower of bliss or Blaken crystal cabinet, dedicated to the self-enjoyment of the female. Principle. Its asymmetrical design, half curved, half rectangular, reflects the marquise's divided nature, female organicism joined to male geometry, a psychic hermaphroditism. The color scheme, red, white, and pink, gives the boudoir a vaginal character, crucial to the shocking finale. De Marseille's first sex with the girl is transvestite. She puts him in a red velvet gown and woman's cap and shawl. His pleasure is unsurpassed. Is it due to Paquita's virtuosity, or his female drag? Next day, he is furious. Everything showed him that he had posed for another person. Yet when he returns to the boudoir for a final rendezvous, he initiates the transvestism. His femininity is surfacing. At climax, he is stunned by the first mortification of his pampered life. Paquita deliriously calls out a woman's name. He looks for a dagger to kill her, as if sudden action could remedy the affront to manhood. Paquita is clearly imagining her lover as the Marquise, a transposition I call sexual metathesis. De Marseille has been drafted into a sexual theater. He exists only to phallicize an absent woman lover. The girl with the golden eyes has exploited his virility for her own perverse purposes. De Marseille vows revenge. To kill Paquita, he and his friends assault the mansion, oddly meeting no resistance. In the boudoir, de Marseille finds the Marquise returned from London. The girl with the golden eyes lay dying, bathed in her own blood. The white boudoir, in which the crimson of blood stood out so coldly, showed that a prolonged struggle had taken place. Paquita's blood-stained hands were imprinted on the cushions. Whole strips of the fluted hangings had been torn down by bleeding hands which doubtless had put up a long struggle. Paquita must even have tried to scramble up the wall. There were the marks of her feet along the back of the divan, along which she had no doubt run in her flight. Her whole body, slashed by the dagger thrusts of her executioner, showed how fiercely she had fought. She was stretched out on the floor and, in her dying throes, had bitten through the muscles of Madame de Saint Rieux's instep. The Marquise was still holding her blood-stained dagger. Her hair had been torn out in handfuls. She was covered with bites, several of which were still bleeding, and her tattered robe revealed her half-naked form and her lacerated breasts. She was a tragic picture. She had the face of a fury avid for and redolent of blood. She was panting, with her mouth half open, and her breath came too quickly for her to take the air in through her nostrils. Decadent Eros, I said, treats the beloved as an objet d'art. Balzac demonstrates the decadent transformation of person into object in this horrifying scene, where the girl with the golden eyes is torn to shreds by her pitiless mistress. The fanatically preserved artwork is dashed to pieces. The profusion of wounds is a brutal iteration of the murder's provocation. The girl's phallic defilement by de Marsay. Unlike the Ephesian Artemis, with her many penises, the hermaphrodite Marquise has one honed penis, the dagger, which makes many vaginas. Her abuse of her lover's body dramatizes Paquita's femaleness, her sexual facticity or objecthood. The violence is intensified by the bloody devastation of the aesthetic boudoir. Acrasia's bower of bliss is raised not by the white night Gaian but by the witch herself. The Marquise enacts a phallic rupture of the vaginal cell. Panting in frenzy and bleeding from her own wounds, she experiences a macro-orgasm through her rape, murder of both girl and room. Balzac stages a savage Sadine orgy, a return of Medea. The ransacked boudoir is a panorama of civilization, disordered by the Chthonian. The scene seems to be an apocalypse of romantic energy. But no, we do not witness the murder, even by flashback or messenger speech. Like de Marsay, we meet it when it is already a memory and the boudoir is in archaeological ruins. Balzac is interested in the murder not as act but as Apollonian tableau, a frozen decadent glyph. Visually, the murder scene is surely modeled on Delacroix's Death of Sardanapalus, with its tumult of destruction. Fig. 36. The Marquise combines Byron's cold-eyed effeminate emperor with the straining guard plunging his knife into the throat of a nude odalisque, caught and sexually pinned from behind. The Marquise, with her Moorish complexion, is also Byron's Sultana Gulbeyaz, who wears a poniard and here uses it. Balzac's Marquise is the first ferocious Chthonian female of the decadence, prefiguring Cleopatra, Herodias, and Salome. She is the virago androgyne, plushly female but mentally masculine. She is Dionysian because of her furor. She does not see de Marsay, and her form obliterating style of murder, a choppy Dionysian signature, a parallel with Sarracine. The Marquise, like the Cardinal, is the jealous hierarch avenging profanation of a sequestered possession. But the Cardinal sends emissaries armed with daggers, while the Marquise, as an Oriental Amazon, wields the murder weapon herself. A parallel with Coleridge's Christabel, a sex crime, occurs in a palace nominally ruled by an aged, impotent male. Meanwhile, the house is being turned upside down by lesbianism and blood sports. 36. Eugene Delacroix, Death of Sardanapalus, 1826. We wait in suspense for Paquita's unknown guardian, until the demonic epiphany of the final pages. The Marquise arrives like a medieval king returning from war to avenge a dishonored spouse. She left her bride in a chastity belt. Paquita laments, the ring of bronze. Drawn round between myself and creation. Bronze ring, gold eyes. Crowded circles of the Parisian inferno. Female sex experience, centering upon the boudoir's solipsistic Blacon rose, has a primitive intractability and exclusivity. The true hierarch shows up in this story, as he does not in Sarracine. How does Balzac depict it? The eagerly awaited person appears first as a foot. When de Marsay bursts into the boudoir, we look through his eyes at the dying Paquita. And ravaged room, minutely described. Then we glance up Paquita's prone body to find her teeth sunk in the Marquise's foot. The novella now abandons the girl and transfers its attention to the Marquise, with whom it remains to the end. Balzac's technique is astonishingly prophetic of cinematic style. His eye as camera and spotlight. He pans the boudoir, zooms in on a foot, then slowly rises to take in the statuesque Marquise. The bidden foot belongs to a decadent aesthetic. Havelock Ellis says of decadent art, the whole is subordinated to the parts. 14 Overall design is atomized, as in mannerism. Balzac's Marquise appears not just as a foot but as part of a foot, an instep. And even as part of that, the muscles of an instep. The human is reduced to the bestial, as with Dante's skull-gnawing Ugolino. But Dante's women never sink so low. Balzac uses his romance of the fixed foot as a narrative rite of passage, turning the track of the story toward a new character. In this singular moment, French literary imagination veers toward decadence. The finale of The Girl with the Golden Eyes anticipates a classic moment of cinema. Paquita is not just killed but slaughtered, butchered, as in the murder scene of Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, 1960. In Hitchcock as in Balzac, a knife-wielding hermaphrodite. The transvestite Norman Bates, played by Anthony Perkins, compulsively slashes the body of a beautiful woman enclosed in a female bower. Janet Leigh as Marion Crane, ecstatically soaping herself in a gleaming white shower. The horror of the two scenes comes from the mutilation of a sensuous female body around which an erotic aura has been painstakingly built up, in Balzac by the stressing of Paquita's luminous beauty and in Hitchcock by the voyeuristic display of half-naked Janet Leigh, who models lingerie. From the first scene on, until her unfortunate shower, Marion tends to appear in imposing 50s brasiers, white then black, in accord with her changing moral mood. Is she vulnerable to attack only when she removes her Amazonian armature? Dying Paquita rips down the drapes, and dying Marion rips down the shower curtain. Tearing of a veil signifies destruction of the bower of the female body. Balzac and Hitchcock turned the beautiful woman into an object. Marion's blood flows indifferently with the bathwater down the drain. Her body falls awkwardly over the edge of the tub. Her cheek is deformed by the tile floor, and the last we see of her is her dead eye, lingered over by the camera until it has the iconicism of Paquita's golden eyes, cold and marmoreal but still glittering with beauty. Marion's eye belongs to a fallen statue, an art object vandalized and abandoned. Balzac and Hitchcock record symbolic sex acts by megalomaniacal but phallically impotent cultists. Norman Bates, like the Marquise, has his own sequestered ritual love object, the body of his mummified mother. We left the Marquise standing distracted over Paquita's body. When she finally sees de Marsay, she rushes at him with raised dagger. He seizes her by the arm, and for a long moment they stand trembling, staring at each other in cold shock. The two Monachmi could not have been more alike. In one breath they asked the same question. Is not Lord Dudley your father? Pointing to Paquita, de Marsay says, she remained true to the blood. This is the story's second frozen tableau. The romantic fraternal doubles come together in a great recognition scene. Their terror is from confronting an Uncanny mirror image. The desire in Shelley's Epipsychidion to enter into deep emotional or sexual dialogue with one's double is fulfilled in the girl with the golden eyes. Though brother and sister are strangers, they irresistibly meet through the magnetism of their identical soul substance, a gravitation at work in the monk, where incest is inadvertently committed. Byron's incest, I said, may be a dream of copulating with oneself in sexually transmuted form, something that nearly happens in Balzac. De Marsay grabs and kisses the Marquise, who pulls away. A displaced incest has in fact occurred, for both brother and sister lust for and enjoy the same sexual object. Gang rape by army platoons or fraternity brothers may conceal subliminal homosexual impulses. Similarly, the Marquise and de Marsay meet in the body of Paquita, whom they both inseminate. They flood her with their superior force, sweeping her away. Brother and sister have the same voice. Both are aesthetes, sensualists, murderers. Balzac makes half-feminine Byron the progenitor of twin androgynes. In this 12th night, Viola is fiercer than Sebastian. De Marsay is an epicene Hellenistic Apollo, and his twin is Artemis as mistress of the beasts. Before and after the murder, the Marquise too is a decadent. She leaves bound for a Spanish convent, a typical decadent pattern. The voluptuary ends in the church, stepping easily from perversion to celibacy, simply exchanging one ritualized excess for another. In the convent, will the Marquise undertake an impious memorialization of dead Paquita? Or will she replay the lesbian caprices of Diderot's The Nun? The Marquise imports archaic Mediterranean barbarism into modern Paris, just as Cleopatra threatens to do to Rome. De Marsay's passage through city labyrinth to secret boudoir is thus a regression through history, where, as always in Romanticism, incest waits as a spiritual destination. De Marsay calls Paquita the most adorably feminine woman I have ever met. As in Spencer, Blake, and Sade, femininity is an invitation to disaster. This is obvious when De Marsay and friends invade the mansion. Mythologically, the men should be liberators, like Perseus rescuing Andromeda from the monster, the lesbian Marquise. Instead, in a decadent reversal, the men come to slay the maiden. Hence feminine Paquita is crushed between opposing forces. She is killed both for insulting the masculine principle and for yielding to it. The illiterate girl knows nothing but sex, Sadine. Philosophy of the boudoir. She practices a sexual alchemy, discovering and reinforcing the twinship of the Marquise and de Marsay by imposing a rusing sexual persona upon him. Like Shelley's witch, she fabricates a servant hermaphrodite, a male mannequin of the Marquise. Simultaneously, she intensifies the androgyny of the Marquise, whose jealousy shifts her radically toward the masculine extreme. Submitting in fantasy to the woman with a penis, Paquita creates her, for the Marquise seizes the phallic dagger to slay her. Balzac confirms Spencer's and Blake's intuition of the erotic perversity of unqualified femininity. Flirting with de Marsay, Paquita induces her own rape murder. Naturalistically, de Marsay deputizes his friends to overcome the mansion's guards, who melt away by their arrival. But archetypally, de Marsay needs male companions to retain his own gender in a hallucinatory female environment. If the Marquise is Byron's Gulbeyaz, the mansion is Don Juan's Seraglio, where virility is yoked and mocked. De Marsay's transvestism is thus Don Juan's as Juana. Like Byron's Seraglio, the boudoir is a matriarchate guarded by eunuchs. Here the sinister African Christinio, foreshadowing the ghoulish eunuch executioner of Gustave Moreau's Salome. Paquita has polluted a female sanctuary, for her sacrilege of admitting a male. Like Publius Clodius transvestized at rites of the Bona Dea, she is slain, and the temple destroyed. The Marquise murders Paquita as a holocaust to an angry goddess. Since this is a romantic fiction, the sanctuary harbors a cult of the self. the Marquise as that goddess. Late Romantic Balzac extends Rousseau's and Chaudy's philosophizing of sex. In The Girl with the Golden Eyes, brother and sister prove kinship through intercourse with the same woman. A sex act is the ritual medium of identity. Functioning abstractly, stripped of emotion, the act is a Western instrument of self-knowledge. The Girl with the Golden Eyes is only a boundary herm where two nationals meet. The knowledge gained by the fraternal doubles from their collaborative sex experience benefits no one. It is ethically dissipated by the romantic separation of self from society. Unlike Shakespeare's twins, these doubles do not affiliate but immediately diverge. Sister flatly tells brother, "We shall never meet again." Each returns to a moral serene solitude. The Renaissance twins arouse and satisfy multiple erotic responses, but the romantic twins solipsistically focus on and obliterate the same girl in an incestuous cul-de-sac. For their mutual recognition, brother and sister return to their poetic origins in the Byronic seraglio, a Delphic omphalos spot. Byron is the progenitor of the girl with the golden eyes both inside and outside the text. I suspect, in fact, that the Marquise sojourns in London for most of the story because she is taking transfusions from English romantic imagination. Her lesbianism comes from Byron's Sultana, Latouche's Camille, and notorious sophisticates like George Sand. The story ends with the new decadent cynicism, a revival of 18th-century libertinage. De Marsay, promenading, dismisses a query about the girl with the golden eyes. She is dead, he says, of a chest ailment. In other words, she had a heart. Rousseau's erotic lyricism is gone. The blood-drenched boudoir of the girl with the golden eyes encapsulates the turn from high to late romanticism, with its artificiality, enslavement, and corruption. Balzac began writing Seraphita, December 1833, November 1835, before completing The Girl with the Golden Eyes. I view the two as morally opposite halves of a single sexual idea. One is the inferno of the human comedy, the other the paradiso. Seraphita is unusual for Balzac in taking place outside France, in Scandinavia, home of the Swedish mystic Emanuel Swedenborg, whose ideas overwhelm the narrative. Norway's icy whiteness allows Balzac to achieve dazzling Apollonian effects like Spenser's, probably due to its occultism. Seraphita was Yeats's favorite Balzac work. A man and woman, Wilfred and Minna, fall in love with Seraphita, whom he perceives as female and she as male. The indeterminacy of gender is sustained throughout the novella. Seraphita belongs to my category of androgyne as Apollonian angel. Like Wordsworth and Shelley, Balzac attempts a romantic seraphicization, the most elaborate in literature. Wilfred and Minna will witness Seraphita's transfiguration into a real seraph, welcomed by celestial hosts. Seraphita is the French Epipsychidion. In Part 1, Seraphitis, we see the angel in his masculine phase. He is an adolescent ephebe of brilliant splendor, his eyes blazing with solar fire. His Northland is a visionary realm glittering with flashes of the ephemeral diamonds produced by the crystallized surface of the snow and ice. 15 character and climate are saturated with Apollonian light, descending the mountain to re-enter society. Seraphitis turns into Seraphita, spiritual retraction, sexual transformation. The figure softens, the voice turns treble. Spenser's switch of sexual perspective is a quick jump cut, but Balzac's is a long, gliding declension, an Ovidian metamorphosis, slow and magical. Balzac cleverly anchors the novella to a homely group of sometimes tedious humans. Minna, for example, like Goethe's Charlotte, is of conspicuously average intelligence. These people function as rhetorical lightning rods, absorbing the electric charge generated by charismatic Seraphita. They stabilize the naturalism of the text and prevent it from turning into allegory. Seraphitis rejects Minna's advances. Sex is too gross or material. Like Latouche's Camille, he calls himself monster and exile, a romantic outcast. The hermaphrodite, too complete, is imprisoned in solitude. Like Spencer's Belphoebe, she flees the contamination of lesser beings. 9-year-old Seraphita could sit in church only when separated from others. If this space is not left about her, she is ill. Like Goethe's Mignon, Seraphita has an excess of nervous intensity. She is self-sequestered in the magic circle of ritual purity, a shamanistic quarantine. Like Byron's Manfred, Seraphitis declares, "I live by myself and for myself." Late Romantic knowledge presses on him. Like the debauched emperors of pagan Rome, I am disgusted with all things. He has the paradoxical decadent conflation of satiety with virginity. In Part 1 we saw Seraphitis from the point of view of enamored Minna. In Part 2, Seraphita, we take the point of view of enamored Wilfred, who thinks the angel female. Seraphitis denied he was a man. Now Seraphita denies she is a woman. Seraphita always positions herself to the other side of whatever gender is projected onto her. These are the chaste evasions of the Apollonian androgyne. Like Belphoebe, swerving back from lustful clutches. Beloved, like Rosalind, by both man and woman, Seraphita finds a unique romantic solution. She declares Wilfred and Minna, one being, simultaneously, a brother or a sister to her. So let this brother and sister marry each other. The story ends with the union of the two, so little acquainted that up to this point they have addressed each other with the formal vous. Their marriage is a romantic coalescence of doubles, the pattern of Byron's Manfred and Sardanapalus. Seraphita plays Shakespeare's Hymen, a numinous nuptial spirit. The finale is an ascension of a god, leaving his disciples behind to perpetuate his cult. Wilfred and Minna as one being are divided halves of a Platonic androgyne. Like Shelley's Witch, Seraphita makes a mirror image, a hermaphrodite self-portrait. 2. Marry off her admirers as to fuse two sexual views of one personality. Seraphita performs a daring perceptual experiment and reassembles herself in human form. She replays Epipsychidion by creating her own incestuous twin. Who and what are you? Asks Minna, like Shelley pondering Amelia Viviani's ontological status. Wilfred compares Seraphita to gases, half material, half spiritual. Occult beings work magic on hapless victims, reducing them to wretched serfdom by the weight and magnificent sway of a superior nature. Penetrated by Seraphita, Wilfred suffers decadent enslavement. I love her and I hate her. Her sexual duality plunges him into Catullus' emotional ambivalence. He has decadent visions of phosphorescence and narcosis. Seraphita is like opium or the torpedo fish, which electrifies and numbs the fisherman. The charismatic personality as a vampire, oblivious to human suffering. Part 3. Seraphita Seraphitis fills in the angel's genealogy. She seems conceived by the union of sun and ice, like the Spenserian, fire and snow, of Shelley's Hermaphrodite. As the child of Swedenborg's cousin and most zealous disciple, Baron Seraphitz, Seraphita is an emanation of Swedenborg's thought. Swedenborg's relation to Seraphita is like Byron's to the girl with the golden eyes. Both men are eccentric trendsetters and progenitors of androgynes. Young Balzac, says Felix Longo, nourished himself upon his mother's Swedenborg collection. 16 Seraphita treats Swedenborg half seriously, half comically. A pastor describes Swedenborg's work as a torrent of celestial illumination. As you read, you must either lose your wits or become a seer. Seraphita's most modern theme is the relativity of perception, also addressed by Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights. In a ritual triangulation of the eye, three people in a castle courtyard gaze in at Seraphita through the window. She stands enraptured in a glamorous mist, a cult object in a crystal cabinet. Each visitor makes a different sexual interpretation. Minna sees a man. Wilfred and the pastor see a woman. Enigmatic Seraphita as personality at the vanishing point. No speaker seems to hear another, as in Virginia Woolf's The Waves. By the end, bitter dispute about Seraphita's gender breaks into the open. The story starts to oscillate surreally, line by line. The sole analogy is Catullus' litany to castrated Attis. Balzac's manipulations of gender are the most complex in literature. Even Woolf's Orlando, with its midpoint sex change, treats its androgyne with schematic simplicity, compared to Seraphita's flame-like interweaving of objective and subjective gender. Much is lost in translation, since Balzac exploits the grammatical ambiguity of Romance languages. English must choose his or her in pronouns, while French can avoid committing itself. Seraphita's gender wavers, so that Wilfred and Minna misunderstand each other as they dream aloud about their entrancing angel. At death and transfiguration, Seraphita becomes ill, he or it. She is now a male seraph and angel, la Seraphine, la Ange. The story is organized by verticals which Minna and Wilfred cannot follow, like Shelley falling back from Afflatus. Taki Seraphita passes into Apollonian silence, beyond language. Dematerializing, she sublimates self and text. I think her frailty and terminal the realization come from Goethe's Mignon, who turns angel and dies. Balzac's heroine takes to her bed to give birth to herself. She clones a perfect androgyne, her artistic superself, as in Cellini's Couvade. The Perseus is a Renaissance triumph of aggressive practicality, matter subdued to will. Seraphita advances by romantic purification of consciousness. Cellini's saga ends with artist and artwork separated by social distance, but Balzac's romantic saga ends with self and work united. The self is the work of art, another romantic coalescence of doubles. Seraphita as symbol of perfected man may be influenced by social theorists like Ballantyne and Saint-Simon, who identified the androgyne with liberal reform and universal brotherhood. 17 The optimistic androgyne is the only 19th-century example of the public, rather than personalistic, androgyne of the Renaissance kind. Setting his tale in 1800, Balzac, born 1799, suggests that his era breaks with the past through Seraphita's sexual revelation. This is like Freud's post-dating the first edition of the interpretation of dreams to inaugurate the 20th century and give it a revolutionary Freudian character. The girl with the golden eyes and Seraphita answer each other, inverting their hermaphrodite stars. In The Amoral Girl, with its decadent closure, two androgynes are murderously aligned toward a conventional center. In The Moral Seraphita, with its space and height, two conventional genders are lovingly aligned toward a median hermaphrodite. The girl with the golden eyes is infused with southern sexual passion, recreated in the Marquise's opulent boudoir. Seraphita chills sex and gender on Nordic ice. Body versus mind, sensuality versus abstraction. Like D.H. Lawrence, Balzac diagrams the European cultural schizophrenia. Nature is in bondage to the seraph. The ice cracks and nature revives only when Seraphita weakens and dies. Balzac's two tales check and correct each other in a circular pattern of sex and geography. Androgynous personae appear everywhere in the human comedy. In Balzac's major character triad, the girlishly beautiful Eugene de Rastignac and Lucien de Rubempré are enslaved by the Machiavellian master criminal, Vautrin. The transsexual similes applied to Eugene are like a violet tincture making his feminine narcissism visible to the reader's eye. Lucien apes the dandy de Marseille, just as Wilde's Dorian Gray will ape Lord Henry Wotton, whose moral seduction of Dorian recalls Vautrin's of Lucien. Lucien has womanly hands, feet, and hips, a Greek profile, cheeks of silky down, and golden white temples, of Olympian suavity. 18. Diabolic, Vautrin is a masculine hierarch attended by two effeminate angels. By homoerotic magnetism, he draws Eugene in. Lucian into the intimate sanctum of his amoral consciousness, where is spread the delusive satanic banquet of wealth and power. One of Balzac's major female androgynes, based on George Sand, is the novelist Félicité des Touches, whom Balzac calls the illustrious hermaphrodite, because of her masculine genius. 19 Her pen name, Camille Maupin, is a coalition of respectful references to Latouche and Gautier. The heroine of Cousin Betty, 1846, is an androgyne in a different mode, the Chthonian. She is a primitive peasant, with a masculine stiff temperament, energized by her emotional proximity to nature. Her favorite moods are hate and vengeance, uncompromising, as they are known in Italy, Spain, and the East regions, bathed by the sun. 20 Hence Betty is savage sister to the Spanish Marquise of The Girl with the Golden Eyes. Celibate Betty has a touch of the Marquise's lesbianism. Her love of power is awakened by a weak-willed Polish artist, Count Wenceslaw Steinbach, a pale, fair young man. Nature had made a mistake, says Balzac, in assigning their sexes. Their relation of dominance and submission is modeled on George Sand's affairs with the delicate Chopin and Alfred de Musset. Betty turns dictatorial, muse, making the dreamy artist productive. When he marries and becomes sexually active, his work fails and halts. Balzac thought celibacy crucial for artistic and intellectual achievement, and he remained celibate for most of the years of work on the gargantuan human comedy. Bet's primitivistic materiality jolts her protégé. She fructifies him and makes him potent as an artist, but only by inhibiting him sexually. When he exchanges sadomasochistic servitude for personal happiness, he loses his artistic identity. Like Keats's Apollo, he is roused from melancholic torpor by a brute female titan. Bet's mental and physical force comes from her virginity, which gives her a diabolical strength or the black magic of the will. Her hardness of personality is like that of Spenser's radiant characters of sharp Apollonian contour. Chastity is normally an anti-Chthonian strategy, but Balzac strangely combines it with Chthonian power. Betty becomes a black diamond, a Byzantine virgin, whose erect hieratic carriage recalls the gods of Egyptian sculpture. She is walking granite, basalt, porphyry, condensing herself into an Apollonian objet d'art. She mimics society in order to penetrate and derange it. Seraphita's Apollonian ice crystals become Cousin Bet's amoral black diamond. Bet's primal aggression darkens the conceptual Western eye. Though she belongs to a social novel, she resonates with the archetypal, because she is a willful romantic androgyne. Balzac aspired to aristocracy, ennobling himself by adding a de to his name. There may be wishful identification in his Henri de Marsay, debonair arbiter of Parisian fashion. We should group de Marsay with Eugene and Lucian as sexual personae. Balzac's charismatic half-feminine epheboi represent what the Apollonian Amazons Belphoebe and Britomart did for Spenser. They are visionary ideograms of aristocracy, of the cold beauty of rank and breeding. Balzac, a centaurian mesomorph, projects these elegant ectomorphs as creatures of a hierarchic dream. The ill-fated Lucian and Wenceslaus seem to have the artistic temperament, sensitive and impressionable, but they are not Balzacian. Ironically, Balzac's coarse female androgynes are closer to him in body and mind. Cousin Betty has his muscular force and tenacity, and to her he gives his real life theory of conservation of energy through sexual renunciation. Hence, these many androgynes are 16 cults of sex and beauty. Gautier, Baudelaire, and Huysmans. The begetter of French and English decadence is Théophile Gautier, who started his career as a painter. He creates aestheticism, the neo-pagan worship of beauty. Gautier's liberation and ritualization of the eye turn romanticism from Chthonian to Apollonian, putting it in the main line of Western hierarchism. Beginning in Egypt and Greece, Gautier deeply influenced, by their own admission, Baudelaire, Flaubert, Mallarmé, and Swinburne, and is therefore powerfully present in Walter Pater and Oscar Wilde. As the librettist of Giselle and the Spectre of the Rose, he also contributed to dance history. Criticism's neglect of Gautier may be due to prudery after the fall of Wilde, but it also reflects indifference to the sensuality of art. Analysis of style is still an imperfect science. Style, primary in Gautier, is the music of sexual personae. Gautier's masterpiece is Mademoiselle de Maupin, 1835, for Saint Beuve, Bible of Romanticism. It was Balzac's favorite book during an important creative period. Baudelaire called it a hymn to beauty, and said he had a nervous convulsion upon encountering Gautier's undulating and glossy style. 1 Maupin is ruled by a new Rosalind. Not since the Renaissance Amazons had there been a bolder, more athletic or charismatic heroine. Piqued by a magazine article, Gautier undertook a historical romance on Madeleine de Maupin d'Aubigny, a bisexual actress and transvestite of the 17th century. However, says René Jasinski, Maupin's eyes, hair, figure, and virile spirit belong to George Sand. 2. In sexual structure, the novel resembles Seraphita. A man and woman are enamored of an androgyne, who rejects both admirers and, before disappearing forever, commands them to unite in her name. But the two works were written simultaneously, 1833–35, and neither could have influenced the other. Balzac and Gautier did not meet until after the publication of Mademoiselle de Maupin, which so impressed Balzac that he sought an introduction to its author, the start of a lifelong friendship. The mysterious similarity is due to the story's indebtedness to Latouche's Fragoletta and to the historical shift from high to late Romanticism. Though the first part, epistolary musings by a melancholy romantic male, may have been written earlier, Maupin is unified by its sexual problematics and the new theme of aestheticism. A male androgyne, the aesthete d'Albert, is destined to be obsessed by a great female androgyne. His opening monologue provides the psychosexual context from which Maupin forcibly emerges, sweeping up the novel in a fictive energy that does not flag till the end. Like Faust, Maupin experiments with genres, reacting to its ambiguous multiplicity. Baudelaire speaks of it as novel, tale, tableau, reverie. Prose rises dreamily to poetry, something increasingly evident in Gautier's later work. John Porter Huston calls Maupin the ancestor of the modern lyrical novel. 3 It incorporates letters, narrative, dramatic dialogue, even an essay, the infamous preface, first manifesto of aestheticism. Gautier attacks bourgeois values and asserts art has neither social utility nor moral content. Beauty alone is art's mission. The preface is not, as often claimed, disconnected from the story. The novel sets forth the premise of beauty, absent from modern culture, then illustrates it in the dazzling form of Mademoiselle de Maupin. Gautier, with Latouche, forges the decadent fusion between sexual ambiguity and the aesthetic which will hold through pre-Raphaelitism, Art Nouveau, and symbolism all the way to Art Deco and Arte. Depressed d'Albert is a sensitive sufferer like Chateaubriand's René, who caught his mal du siècle from Goethe's Werther. But d'Albert has the first fully developed late Romantic consciousness. I spoke of high Romanticism's oppressive self-consciousness, of which Shelley's confrontation with his spectre is a mask or allegory. Late Romanticism relieves this oppressiveness by a strategy of sophistication. D'Albert's romantic travails have a new air of detachment. There is a witty commenting upon the self, as if from a spectator's distance. High Romantic solipsism becomes late Romantic sequestration, not of the object, as in Balzac, but of the subject. Late Romantic consciousness, severed from nature, makes art and, therefore, the eye its sole mode of knowledge. This connoisseurship of self-cultivation is alien to all high romantics except Byron. Byron's aristocratic irony may be a primary source of French late romanticism. His breezy humor is everywhere in Gautier. D'Albert is Rousseau's man of sensibility, but Rousseau's disciples did not court the eyes of a public theater. D'Albert is a dandy, dawdling and blasé. He wears rich fabrics, like Gautier, and curls his hair to antagonize the conventional, who calls him effeminate. As with Goethe's Epicene Paris, women may be attracted by what disgusts men. Balzac's Preening de Marseille says, women love fops. 4. Maupin complains about men's coarseness and clumsiness, erotic disabilities. For Gautier and the decadents, masculinity is unesthetic. The male must be hermaphrodized for love. In Spencer's Rude Article, similarly transformed, Renaissance action is made moral. But in the aesthete, action is disarmed to become beautiful. D'Albert is more like an actor than a man, escaping the prison of sex through a mummery of personae. He fantasizes about changing sex, like Tiresias. Finally, he embarks on a platonic quest. Like Shelley, D'Albert dreams of and then brings into being an imaginary woman, the embodiment of abstract beauty. The high romantic master principle is imagination, a dynamic process by which the mind plays upon reality. The French late romantic principle is art, largely, as static painting and sculpture. Pre-revolutionary French aristocratic and religious art was far more ornate than anything in England. French Romanticism revived the austerity of Gothic, to which Gautier was hostile. D'Albert makes a counter-movement toward Greek classicism, the Apollonian assumptions of Italian Renaissance art, followed by Jacques-Louis David. He subscribes to Greek idealism. I worship beauty of form above all things. Beauty is to me visible divinity. 5. As in Plato, the beautiful person is a god. Gautier told the Goncourts, my whole distinction is that I am a man for whom the visible world exists. Mademoiselle de Maupin demonstrates how the aesthete's infatuation with the visible is at the expense of the invisible or ethical. The aesthete is an immoralist. D'Albert rejects the mortification of matter, which is the essence of Christianity. He says, it is a real torture to me to see ugly things or ugly persons. Since externals are all important, he avoids old people, because they are wrinkled and deformed. Here are the origins of Wilde's aesthetic. With its arrogant exclusiveness, the old or ugly are valueless to the poet of the visible world. D'Albert makes the high Greek claim, what is physically beautiful is good, all that is ugly is evil. 6. The Apollonian is always cruel, only Dionysus gives empathy. Aestheticism invests in art objects the affect withdrawn from persons. D'Albert judges women as if they were statues and loves statues as if they were women. Emotion is ritualized and objectified, condescending toward real women because of their fleshly imperfections. D'Albert is stunned by Mademoiselle de Maupin, who breaks all rules. She is disguised as a cavalier, so beautiful to him that he thinks he is turning homosexual. For the first time, he experiences electrifying erotic submission to a living person, fulfillment of his aesthetic prophecy. The same thing happens to Balzac's Sarracine. Maupin is a materialization of Gautier's theory of ideal beauty, just as Balzac's Seraphita is an emanation of Swedenborg's thought. Gautier begins to play games with the reader. In Spencer's switch of sexual perspective, Maupin's true sex would be revealed once we saw her from the public point of view. But Gautier, like Balzac, is interested in romantic ambiguity for its own sake. He pretends to know as little as we about the cavalier's gender. Maupin enters as he and remains he for many chapters. Her relations with her page, another girl in disguise, are physically affectionate. Gautier seduces the reader into a strange twilit bower of sexual uncertainty. As in The Fairy Queen, there's lots of smooth white flesh half seen through disarrayed garments. The reader is being manipulated and aroused, his or her own ordinary sexual responses confused. Maupin herself sways back and forth. When Rosette, Dalbert's mistress, confesses her passion for her, Maupin replies, I have often wished to be able to love you, at least in the way that you would like, but there is an insurmountable obstacle between us which I cannot explain to you. 7. Note Gautier's alteration of Shakespeare. The transvestite woman does not merely discourage the advances of her female admirer but for the first time admits to crossing in imagination over the sexual barrier. Gautier, post-Rousseau, gives his heroine a naturalistic sexual identity, fluctuating unpredictably with changing circumstance. When the page is knocked cold from his horse, Rosette opens his coat and shirt. This imitates Byron's scene of discovery in Lara, where the bosom of swooning Gulnare, disguised as a boy, is exposed by bystanders. Gautier dwells on and elongates the moment of seeing. Rosette is unhappy with what she finds, a round, polished ivory bosom, delicious to see, and more delicious to kiss. 8. Gautier's arch tone has that connoisseurship which I identify as distinctively late romantic. The sensuous is scrupulously observed but never possessed. Aesthetic distance is ingeniously preserved between eye and object. Eroticism is inflamed by the voyeuristic succession of observers, gazing at the unconscious, semi-nude object or the astonished Rosette, behind her the lascivious Gautier, and behind him the peeping Tom reader. Gautier creates ritual and theology of the new religion of art. The passive person turned artwork is invaded and possessed by the aggressive Western eye. The eye has all rights, the object none. As in Sade, the dominant knower makes enormous, hierarchic claims. Western seeing, I maintain, is innately fascistic and amoral. Each narrative shift in Maupin brings further erotic complication. Disturbingly attracted to the cavalier, Dalbert defends homosexuality with ancient precedents. Roman poetry is a monstrous seraglio of beautiful boys, repugnant to Christianity. He declares, Christ has not come for me. I am as much pagan as were Alcibiades and Phidias. He has a sharp-edged Apollonian vision of Athens, never mist or vapor, never anything uncertain or wavering. My sky has no clouds, or if there be any, they are solid chisel-carved clouds, formed with the marble fragments fallen from the statue of Jupiter. The mountains have sharp-cut ridges, every contour fine and clear. There is no room for the softness and dreaming of Christian art. Christ has wrapped the world in his shroud. The palpable world is dead. 9. The Greek eye, sculpting the world with high Apollonian articulation, opposes the clouds of Christian inwardness, northern Europe's gloomy fogs. Like Balzac, Gautier takes the sunlit, Mediterranean point of view. Dalbert says, correctness of form is virtue, which could serve as an epigraph to the Apollonian fairy queen. Gautier's dialectic of pagan visualization versus misty Christian emotionalism is surely the distant source, via Pater, of Yeats's depiction of Christianity as a fabulous, formless darkness. 2. Songs from a play, condemning Christian hostility to physical beauty. Gautier invents aestheticism's radical exaltation of outer over inner, the literalization of which is to bring down Oscar Wilde. Dalbert argues that the Madonna symbolizes the Christian love of woman, who supplants the Greco-Roman androgyne. He celebrates homosexual Athens' idealization of adolescent beauty. The hermaphrodite, Maupin's precursor, was one of the sweetest creations of pagan genius. To an exclusive worshipper of form, can there be a more delightful uncertainty than that into which you are thrown by the sight of the back, the ambiguous loins, and the strong, delicate legs, which you are doubtful whether to attribute to Mercury ready to take his flight or to Diana coming forth from the bath? In the whole habit of the body there is something cloudy and undecided which it is impossible to describe, and which possesses quite a peculiar attraction. 10. Gautier has broken his own rules. Hastily joining two phases of Greek art, he reverses himself. Idealized adolescence was a high classic theme. The overt hermaphrodite flourished in the sensationalistic Hellenistic era. This chapter of Maupin asserts the Apollonian and then refutes it in the hermaphrodite, whom Gautier has surely taken from the Naples Museum episode of Fragoletta. He admires the classical for lacking anything uncertain and wavering, yet admires the hermaphrodite for being cloudy and undecided. He is caught unaware in a contradiction which Spencer, equally loyal to Apollonian contour, detected in the Fairy Queen and fixed by cancelling the hermaphrodite stanzas. Surrendering to the romantic love of ambiguity, Gautier strays from his Greek ideals. Gautier's poem, Contralto, 1849, opens with a description of the sleeping hermaphrodite. 10 stanzas pass before we realize the statue is a vision overwhelming the poet as he listens spellbound to a woman singer with a husky contralto voice, midway between male and female. The poem was inspired by Ernesta Grissi, Gautier's companion and mother of his children. The enigmatic statue has a disturbing beauty. Is it a young man? Is it a woman? Gautier asks Rousseau's question of sexual identity, hanging back in fascinated suspension. The spectators need Keats's negative capability. Gender is conundrum and public spectacle. Men think one thing, women another, as in Seraphita's relativity of sexual perception. The hermaphrodite, an ardent chimera, or charming monster, of accursed beauty, is alienated from the multitude, like Coleridge's poet. Both provocative and reclusive, it is a ritual cult object to which gifts are brought. The hermaphrodite is separated from society and nature. It is a late romantic freak, symbol of the impossible dream of poet and artist, supreme effort of art and pleasure. It is an artificial sex. Its multiple beauty unites the art object's sexual duality with the multiplicity of response art generates in its audience. Art forms transpose, sculpture changing to music, reverie evaporates, matter to sound. Gautier calls the contralto both Romeo and Juliet, and compares her to Byron's transvestite Gulnare and Viril epic heroes. She is autoerotic, with the power of self-fecundation. Transfixed by a singing androgyne, the poet is like Sarracine before Zambinella. In Ernesta Grissi, Gautier seems to have procured his own resident castrato. Stars like Marlene Dietrich, Barbara Stanwyck, and Lauren Bacall demonstrate the eeriness of the beautiful woman with an alto voice, charismatically attracting both sexes. D'Albert's Ode to the Hermaphrodite establishes Maupin's status as a living art object discovered by a late romantic connoisseur. Now, we enter her mind and hear her voice. No longer a remote archetype, she becomes a modern woman sick of conventional masks, conventional opinions and conventional modes of speech. Antagonizing the sexes. 11 The historical Maupin was an expert fencer who killed many men. 12 Gautier's athletic heroine adopts male costume to study social reality up close. As a wandering female transvestite, she is influenced by both Rosalind and Mignon. Goethe's characters perform Hamlet at the climax of their novel. Gautier's characters perform As You Like It, their ultimate Renaissance source. At the rehearsal, where Maupin appears as Rosalind in woman's clothes, the novel for the first time stops calling its heroine, he. Lit by a mysterious radiance, she appears in a doorway and holds position, framed like a painting. The others cry out and applaud. Like Contralto's hermaphrodite, she is the art object on public display. Fusing genres. D'Albert's platonic quest for ideal beauty is ceremonially consummated. Maupin's transfiguring floods of white light are the byproduct of her alteration of gender states. Her Apollonian glamour is Gautier's version of Shakespeare's ghostly Hymen. Her entrance is an epiphany of hermaphrodite authority. She stuns the other characters by sudden hierarchic assertion, dominating the plane of eye contact and subordinating the audience to her will. Sexual confusion is not resolved by Maupin publicly acknowledging her true gender. Instead, we double backward to hear her spiritual autobiography, recorded in letters. Her lesbian flirtation is far more blatant than Rosalind's. Gautier stages feverish boudoir scenes where Rosette throws herself at the disguised Maupin, their bodies voluptuously intertwining like Salmacis and Hermaphroditus. Unlike Rosalind, Maupin is in real doubt about her gender. She claims she belongs to a third, distinct sex, which as yet has no name, an idea to return in the homosexual polemicists John Addington, Symonds and Radcliffe Hall. In the third sex, the sex of the soul does not at all correspond with that of the body. 13 So nature has erred. Maupin's abnormality is not relative but absolute. No society could satisfy her. Following Rousseau, she ponders her sexual identity. Like Contralto's hermaphrodite, she has an accursed beauty alienating her from both sexes. She must remain alone, romantically autonomous. Like Balzac's Marquise, Maupin is a female aesthete, drawn to women as the possessors of beauty. Gautier maliciously vilifies his own sex. Men, says Maupin, are smelly, misshapen, bestial. Masculinity is grossly material, hence the pursuit of beauty is always a flight from the masculine. Forced, during one of Rosette's assaults, to contemplate the female bosom at close quarters, Maupin makes silent aesthetic judgments, in which mischievous Gautier clearly concurs. Rosette's rounded, satin flesh is enchantingly delicate and transparent in tone, and so on. 14 Here again is Gautier's ritualized voyeurism, that series of attentive observers, of which we are the last in line. He creates the late romantic eye, erotic, aggressive, and knowledgeable but ever distant. Maupin preserves the artist's detachment from primary experience. She samples but will not commit. In this modern transvestite comedy, overt sex replaces the Renaissance wedding scene. The novel ends with the virgin warrior Maupin tasting heterosexuality and homosexuality in a single night, passing noncommittally from D'Albert's bed to Rosette's and then disappearing at dawn. She leaves instructions, like Seraphita, for her male and female admirers to mate with each other as a rite of memory in her name. Sexual initiation shows her the banality of the ideal made real. She is overcome by disillusion, a major theme of 19th-century novels. Maupin's recoil from sex is decadent, though the novel is high romantic in tone. There is no decadent closure. For example, the heroine can still ride off into the woods at the end of the story. Though art is preferred to nature, nature remains airy and lyrical. Unlike Rosalind, Maupin makes a choice for self rather than community and preserves her androgyny beyond the narrative frame. She marries herself, withdrawing her energy from society and reinvesting it in her own imagination. The abrupt finale is unique, an autoerotic elopement. Mademoiselle de Maupin is one of the last literary examples of the woman disguised in men's clothing, a Renaissance motif fading in the 19th century, as women leave home to work in factory and office. When film picks up the theme, the transvestism is merely titillating. The practicality of Rosalind and Maupin's male dress is gone. The perilous world of adventure dwindles to the stage of a Berlin cabaret. Dietrich's transvestism in Joseph von Sternberg's 30s films is a Hollywood transplant of Weimar perversity, a survival of fin de siècle decadence. Few transvestite films address serious psychological and artistic issues. In Robert Aldrich's The Legend of Lila Clare, 1968, an actress, Kim Novak, is possessed by a dead, Dietrich-like movie queen. As in Maupin, transvestism causes sexual error. A fatal accident is shown 3 different ways, until we see that the raffish hoodlum manhandling Lila Clare, herself, surreally speaking and laughing in a male voice, is a lesbian in disguise. The film demonstrates the contraction of the transvestite theme since the Renaissance. Now cross-dressing is just an aphrodisiac game in a tawdry urban milieu. Hollywood is as full of predators as the Forest of Arden. The film ends allegorically, with a dog food commercial degenerating into wolfish chaos, but the transvestism is not imagined as a defense against them. The more picaresque the genre, the more utilitarian the female transvestism. Hence Katharine Hepburn's Boy Disguises in the Strident. Sylvia Scarlett, 1936. There is always an erotic tinge to a woman dressed as a man. A man in female clothing is usually shown as comic or neurotic because of his deviance from the masculine. This reverses the facts of transvestism in real life. Female transvestism in its strict sense, says Robert J. Stoller, is a condition that may not exist. As for butch lesbians dressing in men's clothing, neither they nor other women have a fetishistic relationship to male apparel. They do not become sexually excited by such objects. 15 male transvestites are not only sexually stimulated by female clothing but may require it for orgasm, as with the surprising number of heterosexual men who secretly dress up in their wives' lingerie. Women are not sexual conceptualizers, just as they are not lust murderers. For women, male clothing means social freedom and authority. For men, female clothing is religious or cultic. It is the costume of the mother, with whom the son unites by ritual impersonation, like priests of Cybele. The female transvestite seeks merely to pass. Do not gaze at her too long, for her disguise is fragile. But the male transvestite is his own best voyeur, exploiting his internalized eye for maximum excitement. The female transvestite arouses others, not herself. Semi-transvestism is a musical comedy convention. Dietrich, Judy Garland, and Shirley MacLaine combine high heels and net stockings with top hat and tails. The style is 19th century, probably originating in the theatrical personae of sadomasochistic prostitution, a specialty of English taste satisfied in Paris. Its element of hierarchical formality is crucial. A film of Mademoiselle de Maupin should have been made in the 30s, the one decade that could have caught its sexual mystery and glamour. Parker Tyler had an uncommunicated obsession that Garbo play Maupin.16 the transvestite Queen Christina, which she commissioned, shows that Garbo had the tall, commanding figure and cold reserve for the role. Diana Rigg, in her Avengers period, would have been the ideal Maupin. Rigg has Maupin's verbal energy, unlike the morose, laconic Garbo. Gautier's novel was the first detailed analysis of the irresolution of gender. The hermaphrodite had appeared throughout literature and art since antiquity, but this was the first time it was given a turbulent inner life. Is Maupin, for all her force and vitality, an ideal female persona? She is a transition from the high romantic to the decadent androgyne, glaringly absent from feminist apologias for androgyny. Would universal androgyny really improve relations between the sexes? Mademoiselle de Maupin demonstrates the facile optimism of such a view. Gautier correctly shows hermaphroditism as asocial, because Otter chic, his physically and spiritually perfect heroine, secedes from human relationships and collective values. Sex itself is dispensed with, vanishing into the distance. Maupin defiantly returns to that chastity symbolizing her uncompromising definitiveness of personality. Gautier's artistic development capsulizes the shift from high to late romanticism. His story A Night with Cleopatra follows Mademoiselle de Maupin by only 3 years, yet there has been a stunning transformation in style and sexual personae. The aesthete, Gautier, has become a decadent. He must by now have read Balzac's The Girl with the Golden Eyes. Had he also read Sade? Gautier's ruling androgyne is no longer virginal Rosalind of the Greenwood but an oriental despot, cruel and sensual. Cleopatra, bored and dangerous, is the first exotic heterosexual femme fatale of the decadence. The androgyne has changed because nature has changed. The air is still and dead. The noon sun discharges leaden arrows. A dazzling, hard light streams down in torrents of flame, producing a blazing reddish haze. Cleopatra complains, "This Egypt destroys and crushes me. Never a cloud, never a shadow, and forever this red, dripping sun which stares like the eye of a cyclops." Ellipsis. From the inflamed eyeball of this sky of bronze has never yet fallen a single tear on the desolation of the earth. It is a huge tombstone, a dome of a necropolis, a sky dead and dried up like the mummies it covers. It weighs on my shoulders like a too heavy coat. It irks me and distresses me. It seems to me as if I could not rise to my full height without bruising my forehead against it. Imagination here produces nothing but monstrous chimeras and inordinate monuments. This sort of architecture and art terrifies me. These colossi, whose limbs fixed in stone condemn them to rest eternally seated with their hands on their knees, tire me with their stupid immobility. They obsess my eyes and my horizon. 17. This is one of the supreme examples of decadent closure. The sky is no longer the gate of the romantic infinite but a bronze dome ceiling. Up space, the world is a desert, seared by the glaring, hostile sun. Architecture is menacing and surreal, anticipating Baudelaire's night. Paris, movement is impossible, yet everyone is exhausted because the object world presses so heavily, making a mighty effort in her enormous fatigue. Cleopatra manages to walk 30 steps to her bath. Byron and Delacroix's Orient has lost its energy because the human is cut off from nature, from which Rousseau and Wordsworth expected so much. Shakespeare's fertile Egypt is now a stone tomb, heaped with frozen art objects. This Egypt is the imprisoner, not the liberator of European imagination. Thus Maupin's airy high romantic nature has become lowering late romantic nature. The androgyne shifts modes, enslaved by nature. Cleopatra becomes a sedine sexual enslaver. Gautier's new style is also an enslaver, violently subordinating literature to the visual arts. In long, endless sentences, person or panorama is described in crisp pictorial detail, an avalanche of sensory images which astonish but, like Egyptian nature, finally oppress. Gautier's descriptions, dismissed as trivial or lifeless, may have been chief cause of his loss of reputation, but by them he creates decadent nature, an inorganic realm of art works rather than vegetation. In A Night with Cleopatra, the painter Gautier seeks a literary language for color. The Nile banks are salmon, with greenish clay, reddish ochre, tufa rock of a flowery white. There are slopes of rose-colored marble, gaping with black mouths of quarries. An Egyptian sunset is violet, azure, lilac, blue, rose, red, pale lemon, turquoise. Gautier constantly halts the story for scrutiny of form, surface, ornament. His frustration of plot is a development of Romanticism's withdrawal from masculine action. It looks forward to modern avant-garde narrative, where it is quite permissible and even desirable for nothing whatever to happen. But we sense in Gautier the cold immobility of the object so meticulously dissected, as if by autopsy. Since he dwells so much on the external, there is no one to identify with. The treatment of persons as art objects is present as an ambition in Maupin but is not technically realized until A Night with Cleopatra. The admirer of Gautier is not repelled by his dehumanizations but entranced by his poetic virtuosity of ritualized description. His delicate modulations of color are late romantic ideas, replacing high romantic emotion. Cleopatra, subjected to Gautier's description, disintegrates. There goes a nostril, a lip, an eyebrow, a chin. We are too close, like Gulliver straddling the nipple of the giantess. Gautier's eye is invasive, disrupting point of view. The Petrarchan blazon similarly dismembered the beloved. Gautier invents the decadent blazon. Anatomy, a catalogue of exquisitely documented parts dissolving the whole. Literary energy is absorbed by nouns and their adjectives, multiplied like ceremonial epithets. There are few verbs in Gautier. Everything floats in apposition. This is the source of Pater's style, which radically deactivates the verb. Gautier formalizes romantic passivity, laying the world flat against a picture plane. In A Night with Cleopatra, the eye sees everything. The eye becomes its own prison. The heavy domed sky is the eye, choking upon its own excess of perception. Decadence is a disease of the Western eye. It is an intensification of the voyeurism latent in all art. The pictorial itemizations of A Night with Cleopatra coerce the eye and make the reader a connoisseur, forced to assist in a despiritualization of reality. Gautier is the progenitor of Roger Fry's art theory of significant form. The decadent exaltation of the part follows from the rejection of moral content, for are not ethics the subordination of selfish part to social whole? Remember the decadent climax of The Girl with the Golden Eyes, where the murderous marquise appears first as a foot, a part, and even as part of that, an instep. I think Gautier absorbed this detail and expanded it into an entire story. The Mummy's Foot, 1840. Browsing in an antiquity shop, an aesthete purchases a mummy's foot to use as a paperweight. The foot, minutely described, is artistically so perfect that he first mistakes it for a fragment of a statue. That night, Pharaoh's daughter turns up to reclaim her foot, which proves unexpectedly churlish. It leaps about to elude her and carries on an animated dialogue with her, insisting in ancient Coptic that it is no longer her property. After the aesthete reconciles the disputants, the foot consents to be rejoined, and princess and foot fly back through time to their homeland. I omit the chorus, where mummified cats mew, ibises flap their wings, and African nations chant. The Princess Hermonthis has found her foot again. 18. What is the real meaning of this story? The body is treated as an art object, as form stripped of human meaning. Hawked in a shop, the foot is a mere artifact, a detail of decor. The mummy's foot is a parable of decadent aestheticism in which a part declares itself independent of the whole. In Gogol's The Nose, 1835, it is the protagonist who suffers a humiliating reduction of appendages, but in Gautier it is the art object, the erotically projected image. Gogol's tale looks forward to Kafka's metamorphosis as a nightmare of self-incapacitated male will. Gautier, however, is concerned with the new autonomy of art. The distance between eye and object is so vast that the artist is severed from his own work, form severed from content, and part severed from whole. In the Renaissance, the Moses will not walk, despite even Michelangelo's command. But in late Romanticism, the art object has so broken down into richly observed parts that a foot, turgid with its own imaginative authority, can flounce away and rudely decline to return to its owner. The late romantic eye is a tyrant, and the act of seeing is erotically inflamed. This may lead to paranoia, as in Cleopatra's staring eye of the sun. Sexual voyeurism, sporadic in Maupin, is at the center of Gautier's King Candaules, 1844, a long story based on Herodotus. Nicia, the Lydian queen, is rumored to have a double pupil enabling her to see through walls. But strangely, she who sees is seen. The boastful king arranges for his wife to be seen by another man. Aegas, outraged, she will plot Candaules' murder. The queen senses Aegas' eyes upon her by a lively magnetic susceptibility of her skin. Feeling contaminated, she orders ewers of water poured on her, as if by this lustral ablution she could efface the stain due to the glances of Aegas. She rubs herself frantically. She wished she could have torn away the skin on which the rays of his burning eyes seemed to her to have left traces. Oh, that glance, it clings to me, enfolds, envelops, and burns me like the poisoned robe of Nessus. I feel it under my vestments like a flaming tissue which nothing can detach from my body. 19. Before and after this compulsive, Lady Macbeth-like ritual, Nicia is called a statue of perfect beauty. Candowles mistakenly treats as an objet d'art a femme fatale of uncanny occult power. Nicia has the archaic demonic eye which penetrates and paralyzes. The power of sight is sexual and aggressive. To see is to possess, to be seen is to be raped. Made involuntarily passive beneath another's gaze, Nicia is driven to blood revenge. Unlike Balzac's girl with the golden eyes, she can and must recover from a state of erotic facticity. In this story, seeing even alters what it touches, lingering like a wraith. Gautier knows Western eye contact is just that, a sensory assault by the questing imperialistic mind. Why this obsession with visual relations in Gautier? High romanticism, thinking imagination alone can sustain the universe, is riven with anxieties, an excess of phenomena, no longer ordered by society or religion, floods consciousness. Late romantic imagination contracts in fatigue, protecting itself by motifs of closure. The world collapses into a heap of objects, honored by the decadents for their morbid decay. Gautier invents aestheticism as a mode of perceptual control. The lavish, plot-halting passages of A Night with Cleopatra are a ritualization of the eye-object relation. A fixed aesthetic distance stems the obliterating influx of phenomena. In Gautier, to see means to keep at a distance. Art structures everything in him, sexual and metaphysical. Gautier creates decadent style, freezing word to image, to propitiate the pagan eye. Baudelaire's Flowers of Evil, 1857, is dedicated to his master, Gautier. Baudelaire translated Poe and hailed him as his second self. Poe's spiritual father was the Coleridge of the mystery poems. Thus Coleridge, coming through Poe to Baudelaire, demonizes Gautier with his Byronic breeziness. Baudelaire's new, decadent tone is haughty and hieratic. His poems are ritualistic, confrontations with the horror of sex and nature, which he analyzes. With Chaudet's cutting rhetoric, the Chthonian as his epic theme, Baudelaire grants Mother Nature neither Rousseau's benevolence, nor Chaudet's vitality. Poe's Coleridgean nature is hostile but still sublime, a vast swirling seascape. But Baudelaire is a city poet for whom there are no more adventures. He adopts Cleopatra's late, romantic fatigue. Baudelaire makes ennui hip, an avant-garde pose. Ennui certifies the sophisticate's excess of experience. One has seen and done everything. Unlike Poe, Baudelaire invents no secondary male personae for himself. His subject is the self as artificial enclave, like the citadel of Poe's Masque of the Red Death, which nature secretly enters and disorders. Baudelaire is the first poet of mental and physical disease. For Baudelaire, sex is limitation, not liberation. Desire, normally a spur to masculine action, makes the male passive toward his mother born body. He is betrayed by the body, delivered into female hands. Through sexual weakness, nature's power is wielded by pitiless vampires, the most numerous personae of Baudelaire's poetry. As in Poe, woman is always superior. Poe likes to dream of domestic bliss with a mother bride, but Baudelaire's women are rigid and uncompanionable. In his one maternal scene, the giantess, he lives with a primeval tightness at her terrible gains. He climbs her enormous knees and, like a quiet hamlet, sleeps in the shadow of her breasts. The female body is curvy geography, as in the Venus of Willendorf. Sexual connection is patently out of the question, for the male is no bigger than a trained flea. The playful, sunny tone, uncharacteristic for Baudelaire's erotica, is possible because the scene is archaic rather than modern, like Salisbury Plain, which prompted Wordsworth to make a similar sexual exception for his prehistoric warrior. Baudelaire's women are intimidating. The impure woman is a blind and deaf machine, fertile in cruelties, drinker of the blood of the world. Beauty is a sphinx, against whose stone breast every man bruises himself. She has a heart of snow, and never weeps or laughs. She is a monster enormous, frightful. The Sphinx Jean Duval, Baudelaire's obsession, is like the bleak sand and blue sky of deserts, insensible to human suffering. She is nothing but gold, steel, light and diamonds. With the cold majesty of the sterile woman, she shines like a useless star. Duval has a beautiful body, polished like copper. She is a glistening serpent with eyes like two cold jewels in which gold mingles with iron. She is a beast, implacable and cruel. Her cold cat gaze cuts and splits like a dart. She is an inhuman Amazon, a great angel of the bronze brow, a charming poniard, leaping from its sheath. Marie Dobrin, another of the poet's favorites, is a ship with jutting prow. Her breasts are shields armed with rose points. Her muscular arms, like those of infant Hercules, are the solid rivals of glossy boa constrictors, made to squeeze her lover and imprint him on her heart. 20 The apocalyptic whore of the metamorphoses of the vampire brazenly boasts, I replace, for him who sees me nude and without veils, the moon, the sun, the sky and the stars. Sucking the marrow from her victims' bones, she turns into a bag of pus and a rattling skeleton screeching in his bed. The vampire is ever-changing Mother Nature, whose embrace is rape and ecstasy, death and decay. Baudelaire's demonic females renounce Rousseau's tenderness. They have a sedine sterility, divorcing the chthonian from fecundity. They are inorganic monoliths of steel and stone, their only living associations feline or reptilian. Their mineral hardness comes from their barren habitat, an urban wasteland of metal, marble, and water, petrifying the flesh, Parisian dream. Like Blake's harlot, they are city goddesses of polluted terrain. Gautier says of Baudelaire's mythic women, to none can a name be given. They are types rather than persons. 21 Impersonality always masculinizes a woman. Baudelaire's female personae are hermaphroditic because of their blank indifference to the human. Sterility and emotional torpidity in a heavy-breasted woman constitute my category of androgyne as virago. Baudelaire's viragos resemble Michelangelo's in the Mannerist Medici Chapel. A parallel the poet notes, the ideal Baudelaire is uninterested in boy-girls or transvestites. His androgynes must be voluptuously female in body contour. In women, he seeks only hierarchic assertion. They have no other use for him, since they are stripped of their sexual and procreative functions. What of the male who inhabits this woman-ravaged universe? We meet him in A Voyage to Cythera, for me one of the poems of the century. A ship is in full sail. The poet's heart flies joyfully round the rigging like a bird in the cloudless sky. Suddenly a black stony island appears, Cythera, once happy birthplace of Venus. On a three-branched gallows hangs the poet's image, a corpse ravaged by birds, who peck out the eyes and eat the genitals. A prowling pack of wolves wait for the leavings. Cythera is the world of sexual experience, into which the poet presses toward a horrifying revelation. Structurally, the poem echoes Poe's Masque of the Red Death, with its climactic phantom in a bloody burial shroud. Baudelaire represents decadent closure in entirely perceptual terms. The poem opens in space and fresh, free motion, then shuts down to a solitary image, the poet's double, upon whom the eye obsessively fixes. Nature dwindles to the contracted self. A Voyage to Cythera moves from innocence to experience and from high to late romanticism. Its first illusion is about nature, which seems benign. The poet, misled by Rousseau, thinks of green myrtle and blooming flowers, but nature's reality is sedine, red in tooth and claw. Odysseus, tied to the mast, sees piles of moldering skeletons littering the island of the Sirens. Baudelaire's lustful priestess, wandering a temple grove, belongs to the pagan era, which integrated sex with religion. Christianity, on the other hand, afflicts humanity with chronic guilt. The gallows is the crucifix, desolating the sexual world. It is also the tree of nature, a black cypress against the sky. Man is crucified upon his own body. Nature is a decadent tree loaded with rotten fruit, a ripe corpse bursting its skin and dribbling foul matter. Baudelaire's double is an androgyne, the male heroine, a romantic martyr. The passive male is attacked by drill-beaked birds, lacerating sexual desires. Venus's doves turn harpy. The victim is castrated and his body reshaped in parodic femaleness. His eyes are holes, and his belly spills out its bowels. Like Poe's Morella, he gives birth to a lesser version of himself at the moment of death. The rotten sausage of his hanging intestines mocks his vanished genitals. Vital organs are ransacked because the human body is a house divided against itself. Undone by physical needs, nature coerces man into sexual activity, then punishes him with syphilis, venereal because the gift of Venus. To make a voyage to Cythera was French slang for sexual intercourse. 22 Baudelaire, inspired by Nerval, maybe sardonically revising Watteau's exuberant painting, Embarkation for Cythera, 1717. He says in another poem, "I am the wound and the knife." He is simultaneously female masochist and male sadist, in agonizing psychic coitus, a decadent self-abuse. In A Voyage to Cythera, the overexpanded high romantic self is firmly dealt with by a public ritual of late romantic enslavement. The passivity of all humanity toward rapacious nature is brilliantly dramatized in A Carcass. Strolling one summer morning, the poet and his beloved stumble on an animal carcass, legs in the air, like a lewd woman, burning and oozing poisons. It opens its putrid belly to the sky. The sun was shining on that rottenness, in order to cook it to a turn, and to render 100-fold to great nature all that she had joined together. The carcass bloomed like a flower, its perfume an overpowering stench. Flies buzz, and maggots rise and fall like a sparkling wave. The carcass gives out a strange music, like water and wind or grain in the winnower's basket. Its form is dreamily wavering and dissolving. A hungry female dog skulks, furious at the interruption. The poet tenderly informs his beloved, "You will be like that filth, that horrible infection, star of my eyes." When she mildews among the bones, vermin like his decomposed loves will devour her with kisses. Decadent romance, sweet and sour. A Voyage to Cythera is a portrait of the artist as ritual victim, where the poet confronts his physically degenerated double, as Dorian Gray is to do with his corroded portrait. In A Carcass, Baudelaire forces his beloved to confront her own double, a putrefying animal carcass, which omnipotent nature exploits to feed her microbes, parasites, and beasts. The poem is a kind of déjeuner sur l'herbe. Nature is dining at home. The animal's gender and identity, and even its integrity as an object, are receding. It is being reduced to primary materials, much as Sade's victims are rent and abraded into subhuman particles. The teeming maggots are a prophetic vision of inanimate nature, process or matter in molecular wave motion. Baudelaire's strange music is also heard in Melville's Moby Dick, where a tropical grove hums like the loom of vegetable nature. Nature's dichotomy of sunniness and cannibalism is mirrored in the poem's polished classic form and gross content, beauty and repulsiveness joined. Baudelaire ironically brings love poetry's exalted endearments to bear upon nature's brute physicality, to which they are hopelessly unsuited. A Carcass is in the Carpe Diem tradition. Renaissance poems also dwell on the future death and decay of a too virginal beloved. But note Baudelaire's late romantic innovation. He no longer uses mortality as an argument to extort sexual favors, for the decadence always swerves from sexual experience. Intercourse is far from his thoughts. In fact, if there is any eroticism in the poem, and he ostentatiously introduces it by comparing the carcass to a spread-eagled whore, it arises from his imagining the female body undergoing future decadent disintegration. In Decadent Beauty, I said, part triumphs over whole. In A Carcass, embryogeny is reversed. Death, forcing the beloved to imitate the animal's deconstruction, will make her surrender gender, identity, and coherence. It is this primitive spectacle of degeneration that arouses the poet, and a priori necrophilia. The proud beloved will be raped by dominatrix Mother Nature, the jealous fanged bitch, waiting in the shadows. So woman in Baudelaire is unsexed by being a vampire, a corpse, or, as we shall now see, a lesbian. The first title of Flowers of Evil, advertised by the publisher in 1846, was The Lesbians. Martin Turnell says, Baudelaire's interest in lesbianism is something of a mystery, and no one has yet accounted satisfactorily for the prominence given to it in his poetry. 23 Proust, according to Guide, thought the theme proved Baudelaire's homosexuality. 24 I doubt this, for Baudelaire rarely savors male beauty. The solution to the mystery is the principle of sexual metathesis, an artistic sex change. Most lavish of the lesbian poems is Damned Women, Delphine, and Hippolyte. In a dim curtained chamber, young Hippolyte lies, weeping on perfumed cushions. Delphine, like a tigress, gloats at her feet. Their first sex together has just occurred. Women's kisses, says Delphine, are light and delicate, while men are heavy-hooved oxen, making ruts in women's bodies with their wagons or lacerating plowshares, yokels and lumoxes. Hippolyte appreciates Delphine's erotic tutelage, like Sade's Eugenie with Madame de Saint-Ange, but feels anxious and dyspeptic, as if she has eaten too rich a night meal. Black phantoms rush at her, leading her along roads closed by a bloody horizon. Have they sinned? But I feel my mouth move toward you, the magnetism of romantic compulsion, shaking her mane of hair. Delphine goes into a snit and curses the stupid, useless dreamer, who first mixed morality with love. Hippolyte, drained, longs for annihilation in Delphine's bosom. The poet's doleful voice suddenly intervenes. Descend, descend, lamentable victims, descend the road of eternal hell. The lesbians will burn forever in their insatiable passion. They will wander the desert as scorched exiles of cities of the plain, fleeing the infinity in their souls. Baudelaire owes this long, impressive poem to Balzac. Delphine and Hippolyte are the Marquise de Saint Riel and Paquita Valdez, and we are in the boudoir of the girl with the golden eyes. The psychodrama is identical. A fiery sexual aggressor imprisons a fragile innocent in an opulent, claustrophobic retreat. Balzac never nears the moment of lesbian union, which only appears once removed in de Marsay's transvestite rendezvous, in Delphine and Hippolyte. However, we ourselves are so close to the characters post-coitum that our invisible presence inflames the already oppressive atmosphere. The palpable voyeurism of poet and reader comes from Gautier's Mademoiselle de Maupin. Hippolyte's bloody horizon, opening her sexually but sealing up earthly space, is from Gautier's A Night with Cleopatra. Baudelaire recasts the sexual realm in entirely female terms. Woman is self-entombed in a perverse cell of sexual solipsism. Delphine repeats Maupin's aesthetic judgments. Women are erotically refined, while men are clumsy brutes. Lesbianism is a breach in procreative nature, which Baudelaire is always eager to insult. The lesbian is therefore another sterile woman. Like his metallic city vampires, Baudelaire thinks homosexuality, as an unnatural practice, can never be fully satisfied. It is a noble pursuit, of the impossible that attracts Gautier. In a shorter poem also called Damned Women, Baudelaire hails lesbians, of unquenched thirsts, as virgins, demons, monsters, martyrs, great spirits contemptuous of reality, seekers of the infinite. Lesbians are great because they defy society, religion, and nature. Baudelaire's celebration of lesbianism must not be mistaken for sexual libertarianism. He would not picket for gay rights. Walter Benjamin remarks, to him, social ostracism was inseparable from the heroic nature of this passion. 25. Hence the huge metaphysical background of the climax of Delphine and Hippolyte. The poem cinematically opens the boudoir's languid, upholstered intimacy into a vast wasteland, the moral geography of lesbianism. Like Dante, Baudelaire sees the damned buffeted by winds and flames of desire. In this poem, a sex act is destiny, just as it is fraternal identity in The Girl with the Golden Eyes. Baudelaire's two women have Greek names and may even be citizens of Lesbos, but the poem's worldview is Christian. Hippolyte is overcome by guilt, and Delphine denounces Jesus, the useless dreamer, for worsening the insoluble problem of sex. Christianity may be the antagonist, but it is also Christianity that gives lesbianism its moral or rather immoral stature. Baudelaire says, the supreme voluptuous delight of love lies in the certainty of doing evil. Like Sade, he needs the fixities of organized religion to give his outrages an ethical significance and therefore erotic charge. He constantly seeks, as Colin Wilson notes, the gratuitous violation of taboo. 26 The original shock of Delphine and Hippolyte is largely lost to our more tolerant time. Today, nothing sexual can appear quite so evil, unless amplified by violence. Sexuality, by winning the war with religion, has been diminished in scale. Delphine and Hippolyte is highly unusual for Baudelaire in having an entirely feminine woman, victim of lesbian seduction. Who is Hippolyte? I say she is Baudelaire himself, who has, by the same daring warp of imaginative gender we saw in Coleridge's Christabel, identified himself with the passive partner of a lesbian couple. Baudelaire, as always, is hierarchically subordinate to his ferocious vampire. I found images elsewhere in Coleridge confirming his projection into his heroine's trauma. There is a parallel between Delphine and Hippolyte, and A Voyage to Cythera. Hippolyte, like the poet's hanged double, is attacked by swooping black creatures, phantoms in one poem and crows in the other. Baudelaire gives Jean Duval, bizarre deity, the name of a notorious Roman lesbian. I am not able, libertine Megara, to break your courage and keep you at bay, to become Proserpine in the hell of your bed. Said Non Satiata. Baudelaire regrets he cannot do in real life what he elegantly achieves in Delphine and Hippolyte, to turn himself into a woman to seize the attention of a lesbian dominatrix. If he is the maiden Persephone, Duval is the raptor Pluto, god of the underworld. Here a whore's rank crowded bed. In the shorter, Damned Women, the obsessed lesbians are the poet's poor sisters. Elsewhere he calls the hypocrite reader his double and brother. So Baudelaire's lesbian sisters are also his doubles. The title The Lesbians was self-characterizing. Orpheus' head, torn off by Maenads, floated to Lesbos. From Thrace, Orphic, woman persecuted Baudelaire as a lesbian both as poet and sexual persona. The premier lesbian poet was an androgyne. Baudelaire, echoing Horace, calls her the male Sappho. The lover and the poet, Lesbos. She is male not only because she desires women like a man but because she is le poète. Baudelaire's lesbian poems are complex psychic mechanisms. First, the lesbian aggressor usurps the male privilege of defloration. Second, the poet's gender change intensifies the erotic passivity of his usual subjection to women. Third, women sexually occupied with each other automatically suspend masculine obligation. Man enjoys sexual amnesty from humiliating fears of impotence. Fourth, a lesbian's erotic life is a locked room which man cannot penetrate. Thus, lesbianism preserves the mystery of the Great Mother for a poet who finds nature's processes otiose. By becoming a lesbian, the poet wins momentary right of entry into a sexual heart of darkness. Fifth, lesbian self-sterilization thwarts the relentless fertility of nature. For Baudelaire, just a mass of sanctified vegetables that cannot move him. 27 Hence the increasing frequency of lesbianism, which the poet eagerly records, signals nature's degeneration or apocalyptic decadence. The sex poems of Flowers of Evil caused a scandal, and the book's proofs were seized. Baudelaire and his publisher were tried and fined. 6 poems, declared an offense against morality and decency, were condemned and censored, an official ban not revoked until 1949. These included Delphine and Hippolyte, Lesbos, and the Metamorphoses of the Vampire. Delphine and Hippolyte had diverse progeny during the next decade. Corbett's The Sleepers, 1866, is surely indebted to Baudelaire and Balzac. 2 women, blonde and brunette, lie nude and sensuously intertwined, broken pearls and hair comb cast about the mussed bed as erotic evidence of haste and tumult. The background is a heavy drape of dark blue velvet, ominous cloud of a Baudelairean night sky. 2 poetic redramatizations of Delphine and Hippolyte, Swinburne's Anactoria, in Poems and Ballads, 1866, and Verlaine's The Girlfriends, Scenes of Sapphic Love, 1867. The self-projections of both these poets were demonstrably masochistic. Proust's theory that Baudelaire's lesbian themes prove homosexuality would better fit the openly homosexual Verlaine. Proust, like everyone else, overlooks lesbianism's symbolic meaning in 19th-century nature theory. He has in fact transferred to Baudelaire his own homosexual use of sexual metathesis in remembrance of things past, the secret transformation of bewitching Alfred Agostinelli into the lesbian Albertine as a virtuoso act of late romantic imagination. Albertine, a mysterious prisoner of love descending from the girl with the golden eyes, did not slip into her new gender without arousing the skepticism of knowledgeable Parisians. 28. Baudelaire's prose contains a theory of the ideal male persona. The Painter of Modern Life, 1863, makes the dandy the epitome of personal style. Baudelaire is partly drawing on Barbey d'Aurevilly's essay on dandyism, 1845, which descends from Castiglione. Baudelaire calls dandyism a romantic cult of the self, arising from the burning need to create a personal originality. High romantic politics were populist and democratic, but late romantic ones are reactionary. Dandyism is a new kind of aristocracy, a haughty and exclusive sect resisting the rising tide of democracy, which invades and levels everything. 29. Late Romanticism is arrogantly elitist, a point that must be remembered. For Oscar Wilde, whose political views have been sentimentalized by modern admirers, Baudelaire loathes the new mass culture, which he identifies with mediocrity. He equally rejects reformers and do-gooders. Gautier says, Baudelaire abhorred philanthropists, progressists, utilitarians, humanitarians, utopists. 30. In other words, Baudelaire condemned Rousseauism in all its forms. Today, Rousseauism has so triumphed that the arts and the avant-garde are synonymous with liberalism, an error reinforced by literature. Teachers, with their humanist bias, I follow the decadents in trying to drive Rousseauist benevolence out of discourse on art and nature. The decadents satirized the liberal faith in progress with sizzling prophecies of catastrophe and cultural collapse. Baudelaire's dandy is an Apollonian androgyne, drawing a sharp line between himself and reality. The dandy, with aristocratic superiority of mind, aims for distinction above all things. Distinction is aboveness and apartness. The dandy's vocation is elegance, incarnating the Platonic idea of beauty in his own person. He is an artificial personality. The self, sculpted by imperious Apollonian contour, has become an object or objet d'art. In late Romanticism, the expansive high romantic self, ecstatically open to nature like Shelley with the west wind, undergoes hieratic sequestration. Baudelaire was the first artist to live as an aesthete, putting into practice what Poe only imagined. Sartre says Baudelaire turned the English dandy's virile athleticism into feminine coquettishness. 31 But Barbie already calls dandies the androgynes of history, belonging to an indecisive intellectual sex, combining grace with PowerPoint 3.2. There was nothing athletic in the languid Baudelaire, who had, says Gautier, a neck of feminine elegance and whiteness. 33 Gautier calls him a cat, that favorite animal of aesthetes. In Decadence, the cat too is a dandy, cold, elegant, and narcissistic, importing hierarchic Egyptian style into modern life. In Greek and Renaissance art, the Apollonian androgyne represented social order and public values. But Baudelaire's Apollonian dandy represents art divorced from society. No laws are recognized except aesthetic ones. Late Romantic personality is debilitated by its own absolutism. After Baudelaire's generation comes a sexual persona I call the depraved decadent aesthete, like the court hermaphrodite repellent for its narrow egotism. Baudelaire's languor, the fatigue of one cut off from nature, remains with the aesthete to the fin de siècle. We see it in Wilde's Lord Henry Wotton, with his opium-tainted cigarettes. But Wotton, robustly English, is immune to the occupational disease of the depraved aesthete, a neurasthenic sickliness covered by ghastly cosmetics. Examples are Huysmans des Esseintes, Mans Aschenbach, and Proust's Charles. In real life there were the Satanist Aleister Crowley and Count Robert de Montesquieu, model for des Esseintes and Charles. In our century, an international class of aging male homosexual conforms to this type, with epicene manners and aesthetic pretensions. The voice is waspish, the figure thin and fluttery. The pallid, puffy face seems boneless, like that of Miss Havisham, Dickens' rouged crone. Homosexual fashion has passed the type by in America, but he still flourishes in Latin countries. The dilettante aesthete is a decayed Apollonian androgyne. Another chapter of The Painter of Modern Life considers the female persona, for whom Baudelaire espouses extremism in cosmetics. In an inimitably French locution, he scornfully dismisses the idea that rouge should be used sparingly to enhance nature. Who would dare to assign to art the sterile function of imitating nature? Rousseau and Wordsworth shrink into their foxhole. Cosmetics are pure artifice, meant to hide nature's insulting blemishes and to create an abstract unity in the color and texture of the skin. The face is a mask, a canvas on which to paint. Cosmetics must seem unnatural, theatrical. Woman is an idol, obliged to appear magical and supernatural. All fashion is a sublime deformation of nature. 34 Actress Stéphane Audran in Les Bitches is for me the most stunning exemplar of Baudelairean cosmetics. As usual, Baudelaire makes woman into an objet de culte with a hard, metallic surface. To emphasize woman's surface is to deny her internal space, her murky womb world. The heavily rouged woman, in the 19th century a whore, gone with the wind's hot pink bell watling, is another symbol of Baudelairean sterility. Elsewhere Baudelaire says, woman is the opposite of the dandy. Therefore she must inspire horror. Woman is natural, that is to say, abominable. 35 Why horror? An oddly intense word in the context of the dandy. The answer is that the mineral flesh of Baudelaire's vampires restricts and confines nature's Chthonian liquidity. Woman is the dandy's opposite because she lacks spiritual contour and inhabits the procreative realm of fluids where objects dissolve. All art, as a cult of the autonomous object, is a flight from liquidity. The decadent swerve from sexual experience is identical with the decadent creation of a world of glittering art objects. Both are responses to the horror of the female liquid realm. The Baudelairean woman is mentally and physically impenetrable. The hideous bag of pus of metamorphoses of the vampire hardens to stone, into which the poet cannot be sucked. Baudelaire's pagan poems seal up female internality, the maw of rapacious nature. Joris Karl Huysmans' novel A Reborn, 1884, expands the decadent innovations of Balzac, Gautier, Poe, and Baudelaire. The title means, against nature, or against the grain. Des Esseintes, the epicene hero, is product of an incest-degenerated aristocratic line. Like Poe's Usher, romantic solipsism contracts to its ultimate decadent closure. Renouncing social relationships, Des Esseintes withdraws into the self-embowered world of his ornate mansion. Surrounded by curios and artworks, he is like a pharaoh entombed with his possessions. He is both priest and idol of his own cult. But his dream of perfect freedom is defeated by humiliating dependency on others, servants, doctors, dentists, horticulturists. A Reborn contains its own ironic self-deflation. Like Madame Bovary, it shows reality comically frustrating the lofty ideals of an author-identified protagonist. Des Esseintes wants life entirely artistic and artificial. But nature takes her revenge, tormenting him with toothache, nauseating him with his rare perfumes, disordering his delicacy-sated stomach. Unable to eat, Des Esseintes is fed by enema, the ultimate deviation from the norm, which he relishes as a happy affront against nature. What a slap in the face for old Mother Nature. 36. The novel ends with the ailing aesthete forced to return to society and nature. So the decadent enterprise fails. A Reborn is a novel without a plot, consistent with the romantic withdrawal from action. It is spiritual autobiography, recording a journey not through space but through modes of perception and experience. The chapters, containing few events, are meditations on things. Books, flowers, antiques. Persons are also things. Des Esseintes performs a botched Sedine experiment on a boy by trying to turn him into a criminal. Des Esseintes has the decadent sexual recessiveness. He trifles, with poor results, with two masculine women he hopes will give him a new sensation. Miss Urania, an American acrobat with boy's hair and arms of iron, is really an automaton, slow and witless. When her oscillating gender turns feminine, Des Esseintes drops her like a hot potato. Reality always falls short of imagination. Miss Urania is all muscle and no mystique. She exasperatingly refuses to take charge. Without Baudelairean sexual subordination, Des Esseintes is impotent, apparently like Huysmans himself. But potency belongs to the realm of vulgar acts. Decadent eroticism is perceptual or cerebral. Unlike Poe, Baudelaire, and Swinburne, Huysmans has no anima or projected female spirit. Even Roderick Usher is immured with a sister. Des Esseintes' lavish mansion may be Huysmans' attempt to construct a male house, a mental space excluding the female. But the repressed always returns with redoubled force. The aesthete's buried affect toward women produces the horrors of Chapter 8, a spectacular flight of imagination. Over 10 astonishing pages, woman appears in stages of increasing sexual clarity. It is Huysmans' metamorphosis of the vampire. The process begins as another exercise in decadent connoisseurship. Des Esseintes has been a collector of artificial flowers that look real, nature of course being inadequate. Nature, he used to say, has had her day. She has finally and utterly exhausted the patience of sensitive observers by the revolting uniformity of her landscapes and skyscapes. But Chapter 8 advances past this Baudelairean position into new decadent terrain. Tired of artificial flowers aping real ones, he wanted some natural flowers that would look like fakes. 37 He will force nature into art's frame. Des Esseintes inspects cartloads of hothouse specimens, lurid flowers of evil. There are caladiums with swollen, hairy stems, and huge heart-shaped leaves. Aurora borealis with leaves the color of raw meat. Echinopsis with ghastly pink blossoms, like the stumps of amputated limbs. Nidularium with sword-shaped petals and gaping flesh wounds. Cypripedium like a diseased, bent back human tongue in a medical text. Some flowers seem ravaged by syphilis or leprosy, others blistered by burns or pitted with ulcers. To make these monstrosities, nature borrows tints of rotting flesh and the hideous splendors of gangrene. Muses des Esseintes. It all comes down to syphilis in the end. 38. Huysmans' fantastic catalogue is a meditation on romantic nature. It is an anti-Rousseauist polemic, where not society but nature is shown as deeply corrupt. Organic life is an advanced disease, clotted with mutilations insulting beauty and form. We seem to be in a brand new genre, science fiction, transporting us to a Venusian jungle of half-animal-plant creatures. This is Huysmans' voyage to Cythera, Venus's Isle. Baudelaire's syphilitic hanged man is infected by Huysmans' noxious blooms, the ulcerated genitals of Mother Nature. Syphilis, which des Esseintes sees devastating every generation, since the beginning of the world, is like Poe's Red Death invading the prince's castle and annihilating humanity. The flowers are a Trojan horse, bringing deadly freight into des Esseintes' walled city. The demonic female of Chthonian nature, Adam in the primeval garden, falls asleep for the birth of woman. Exhausted, des Esseintes dreams a series of weird female androgynes. First a tall, thin woman in Prussian soldier's boots, then a haggard, sexless creature on horseback, her green skin studded with pustules. He recognizes her as the Pox, a female version of Poe's ghoulish masker. The dream shifts to a hideous mineral landscape, surely Baudelaire's rocky Cythera. Here des Esseintes has one of the most horrifying archetypal experiences in literature. Something stirs on the ground. An ashen-faced woman, naked but for a pair of green silk stockings. Nepenthe's pictures hang from her ears. Tints of boiled veal show in her flaring nostrils. As she calls to him, her eyes glow, her lips redden, and her nipples shine like two red peppers. He recoils in horror from her spotted skin, but the woman's eyes fascinated him, and he went slowly towards her, trying to dig his heels into the ground to hold himself back, and falling over deliberately, only to pick himself up again and go on. He was almost touching her when black amorphophali sprang up on every side and stabbed at her belly, which was rising and falling like a sea. He thrust them aside and pushed them back, utterly nauseated by the sight of these hot, firm stems twisting and turning between his fingers. Her arms reach toward him. He panics as her eyes turn a terrible, clear, cold blue. He made a superhuman effort to free himself from her embrace, but with an irresistible movement she clutched him and held him, and pale with horror, he saw the savage nidularium blossoming between her uplifted thighs, with its sword blades gaping open to expose the bloody depths. Just before he touches the plant's hideous fleshwound, he wakes up, choking with fear. Thank God, he sobbed, it was only a dream. 39. Thus chapter 8 ends, with des Esseintes having escaped, like Poe's hero in the Maelstrom, from a forcible return to female origins. Sucked into the womb of the rapacious All-Mother. The woman in green stockings is a syphilitic whore, like Blake's harlot. Her earrings of carnivorous plants symbolize her command over nature. The boiled veal of her nostrils is the fetid grossness of biology, to which the female always resummons the male. Her nipples are red peppers, because they scald the lips of every infant and perforate the chest of every man. Her eyes fascinate because she is the vampire hypnotizing by eye contact. de Essence is magnetically drawn to her even in his terror because she exerts Earth's malign gravitation, which we saw at work in Michelangelo. Amorphophallus is, incredibly, a real flowering plant of great height. The name means shapeless or misshapen penises. The black fronds springing up and stabbing at the woman's belly are her self-generated male organs, by which she pleasures and fecundates herself. Her belly, rising and falling like a sea, contracts in orgasm and labor. She is Baudelaire's parkside carcass billowing with maggots, the sword blades ringing her vulval, bloody depths. Reproduce mythology's vagina dentata. Female genitals perceived as a wound are a commonplace of psychoanalytic literature. That they can be a diseased flower we know from Blake's Sick Rose. Tennessee. Williams told Elizabeth Ashley about being taken to a brothel for his initiation into manhood. A prostitute forced him to look between her legs. All I could see was something that looked like a dying orchid. Consequently, I have never been comfortable either with orchids or women. 40 and a rebors, female genitalia are flower and wound, because this is the place where man is born and from which he must tear himself away. De Essence builds a palace of art against nature, but in his dreams nature comes to reclaim and devour him. Heisman's poisonous genital flowers are botanic androgynes, like Lewis Carroll's shrewish rose and tiger lily. Androgynous is actually a scientific term for plants with staminate and pistillate flowers in one cluster. The female vegetation of a rebors relates to some amazingly misogynist remarks Heisman's made about Degas' paintings of bathing women. He speaks of the humid horror of a body which no washing can purify. 41 Humid horror. Here is that inescapable connection I find between female physiology and the Chthonian liquid realm. Certain male celibates or homosexuals express their phobic attitude toward the female body in a nervous fastidiousness, a compulsive cleanliness manifested in small well-scrubbed hands, punctilious dress, and aridity of manner and speech. In the old days, such men were the petty tyrants of musty mid-level civic, bank, and library bureaucracies. The female, with her dark, dank inwardness, is visually unintelligible. Medusa's pubic head is the plant world of writhing stems and vines. She is artistic disorder, the breakdown of form. Liquidity plus vegetative overgrowth equals the Chthonian swamp of female nature. The male homosexual, the most active dissenter from female dominance, rebels against the marshy organicism of the female pudendum and the cushy softness of the female body, which he perceives as irresolution of silhouette. This is one reason why, in America, so many gay men are reed thin, while so many gay women are fat. When women stop trying to please the harsh male eye, the female body just drifts right back to oceanic nature. In a rebors, written by an idealizing celibate, the connoisseur de Essence creates a ritual cult of sharply defined objets d'art, because decadent aestheticism is the most comprehensive system of aversion to female nature devised by Western culture. Tennessee Williams's memory of his dramatic initiation confirms my Chthonian reading of Suddenly Last Summer. The play originally appeared with another in Garden District, 1958, a New Orleans place. Name that Williams makes a metaphor of rapacious nature. The brilliant movie of Suddenly Last Summer, 1960, directed by Joseph L. Mankiewicz with a screenplay by Gore Vidal, was a critical disaster. It shows Mother Nature as a Sadian and Darwinian vortex where the weak are devoured by the strong. In an incantatory scene of expressionistic horror, straining at the emotional limits of film, Katharine Hepburn as Violet Venable narrates the annual assault of birds of the Encantadas on newborn turtles as they race for the sea. Suddenly Last Summer as a rebors turned inside out. Instead of a Chthonian cubicle, Heisman's Horticultural Chapter 8, inside an aesthetic domain, there is an aesthetic cubicle inside a Chthonian domain. Williams's aesthetic cubicle is a votive shrine preserved by a despotic Mater Dolorosa in honor of her son, lover, the homosexual aesthete Sebastian Venable, who produced one perfect poem per year, in a fancy private edition worthy of des Esseintes. Wealthy mother and son were a famous couple, touring fashionable Europe. In the inseparable Violet and Sebastian, Williams sexually updates Shakespeare's hermaphrodite twins, Viola and Sebastian. Modernization here, as in Picasso, means a return to primitive archetype. Violet and Sebastian are the great mother and her ritually slain son. He is killed by a pack of predatory beggar boys, who hack and eat his flesh in ritual sparagmos. She cultivates insectivorous plants in a steaming jungle garden, which the play describes with language straight from a Rebor's point 42, the sinister garden as cinema's most potent evocation of the primeval swamp world, rivaled only by the dinosaur saga of Disney's Fantasia. Mankiewicz's film is sophisticated and learned. Hanging in the Sun's chamber as a Renaissance painting of Saint Sebastian, the bleeding beautiful boy. Sebastian Venable belongs to the tradition of homoerotic martyr, too, which Oscar Wilde contributed by taking the name Sebastian Melmoth after his release from prison. Des Esseintes' aesthetic ambition is to discriminate, to use Pater's word, everything and every experience. This scholarly process secures the identity of objects against nature. Ironically, in a Rebor's, discrimination collapses back into non-differentiation. All the aesthete's exotic fragrances begin to smell disgustingly alike. Language alone retains its decadent separateness. Gautier says, Imperial Late Latin was an ingenious, complex, learned style, which Baudelaire drew upon for inspiration. Since the 1400s, words in Racine's vocabulary are inadequate for complex modern ideas. 43 Hugo's Hernani, whose defense Gautier led, defied the Racinian canon with its eccentric locutions in the Shakespearean manner. A Rebor's culminates this movement to broaden the rationalist French language. Huysmans' rich, bizarre vocabulary is both antiquarian and futurist. Simon said he could describe the inside of a cow hanging in a butcher's shop as beautifully as if it were a casket of jewels. 44. The diversification of Huysmans' language as a psychic and therefore sexual self-development. A Rebor's has few characters, 4 words substitute for persons. Des Esseintes admires Imperial Latin because it was rotten through and hung like a decaying carcass, losing its limbs, oozing pus, barely keeping in the general corruption of its body. A few sound parts. 45 Language becomes Baudelaire's crucified corpse. I said the body in Spenser as a social integer. The paradigm in Baudelaire is the alienated body. Each poem is a corrupted object, a mirror of the self. Baudelaire made lyric a reliquary of decay. In Huysmans, with his glut of rare words, language generates dense new personae. A Rebor's, originally called Alone, is romantically self-contained, its linguistic energy invested in internal sexual differentiation. Its words are thronging multiples, spores of competitive identity. The whole, subdividing into fractious parts, makes love to itself. Two minor writers of the late 19th century also depict sexual personae in decadent enslavement and closure. In Venus, in Furs, 1870, Leopold von Sacher-Masoch, who gave his name to masochism, creates a theatrical world of female dominance. Like Baudelaire and Swinburne, Masoch hails the tyranny and cruelty that constitute woman's essence and her beauty. Severin, his hero, imposes a ritual role on Wanda, whom he drapes in furs and arms. With a whip, she is a sexual totem, bristling with symbols. Severin says, it is possible to love really only that which stands above us. 46. Here one clearly sees that masochism is not an illness but a hierarchical dream, a conceptual realignment of sexual orders. Eros, parodies or recapitulates the sacred because, as I suggested, sexuality, even at its most perverse, is implicitly religious. Sex as the ritual link between man and nature. Massac's obsession with furs is, in Freudian terms, a fetishistic longing for the mother's pubic hair. But Anthony Storr calls fetishism a triumph of human imagination. The fetishist's desire is moved from a sensation to an idea. 47 I view Massac's furs as Chthonian. Wanda casts them around Severin like Aeschylus. Female net, the harness of necessity, an image Massac actually cites. The furs are electric, like Zeus's thundercloud and Athena's aegis. Wanda is the cruel northern Venus in furs, half Chthonian, half Apollonian, fusing emotional and cultural opposites. The novel's imaginative center is a series of stunning cinematic stills of Wanda in Epiphany. She appears in glamorous hieratic attitudes blazing with light, an Apollonian icon in a private cult. Narrative halts as we contemplate the androgyne in the Apollonian mode, a work of visual art temporarily dominating its own text. Hierarchic assertions of tremendous force are needed to lock the aggressive Western eye into perceptual submission. The decadent is usually male, since decadence, literally a falling off, requires renunciation of a cultural burden, abandonment of a public persona or duty. Raychild, wife of Arthur Villette, founder of Le Mercure de France, produced a huge volume of work in her long life, but her most notorious book was Monsieur Venice, 1884, one of the oddest things ever written by a woman. George Sand had been granted the honorific Man of Letters, which Raychild took for her calling card. She was to be called Paris's androgyne of letters. In Venus in Furs, sadism is induced from a normal woman by a masochistic male. In Monsieur Venice, masochism is induced from a delicate male by a sadistic woman. The title alludes to both the soft youth, Jacques Silvert, and his lordly master-mistress, Raoul de Venerande, a corrupted matronymic, indicating her descent from Venus in the century of syphilis. Like Maupin, Raoul is an Amazon and expert fencer, but her desires are more sensual and perverse. She discovers Jacques, a maker of artificial flowers, exactly as cousin Betty unearths the feminine Polish sculptor. Raoul installs her acquisition in a luxurious boudoir, a love prison modeled on the girl with the golden eyes. She systematically eradicates Jacques' residual maleness. Adonis becomes an odalisque, his gender dissolving in the boudoir's shimmering liquid realm. Raoul indignantly denies she is lesbian. This vice, deliciously scandalous 50 years before, has already become banal, the crime of boarding school teachers and the fault of the prostitute. Like Gautier's D'Albert, Raoul craves the impossible. She wants to be in love like a man with a man. 48 The sole parallel I find is in an Olympia Press sex novel, where someone says of a butch lesbian, she was so queer she had finally come around to men, as a faggot. 49. Visiting Jacques, Raoul begins to wear male evening dress and refer to him as she. She forces various degradations on him. They were more and more united in a common thought, the destruction of their sex. The distance from Mademoiselle de Maupin is enormous. Maupin's quest for a man's freedom becomes Raoul's campaign to reduce a male to servitude, like Hercules under Omphale. Raoul seeks something transcendental from sex experience, but her technique is decadent enslavement. When Jacques begins to drift from control, she coolly arranges for his execution. Adonis, ritually slain, will be ritually mourned by his patron goddess. Monsieur Venus ends in a shocking spectacle of decadent closure. In a secret chamber, Raoul builds a shrine to her dead lover. A wax and rubber effigy lies in state on the bed. A Venus seashell. Hair, lashes, teeth, and nails are all real, torn from a corpse, as endorsed by Poe. In sometimes male, sometimes female dress, Raoul kisses the statue's mouth, which moves by a hidden spring. Decadent objectification, begun by the high romantic turn toward art, reaches its final grotesque point. A person has literally become a thing. The beautiful boy as Adonis, who enters the novel hung with garlands of satin roses, is turned into the androgyne as manufactured object, a frigid android. Raoul is like Balzac's Marquise, killing her lover in order to memorialize her. But the Marquise then leaves the boudoir behind. Raoul de Venerande, at the height of the decadence, walls up her sanctuary even more. Willfully, she remains alone, married to herself and a work of sexual sculpture. All other objects of the visible world, annihilated by their decadent profusion, have sunk to nothingness. 17. Romantic shadows. Emily Brontë. English Romanticism in the 19th century had two choices: Wordsworth or Coleridge. Their argument between benevolent and demonic nature is continued by Emily Brontë in Wuthering Heights, 1847. Romanticism's amorality and pagan power are concentrated in its Byronic hero, Heathcliff, product of a stunning sex change. Heathcliff is Emily Brontë, a woman who pressed at the limits of gender and, failing to find satisfaction in art, died. After epic, the social novel is the genre most hostile to the androgyne. But Wuthering Heights is not a social novel, like those of Jane Austen and George Eliot. It is a romantic prose poem, belonging like Hawthorne's eerie tales to the tradition of romance, which, as Northrop Frye says, radiates a glow of subjective intensity. 1. The covert subjectivity of Wuthering Heights produces its sexual ambiguities. In the novel's secret psychodrama, hermaphrodite Emily Brontë clashes with society, law, fate. Before arriving at Wuthering Heights, we must briefly consider the social novel. 19th century literature embraces ordinariness, the routine minutiae of daily life. The rise of the romantic objet d'art is paralleled by the social novel's documentation of objects, rare in 18th century fiction. Balzac opens Per Goriot with a slow, photographic inspection of a squalid rooming house. Character in the social novel, a child of Rousseau, is formed by environment. George Eliot says she seeks as full a vision of the medium in which a character moves as of the character itself. She records the hampering thread-like pressure of small social conditions and their frustrating complexity. 2. Context rivals character. The English, French, and Russian 19th century novel contains a Shakespearean profusion of personalities, each with a private code of speech and gesture, yet there are few androgynes. Why? A good example is Eliot's Middlemarch, 1871–72, which traps its characters in a web of interdependence. Chief victim is the intelligent, womanly heroine, Dorothea Brooke, because it is concerned with wholes, the interaction of groups and subgroups. The social novel subjects sexual personae to the discipline of limitation. Middlemarch bridles its two nascent androgynes, Rosamund Lydgate and Will Ladislaw. Frivolous Rosamund, saboteur of her husband's career, paralyzes by torpedo contact. Fr. Leavis sees in her narcissistic turn of the neck a sinister hint of the snake. 3. She is the archetypal fatal woman, but the social novel curbs and reduces her in scale. The fearful and barbarous become the shallow and silly. Eliot gives the vampire's psychopathic moral blankness clever new form. In poor Rosamund's mind there was not room enough for luxuries to look small in. 4. The vampire is half modern, half archaic, a bourgeois and dinosaur with the brain of a pea. Everyone agrees that Will Ladislaw, with whom Dorothea inexplicably falls in love, is, as Arnold Kettle puts it, Eliot's most glaring artistic failure. 5. My explanation. The flitting Ladislaw suffers from the social novel's antipathy to the androgyne. How has a Pole turned up in an English country town anyway? I think he is Balzac's effeminate Polish artist. the Chopin-inspired Wenceslas, whom potent Betty takes under her wing. Eliot tries to make Ladislaw charismatic. When he turned his head quickly, his hair seemed to shake out light. He has a preternatural quickness and glibness of speech, hardly the reliable style of solid Englishman. 6. Mercurial or puckish speed. Always diminishes the masculine. Ladislaw is a Shakespearean androgyne of verbal mobility, but the 19th century denies him his Renaissance authority. Ladislaw's aura of light winks feebly on and off because the social novel, in its devotion to the whole, opposes the hierarchically self-isolating charismatic personality. Note the way Tolstoy portrays Napoleon, one of the most charismatic men in history, as a small man with small hands and a small smile. By its reality principle of limitation, Middlemarch confines the androgynes, Rosamund and Ladislaw, to the diurnal and prosaic, truncating their effective power. Rosamund is a ninny and Ladislaw a flanner. Eliot says her heroine's pulses of emotion tremble off and are dispersed. Among hindrances, 7. Dispersion also rules dominant personae like the androgyne. The social novel's fictive energy, distributed throughout the minor characters and environment, is rarely concentrated in a node of high glamour. The frigidity of the Apollonian androgyne in a social novel is a social crime, for withholding of emotion frustrates community and compromise. Egoism is the androgyne's raison d'etre. Self-complete beings need no one and nothing. Jane Austen's Emma, 1816, illustrates the social novel's association of androgyny with selfish privatism. Edmund Wilson first pointed out the delicate touch of sexual ambivalence in the beautiful and witty Emma Woodhouse. She is relatively indifferent to men and inclined to infatuations with women. Marvin Mudrick says, Emma prefers the company of women, more particularly of women whom she can master and direct. This preference is intrinsic to her whole dominating and uncommitting personality. Andrew H. Wright speaks of Emma's supreme self-confidence and serene delusion, and Douglas Bush of her managerial vanity and arrogance. 8. Emma's autocracy and lesbian flirtation are a single phenomenon, a hermaphroditic hierarchism which the social novel cannot tolerate. Stuart M. Tave brilliantly says of Emma, what really defeats her, it seems, is the ordered form and truth of the plot which, from start to finish, meets her at every turn as it maintains its beautiful and inevitable course. 9. In other words, the novel itself, in its formal essence, rises up to check the pretensions of the charismatic personality, humanizing and normalizing it for marriage, foundation of the social order. There is a parallel with English Renaissance literature, where the Amazon sacrifices her androgyny for the public good. Emma, like Dorian Gray, enchants by a double-sexed charm, to which not all readers are susceptible. But it is the mysterious iridescence of Emma's half-repellent character that has evoked from commentators on the novel a body of criticism unusual in its fineness. Emma is a reactionary work of Augustan assumptions, and its heroine presides from a tribunal of privilege. Emma's well-bred aggression becomes crasser in Rebecca Sharp, the upwardly mobile adventuress of Thackeray's Vanity Fair, 1847–48. Becky has Emma's manipulativeness and cousin Bet's cold male will. Her masculine force of personality upstages the nominal heroine, placid, feminine Amelia Sedley. Nevertheless, Vanity Fair, as a social novel, maintains its opposition to glamour, which appears as an amoral hardness. Becky's rare visits to her neglected son Rawdon are in the radiant style of Apollonian Epiphany. She glitters with jewels and high fashion, superb, unearthly, unreachable. She bursts upon the eye, like Spenser's Belphoebe in the Forest, an episode based on another maternal epiphany, the appearance of Virgil's armed Venus to Aeneas. But now the assumptions are different. Thackeray laments, "Oh, thou poor lonely little benighted boy." Mother is the name for God in the lips and hearts of little children, and here was one who was worshipping a stone. 10 Stony Becky Sharp, self-sculpted by Sharp Apollonian contour, descends on her son as a goddess, a meteorite palladium. Becky's moral fault is her evasion of ordinariness, of simple homely emotion. The social novel differs from Renaissance and Romantic literature in its resistance to the mystically transcendent personality. Apollonian glamour always occurs at the expense of the ethical. We see this in Balzac's Dandy de Marsay, snubbing Lucian at the opera, or in Proust's Duchesse de Guermantes, turning her back on the dying swan to hurry to her carriage on the way to a dinner party, in that cruel and pivotal moment, modeled on a similar scene in Balzac, which is exactly midway through Remembrance of Things Past. The Apollonian hierarch is a narcissist, frozen in moral adolescence, hence Artemis and Belphoebe's boyish body type. Apollonian perfection and fixity are foreign to the social novel, which endorses a developmental model of personality. Developmentalism comes from Rousseau, dramatized in his autobiography. Personality, in the social novel, must be an evolutionary change, not the same thing as Dionysian metamorphosis. The high-energy Dionysian androgyne alters spontaneously, for no climax of maturation. Personality change in the social novel may come through petty, grinding humiliations, unlike the sudden turns of fortune's wheel, bringing down the hero of Renaissance drama. Renaissance personality as immanent. Similarly, romantic personality as primary and absolute, a flame of imagination lit by the gods. A Renaissance aristocrat has quality of blood, wondrously manifested in fine complexion, manner, and speech, even in a kidnapped prince reared in a hovel. In the social novel, an aristocrat is simply a social type. His is a chance supremacy, evolutionary and not innate. He is like a boulder left on a summit by a vanished glacier. The purer the social novel, the more negative it is to the androgyne, the greater the influx of romantic consciousness, as in Virginia Woolf, the greater the frequency of hermaphroditic personae. Dickens, for example, disagrees with George Eliot on several basic issues. His social structures are not educative, leading from self-involvement to community, but oppressive and labyrinthine, emotion-killing. His novels descend from Blake's protest poems on exploited chimney sweeps. The child is Dickens' ideal type, uncorrupted, as in Rousseau and Wordsworth, by civilization. His virtuous characters retain the unitary qualities of childhood: innocence, purity, simplicity. His veneration of the presexual child makes him receptive to male androgynes of benevolent eccentricity, like quirky Mr. Macabre, holy lunatics of untainted mind. Dickens' novels retain elements of the parable or morality play. Thus, when he turns to allegory, the androgyne immediately appears, as in the three sexless or sexually dual apparitions of A Christmas Carol. Androgynes are more common in the French novel, where they enjoy thematic centrality. The hero is usually a half-feminine ingenue, as in Stendhal's The Red and the Black, 1830, and The Charterhouse of Parma, 1839. Women are older or of higher rank, following Rousseau and Goethe. Stendhal's androgyny as adolescent malleability, or naivete, ripe for disillusion. His pretty phrases for Julien Sorel are adopted by Balzac for the girlish Eugène de Rastignac. A line of transmission is clear to Flaubert's The Sentimental Education, written 1843–45, where one feels the impact of decadent late Romanticism. Flaubert's Frédéric Moreau has a homoerotic intimacy and a perverse attraction to a Dianelike dominatrix, a woman in military dress. The culminating sexual debacle of Frédéric's flight from a brothel confirms Flaubert's definition of androgyny as arrested adolescence. The story goes full circle in returning the hero from his adventures among women to his primary but socially regressive union with a male friend. The French novel's adolescent androgyne is not the ideal persona of high romanticism. where sexual duality signifies imaginative range and power. Julian and Frederick have sensibility but not imagination. They achieve nothing permanent. They contemplate neither their own souls nor the great realities of nature and culture. Once again, the laws of the social novel consign hermaphroditism to a realm of limitation, where it represents only weakness and inefficacy, potentiality falling short of realization. The English social novel, mastered by so many women writers, is less concerned with the adolescent male as a character type and less indulgent toward his misapprehensions and disappointments. Stendhal's and Flaubert's self-projection into their unlucky heroes is tinged with satire, like Byron's ironic affection for his fresh-faced Don Juan. Flaubert said of the heroine of his best novel, 1857, Madame Bovary, c'est moi. She contains his spiritual struggles and sexual contradictions. Baudelaire felt a virile spirit, still present in this bizarre androgyne, who remains a man. 11. The motherless Emma sketches Minerva, a self-portrait, wears masculine accessories, dresses as a man at a ball. Gaston Bachelard says, the literary creation of a woman by a man or of a man by a woman are burning creations. 12. Madame Bovary carries Flaubert's adolescent romantic dreams. She is one of the social novel's great misinterpreters of reality, demanding life's slow, bland routine yield a fantasia of ecstasy and sensation. Reality, never excluded for long in this genre, must finally close about her. Anna Karenina, 1873–76, Tolstoy's version of Madame Bovary, pits another willful adulteress against social constraint. Emma's latent masculinity survives in Anna's severe black velvet ball dress and in the tendency of women to fall in love with, or lose their hearts, to her. 13 Society wins. The heroines are defeated. The suicides of Emma, Anna, and Virgil's Dido may function as an exorcistic divorce of the writer's adult male persona from the mesmerizing female persona of his inner life, a shadow of mother and memory. All these themes of sexual duality and deviance are gathered together in Émile Zola's Nana, 1880. Just as Becky Sharp is a brasher Emma Woodhouse, so is Nana a more perverse Bovary and Karenina. The sexual outlaw has graduated from adultery to prostitution. Nana is queen of Parisian courtesans. She is a Venus, an Amazon, a man-eater, a monster resting her feet on human skulls. Nana intensifies the ambivalences of the earlier 19th century heroines. She takes a jealous lesbian lover, picks up girls, and dons male disguise to visit brothels to watch scenes of debauchery to relieve her boredom. Zola imagines his great androgyne as the enemy of civilization. She is a force of nature, a ferment of destruction, unwittingly corrupting and disorganizing Paris between her snow-white thighs. He sees her dominating the city from the horizon of vice. 14 Nana has decadent elements from Baudelaire, Huysmans, and Moreau, but as a social novel it must redeem the social order from its enslavement to this titanic hermaphrodite, high priestess of Mother Nature. Like Saint Augustine, Zola condemns the Great Mother as the whore of Babylon. The book ends with a tour de force of decadent description, a nearly geological analysis of the loathsome face of Nana's corpse suppurating with smallpox, nature undoing its consummate creation. Thus even in the French novel, where 19th century society is banal and conformist, the androgyne is always disciplined for the social whole. Compare the vampire hierarchs of Nana and Christabel. Zola's voracious femme fatale is destroyed by the very archetypal forces she invokes, but Coleridge's malign Geraldine, a high romantic androgyne, gets out of her poem intact. In fact, when we part from the unfinished Christabel, Geraldine is still gaining in power, and nothing can check the late romantic vampires of Baudelaire and Huysmans in its negativity toward the archetypal female. The social novel agrees with epic Androgyny destabilizes the public structures of history. The first novels of Emily and Charlotte Brontë, published the same year, revived out of fashion Gothic style. They share rugged, brooding heroes and a wild atmosphere of mystery and gloom. But the books belong to different genres. Despite sex-reversing moments, Charlotte's Jane Eyre is a social novel governed by public principles of intelligibility. It records the worldly progress of an ingenue from childhood to maturity, culminating in marriage. Emily's Wuthering Heights, on the other hand, is high romantic, its sources of energy outside society and its sex and emotion incestuous and solipsistic. The two Brontë novels differ dramatically in their crossing lines of identification. Charlotte palpably projects herself into her underprivileged but finally triumphant heroine, while Emily leaps across the borderline of gender into her savage hero. Critics have disagreed about nearly everything in Wuthering Heights. The story is set in receding frames, pictures within pictures, darkening panes of relativity. Bronte's jump cuts from present to past were prophetic of later developments in the novel but irritated and confused many contemporary readers, who thought the book disorganized. Jane Eyre, in contrast, is content with traditional chronological narration. Are there psychological reasons for Emily Bronte's formal innovations? Wuthering Heights' central problem is the passionate attraction between Catherine Earnshaw and rough Heathcliff, with his half-civilized ferocity. 15. This celebrated love story contains curious gaps of sexual affect, which the popular audience has bridged on its own. Emotion as a flash flood of turbulence, glutting the personae with amoral energies. There is tremendous emphasis on cruelty, brutality, and violence, which few critics manage to integrate into a balanced view of the novel. Most ignore the subject altogether, since sadism is incompatible with academic humanitarianism. Q.D. Leavis, for example, admits the presence of a violent Leerworld in Wuthering Heights but dismisses it as due not to sadism or perversion in the novelist, but to the Shakespearean intention. 16. David Cecil thinks the fierceness and ruthlessness of Bronte's characters express the vitality of nature. Like the adherents of some primitive religion, we watch the earth god stiffen in the death of winter, rise with youth mysteriously renewed to blossom in the spring. 17. Nature does stand behind the novel, but it is nature as stormy masculine force, not as fertility or renewal. Dorothy Van Gent speaks of the impulse to destruction, and the inhuman excess of Heathcliff and Catherine's passion, an excess everywhere, present in language, in verbs and modifiers and metaphors that seethe with a brute fury. 18. Virginia Woolf says, there is love, but it is not the love of men and women. 19. Cecil calls Catherine's love sexless, as devoid of sensuality as the attraction that draws the tide to the moon, the steel to the magnet. Cecil's word, sexless, persists in commentary on the novel but has so many possible meanings that critics misunderstand one another. Catherine tells her puzzled housekeeper, Nellie Dean, that she will marry Edgar, not Heathcliff, because she and Heathcliff are too alike. He's more myself than I am. Nellie, I am Heathcliff. 20. Such love, arising from a sense of identity rather than difference, is beyond gender. The resemblances between Heathcliff and Catherine are literal. She is as violent and vengeful as he, a hoyden of fiery temper, who demands a whip as a gift. She is always attacking people and knocking them about. Catherine and Heathcliff suffer emotion as physical paroxysms. Both grind their teeth in fits of temper and dash their heads against hard objects. In one of her episodes of Maniac's Fury, Catherine tears up a pillow with her teeth, scattering feathers like a fox shaking a chicken. One of the novel's first sympathetic commentators, Emile Montegut, declares, he and she are, so to speak, but a single person. Together they form a hybrid monster, twin-sexed and twin-souled. He is the male soul of the monster, she the female. 21. The metaphor comes from French decadent late romanticism. A high romantic one might be better. Claire Rosenfield says, Cathy and Heathcliff are themselves exact doubles differing in sex alone. 22. This love affair as Emily Bronte's romantic coalescence of the doubles. As a sexual persona, Heathcliff is modeled on Byron N. Specifically on Byron's Manfred, tormented with love for his sister. Wuthering Heights' incest theme has been long recognized but only sporadically discussed. Catherine and the orphaned Heathcliff grow up in the intimacy of brother and sister. Heathcliff could even be Earnshaw's bastard son and hence Catherine's half-brother. But critics have gotten the incest theme backwards by rationalizing it without regard for its high romantic sources. Heathcliff and Catherine cannot marry, some claim, because of an implicit incest taboo. Yet as we have seen, incest is so indispensable to romantic consciousness that, even when a sibling does not exist, as in Shelley, he or she must be invented. Incest is not a danger to be shunned but a royal empowerment of imagination. Heathcliff and Catherine's love is inflamed, not checked by their fraternal twinship. Their love can be called sexless, since carnal intercourse is not desired. Romantic union is a conflation of soul images, mirrored self-love. In Manfred, genital contact is an error, a demeaning literalization. It is their mad striving for an impossible union which makes Heathcliff and Catherine's last meeting, on the day of her death, so astonishing a moment in fiction. The two embrace with wild, bruising convulsions. The scene is less love than ritual combat. H.J. Rose says the arousal of excitement in ancient ceremonies was to create magical energy or power. Heathcliff and Catherine are like the Orestia's brother and sister, rhythmically working themselves into a hyper-state of love-hate. Behind Emily Bronte's long thrilling scene I feel Shelley's fusion with his sister's spirit. At the climax of Epipsychidion, there the fictive siblings beat, burn, and boil in a mystic welter of water and fire. Shelley calls the poem an antenatal dream, regressing through history. But the Apollonian Epipsychidion swerves from the gross facts of primitive experience. It is Emily Bronte who completes the high romantic quest for incest. Wuthering Heights recreates the demonism of the primeval incest realm, hence the book's universal sadism. The cluttered family romance of Wuthering Heights is predicated on romantic history reversal. Eric Solomon correctly sees that Emily Bronte casts a vague incestuous aura over the whole story. Heathcliff marries his lost love's sister-in-law. His wife's son marries her brother's daughter. Cathy's daughter marries her brother's son. 23. Major criticism overlooks the novel's atmosphere of sexual claustrophobia. The vast turns of cathexis back upon itself from one generation to the next. The incestuous introversion is reinforced by repetition of names or echoes of names. Heathcliff, Hindley, Hareton, Linton. There is an elder and younger Catherine and an elder and younger Linton. Surname and first name. C.P. Sanger's oft reproduced genealogical chart, 1926, may mislead by implying there is a clarity of characterization in Wuthering Heights accessible to any diligent reader. Family identity is fluid in romantic literature. Hindley, Hareton, Linton. The rabbity names breed and slide into each other, helplessly retracting to an embryonic state. The generations do not really progress in Wuthering Heights. They are irresistibly called back to their origins, for in romantic sex and emotion, the future is only a misty emanation of the past. One of Wuthering Heights' most powerful achievements is its surging matrix of genetically homologous identities. Only the heart of the book is in psychosexual flux. The guardians of the narrative frame, pragmatic Nellie Dean and fatuous Lockwood, are sharply delineated characters. I gave the name allegorical repletion to this style of representation, which I see in Leonardo's The Virgin and Child, with St. Anne and Rossetti's Bower Meadow and Astarte Syriaca. Allegorical repletion is the filling up of fictive space with a single identity appearing simultaneously in different forms, juxtaposed like facets of a jewel. In allegorical repletion, a dominating personality is extended through psychological space. Heathcliff and Catherine seek sadomasochistic annihilation of their separate identities. Their desire to collapse into one another produces a gigantic spirit body in the text, preventing other family members from attaining normal size. A social novel progresses systematically toward character differentiation. The personae of Jane Eyre, for example, become increasingly distinct as they develop or reveal a secret past. But Wuthering Heights moves the other way. As a romantic work, it blurs even generational differences at its core, toward which personae and events sink back by centripetal compulsion. Heathcliff and Catherine's incestuous alliance does not, as might be expected, compete with a normal marriage. Wuthering Heights has a dark and a light hero, an unusual, male version, Fry observes, of the 19th century motif of dark and light heroines in Scott, Poe, Hawthorne, and Melville. 24 Femininity lingers in Edgar Linton. Swarthy Heathcliff's timid blonde rival. Edgar as the soft thing, with a sweet, soft-featured face, and, too graceful, a figure. 25 as a wife. Catherine as dominant, her will as law. Heathcliff and Catherine's hermaphrodite doubling is therefore opposed by Edgar in Catherine's hermaphrodite marriage, where sex roles are reversed. Wuthering Heights follows the psychosexual geography of Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra. Thrushcross Grange, the Linton estate, is like Caesar's Rome, a respectable world of static social personae. The Earnshaw's Wuthering Heights, like Cleopatra's Egypt, is a realm of raw natural energy and uncontrolled metamorphosis. Romantic heights are sublime, exalted, extreme. A grange is nature, managed, contained, agrarian, aptly symbolized by a crossing thrush. A pretty unpredatory bird. In Shakespeare, the hero must choose between two opposed worlds, but in Bronte it is the heroine. Returning from her stay at Thrushcross Grange, Catherine is the street reveler Cleopatra turned into sedate Octavia, instead of a wild, hatless little savage jumping into the house, and rushing to squeeze us all breathless. They're lighted from a handsome black pony, a very dignified person, with brown ringlets falling from the cover of a feathered beaver, and a long cloth habit which she was obliged to hold up with both hands that she might sail in. Her decorous new persona is gained at great loss of vitality. Emblem of the Grange is what Heathcliff calls the vacant blue eyes of the Lintons. 26 The Lintons are blonde sky gods representing, like Shakespeare's Caesar, a stolid, arid Apollonianism. Their eyes are vacant because blind to the dark, roiling realm of Heathcliff's Dionysian nature force. The Grange is sheltered from the storms that blast and flatten vegetation on the heights. This hostile landscape of bleak winds and bitter northern skies is the novel's master stroke. Winter at Wuthering Heights invades and surmounts summer. Here is Bronte's most significant departure from high romanticism, where nature, even at its most tumultuous, is usually an inexhaustible well of fertility. For her, nature is primarily force, not nurturance. She creates, in other words, a nature without a mother. Wuthering Heights systematically revises its romantic sources. It transfers Epipsychedion's incestuous meeting of twin souls from contemplative to active and from spiritual to material. Shelley's Amelia is a cloudy angel, or seraph of heaven, but Catherine, who identifies her love for Heathcliff with the eternal rocks, dreams happily of being expelled from heaven by the angels. Wuthering Heights as Epipsychedion with nature written in. Bronte treats Byron similarly, by rerouting him, or rather his famed persona of glamorous wool, more deeply in the natural. In Heathcliff there is now a direct passage between Byronism and natural power, for in Byron's poetry, nature serves largely as lyrical background. With his sharp cannibal teeth, and the expression of a vicious cur, Heathcliff stands at the border of the human. Birds build their nest near him, mistaking him for a piece of timber. 27 Bronte's sharpest correction is of Wordsworth. Wuthering Heights, written at the zenith of Victorian nature worship, envisions a cosmos of Coleridgean cruelty. Bronte barbarizes Wordsworth, transforming his serene, majestic testimony of moral cooperation between man and nature into a harsh prose ode heaving with subterranean disturbances. The novel is a sadomasochistic swirl of primitive noise and motion, the rending and tearing of Dionysian sparagmos, which is only made tolerable or even intelligible by the brilliant distancing device of the nesting narrative frames. Wuthering Heights is a catalogue of Chthonian horrors, each a Coleridgean affront to Wordsworthian benevolence. It is full of outbreaks of violence and lurid imaginings of death and torture. We witness or hear of whipping, slapping, thrashing, cuffing, wrenching, pinching, scratching, hair pulling, gouging, kicking, trampling, and the hanging of dogs. Hindley hopes his horse will kick out Heathcliff's brains. Catherine, bitten by a dog, would not cry out even if she had been spitted on the horns of a mad cow. Isabella shrieks, as if witches were running red-hot needles into her. Heathcliff ponders, flinging Joseph off the highest gable, and painting the house front with Hindley's blood. He throws a tureen of hot applesauce in Edgar's face. Hindley shoves a carving knife between Nellie's teeth and threatens to push it down her throat. Nellie fears Heathcliff smashing Hareton's skull on the steps. Heathcliff says of Edgar, "I'll crush his ribs in like a rotten hazelnut." The moment Catherine ceased loving Edgar, I would have torn his heart out, and drunk his blood. I have no pity, Heathcliff cries. The more the worms ride, the more I yearn to crush out their entrails. Isabella says Heathcliff is adept at pulling out the nerves with red-hot pincers. He seized her heart, pinched it to death, and flung it back to her. He hurls a dinner knife at her, cutting open her neck. Discovering Hindley's body, he says, flaying and scalping would not have wakened him. On and on, the reader may feel, with Catherine. 1,000 Smith's hammers are beating in my head. 28. Virtuosity of sadistic speech pours from all the characters, not just Heathcliff. Even affable Nellie Dean speaks this primitive language. The novel's sadistic eloquence ultimately belongs to Emily Bronte herself, who may have learned her cascading curses from raging Cleopatra. Sometimes the cruelty is quite subtle. When Catherine falls ill with fever, Mrs. Linton visits Wuthering Heights to nurse her, then insists on taking her to Thrushcross Grange to convalesce. Nellie recalls, but the poor dame had reason to repent of her kindness. She and her husband both took the fever, and died within a few days of each other. 29. The sudden exit of the elder Lintons always inspires me with admiring laughter. They die so fast we nearly hear their bodies hitting the floor, like Coleridge's sailors dropping to the deck. We are meant to notice Catherine's spoiled self-absorption, thoughtlessly leaving ruin in her wake, like Cleopatra veering off from Actium. But the two deaths also demonstrate the fatality of the liaison of Heathcliff and Catherine, who give off a kind of Chthonian miasma, infecting and devastating the social world. This is one of the blatantly anti-Wordsworthian moments in Wuthering Heights. The Lintons' generosity, hospitality, and humane emotion are harshly answered by Emily Bronte's nature as destroyer. It is the author as sniper, playfully cutting down her characters from an invisible height. She is Artemis Heckard, the far shooter, she who works from afar, from the least to the most obvious cruelty. Lockwood's terrible dream of Catherine's ghost. Oddly, it is rarely discussed, yet it is the psychologically most central thing in the novel, coming directly from Bronte's earliest inspiration. Rummaging through mildewed books at Wuthering Heights, Lockwood drifts off to sleep. He is disturbed by the rattling of a fir bough against the window. I must stop it, nevertheless, I muttered, knocking my knuckles through the glass, and stretching an arm out to seize the importunate branch, instead of which, my fingers closed on the fingers of a little ice-cold hand. The intense horror of nightmare came over me. I tried to draw back my arm, but the hand clung to it, and a most melancholy voice sobbed, "Let me in! Let me in! Who are you?" I asked, struggling, meanwhile, to disengage myself. "Catherine Linton," it replied shiveringly. Why did I think of Linton? I had read Earnshaw 20 times for Linton. I'm come home. I'd lost my way on the moor. As it spoke, I discerned, obscurely, a child's face looking through the window. Terror made me cruel, and, finding it useless to attempt shaking the creature off, I pulled its wrist on to the broken pane, and rubbed it to and fro till the blood ran down and soaked the bedclothes. Still it wailed, "Let me in," and maintained its tenacious gripe, almost maddening with fear. "How can I said at length. "Let me go, if you want me to let you in." The fingers relaxed. I snatched mine through the hole, hurriedly piled the books up in a pyramid against it, and stopped my ears to exclude the lamentable prayer. I seemed to keep them closed above a quarter of an hour, yet the instant I listened, again, there was the doleful cry moaning. "On! Be gone!" I shouted. "I'll never let you in, not if you beg for 20 years. It's 20 years, mourned the voice. 20 years, I've been a waif for 20 years. 30. The wrist rubbed on broken glass is one of the most frightful images in literature, for it involves the torture of a child. Coleridge Byronic. Emily Bronte is settling Wordsworth's hash by drafting the pedestrian Lockwood into this bloody pagan spectacle. She demonstrates the innateness of sadism. The dreamer's primitive instinct for self-preservation bursts through the mask of good manners and social custom. A man who would normally tenderly clasp or kiss a lady's hand tries to hack it off. The traveler Lockwood makes a Wordsworthian journey back to nature and finds himself in his own demonic heart of darkness, containing not compassion but barbarism. The scene has a wonderful dream logic. For example, the ghost's arm is a fir bough because wild Catherine has been reabsorbed into nature. Self-destructive in life, she is a speaking tree. From Dante's Wood of the Suicides. Lockwood therefore runs her wrist across jagged glass because he is sawing a branch. Why does Catherine appear as a child, yet give her married name of Linton? Mark Kincaid Weeks suggests, Cathy and Heathcliff are fixed in a mode of being forged in childhood. 31. Incest, I said, is regression through history back to nature. The spool of time is rewound. The ghost of the emotionally undeveloped Catherine takes prepubescent form and lingers at a window symbolizing the borderline between childhood and adulthood. A child's face looking through the window, Lockwood sees Catherine eternally reliving her last moment of perfect union with Heathcliff, as they peer into the Linton's window at plush Thrushcross Grange, after which she disappears into that world and comes back changed forever. Her daughter is also named Catherine Linton. Therefore the elder, Catherine, who dies in childbirth, is usurping the identity of her own child, like Poe's vampiristic Morella. Why does the ghost want to come in? Shrewd Emily Bronte anticipates her Victorian audience's misreading of this passage, into which it would project a Bacon and Dickensian pathos. The ghost must be a tattered orphan begging for shelter. But the sadistic passions of Wuthering Heights shake this humanitarian complacency. Lockwood understands the ghost's desire better even than modern readers. He later tells Heathcliff, if the little fiend had got in at the window, she probably would have strangled me. 32. Archaic religious ritual mollified the roving spirits of the dead. Ancestor worship is really ancestor propitiation, a warding off. A ghost wants to enter in order to drink the blood of the living. Catherine's ghost seizes Lockwood's hand to live again at his expense. Pugnacious Catherine Earnshaw, at the age assumed by her ghost, was never so defenseless and pitiable a child. Therefore we must conclude that the ghost has adopted a rusing persona, like Coleridge's vampire Geraldine, who pretends to faint in order to win entrance to Christabel's castle. Bronte's primal dream scene, with its blood-soaked bedclothes, is an exercise in Coleridgean seduction. Marriage to nature is once again rape and defloration. We, as much as Lockwood, are raped and lose our innocence here. Bronte revises every Wordsworthian assumption into demonic sex and violence. All this is true even if the ghost is a dream rather than a supernatural visitation, for Catherine has invaded Lockwood's mind, materializing herself in his dream life through Ligeia-like force of will. The books that Lockwood piles against her are the barrier of rationalism. But in Wuthering Heights, as in Emily Bronte's short life, demonic divination prevails. In Romanticism, we have seen the masculine as always qualified or impaired, a principle applying to Wuthering Heights for new and startling reasons. The difference between Heathcliff and Edgar first seems, in street terms, the difference between a real man and a sissy. But Heathcliff, a force of nature beginning with his craggy name, is strangely infertile. His marriage to Edgar's sister produces no vigorous offspring. Quite the opposite. The weak blood of the Lintons surmounts his, resulting in a pale, delicate, effeminate boy, feeble and sickly, more a lass than a lad. Heathcliff contemptuously rebukes his son. Thou art thy mother's child. Entirely. Where is my share in thee, puling chicken? 33. There is some impediment to the transmission of virile energy in Heathcliff. He is seminally vitiated. His power flows not into heterosexual generation, but into incestuous passion for his double. Sadomasochism cuts two ways, aggression moving out and in. Like Byron and Elvis Presley, Heathcliff suffers internal self-impairment. Appearances and reputation to the contrary. Heathcliff as a sexual persona is not conventionally masculine. Another law of Romanticism is that it is a mode of self-projection. Every romantic work is organized by a shadowy speculative persona, through whom the artist searches for a new alignment of nature and psyche. Popular sentiment would link Emily Bronte with Catherine Earnshaw, enamored of the dark, Byronic hero who is the author's wish fulfillment fantasy. Major criticism never indulges in such reveries, partly because of the textual absolutism of the now old new criticism, but the reluctance to ask biographical questions about Wuthering Heights produced the present impasse, with many moral and sexual issues unresolved. My theory is this: Heathcliff is one of the great hermaphrodite sexual personae of Romanticism, a dream representation of Emily Bronte as naturalized Byron. The Bronte Gothic novels intersect, for Charlotte retains her gender in her story while Emily, like Coleridge in Christabel, abandons hers. Much commentary advances the traditional but preposterous thesis that Heathcliff is modeled on Branwell Bronte, only male of 6 siblings at Haworth Parsonage. Walter L. Reed, for example, declares that there was some connection between Branwell and the figure of Heathcliff is evident. 34. But this has been a mistaken idea from the start. In terms of sexual personae, Branwell was the complete antithesis of the active, vehement, imperious Heathcliff. Physically stunted, self-indulgent, finally dying an opium addict, Branwell belonged to the category of dreamy, vacillating, degenerated manhood typified by the real-life Coleridge and by Poe's Usher. Branwell is a distracting superfluity to any discussion of the genesis of Wuthering Heights, for Emily Bronte herself, by overwhelming evidence, possessed all the masculinity necessary for the creation of her great hero. Charlotte Bronte calls her dead sister stronger than a man, simpler than a child. She had a secret power and fire that might have informed the brain and kindled the veins of a hero. Her temper was magnanimous, but warm and sudden, her spirit altogether unbending. 35 Elsewhere, Charlotte speaks of a certain harshness in her powerful and peculiar character. Branwell was barely 5 feet tall, while Emily was the tallest family member. Aside from her father, Haworth townsfolk said Emily was more like a boy than a girl. She looked loose and boyish when she slouched over the moors, whistling to her dogs, and taking long strides. The word masculine recurs in local memories of Emily. Her family nickname was the Major. Monsieur Heger, the Brussels professor, said she should have been a man. Charlotte said of George Eliot's lover, "Louis' face almost moves me to tears, it is so wonderfully like Emily's." But George Henry Lewis was called the ugliest man in England in a mushy, fictionalized biography, 1936, suggesting a connection between Emily and Heathcliff. Virginia Moore finds Emily's self-identification with men, even in the family gondol games, where her sister Anne chose feminine roles. 36. We are confronted here, as in the case of Emily Dickinson, with the paradox of a woman of romantic genius. We saw that the romantic poet, finding the Western male persona too limited, hermaphroditizes himself to seize the Delphic powers of feminine receptivity. But a female artist, sexually advantaged by birth, must extend her imperial reach in the other direction, toward the masculine. I noted that gigantism in a female artist is self-masculinizing. My examples are Wuthering Heights and Rosa Bonheur's vast painting Horse Fair, 1853. 55, which abolishes female internality in a surging tableau of hard animal dynamism. Heathcliff has Horse Fair's polemical muscularity. Charlotte Brontë calls Heathcliff colossal, for he is charged with an excess of sex-crossing aspiration. Two other great women writers, alluding to Wuthering Heights, independently think of the word gigantic. Emily Dickinson hails gigantic Emily Brontë, and Virginia Woolf says Bronte's gigantic ambition is to be felt throughout the novel. 37 Gigantism is overreaching, a fascist claim to universal power. Gigantism is the self-electrifying strategy of a woman defying the insulting dictatorship of gender. Heathcliff's seminal weakness betrays his transsexual origins. He is a woman with a man's energy but without a man's potency. By denying her Byronic hero a consummate virility, Emily Brontë shows that she sees through Lord Byron's seducer's mask and discerns his romantic hermaphroditism, an artist's intuition. Goethe and Balzac similarly show Byron as half-feminine Euphorion and bisexual Lord Dudley, progenitor of androgynes. Yet Byron's international reputation for grand machismo persisted until G. Wilson Knight's Modern Studies. Emily Bronte's romantic self-portrait as Byron is an example of my principle of sexual metathesis, an artistic sex change. Examples are Byron's transformation of choirboy John Edelston into Thyrza, Proust's of Alfred Agostinelli into Albertine, and Virginia Woolf's of Victoria Sackville West into Orlando. It would be vulgar to reduce sexual metathesis to fear of homosexual scandal. An ampler spiritual economy is at work. Sexual metathesis is a metaphysical advance, an expansion of identity through a mentally prolonged erotic sensation. The real-life original is like a sexual word translated into new imaginative language. The sexual metathesis operating in Wuthering Heights, like that in Coleridge's Christabel, is directed toward the self, rather than a charismatic other. It arises from the artist's desire to vivify and eternalize his or her essential but socially forbidden identity. Sackville West participated in both modes of sexual metathesis. In her novel Challenge, 1924, she is the hero Julian Davenant, the same persona she assumed to wander the Paris streets in male dress with her lover, Violet Trefusis. Wuthering Heights falls stylistically into two parts. John Berryman remarks, What you remember as the book is only the first half of the book. V.S. Pritchett calls the last part unevenly felt. 38. I think the novel suffers tremendous loss of intensity, and I see a parallel to Christabel and Orlando, which fall off in power because of what I call psychoiconicism. All three works are ruled by a fascination of personality, which crowds the narrative space and dwarfs the other personae. Orlando's fictive energy comes from Woolf imagining Victoria Sackville West as a man. When, halfway through, Orlando turns into a woman. That is, when Vita becomes simply herself, the life goes out of the book. We know from her diary that, after beginning in a feverish rapture of inspiration, Woolf lost interest in Orlando and had to struggle listlessly to complete it. 39 And frankly, the book's brilliant idea of a hermaphrodite time traveler embodying each great phase of English literature is poorly executed. It may have been Woolf's scorn for masculine intellectual history that crippled her and made what should have been the wittiest of her books into one of the most tedious. Hermaphroditic declension produces the weak second half of Wuthering Heights and Orlando. I found the pattern twice in Goethe's Wilhelm Meister. When the Amazon gains a social name, her glamour fades. When Mignon abandons male dress, she weakens and dies. Wuthering Heights declines with the diminution of Heathcliff's archetypal force. He becomes a naturalistic character, a country squire and tyrannical paterfamilias. He loses his aura of glamour, the uncanny scintillation of the author's identification. Emily Brontë has absented herself. She dutifully finishes the scheme she has designed. But it is like Vasari painting over Leonardo's battle mural. Wuthering Heights flattens into a social novel and leaves its lurid romantic irrationalism behind. Why the sudden reduction of scale and style? Emily Bronte's sexual metathesis into Heathcliff is inseparable from the incestuous twin theme. Heathcliff is conceived as one end of an erotic polarity. If Brontë enters her novel as a man, then her feeling for the vanished Catherine is homosexual. Moore points out that Emily left home for 3 months to study at a girls' school, then abruptly returned to write passionate love poems full of treachery and revenge. Moore suggests there could have been no opportunity at so sequestered a Victorian institution to fall in love with anyone except another girl. I find in many of Bronte's lyrics a delicate lesbian eroticism focusing on the night approach of angelic female spirits with long silken hair. There is persistent imagery of smoothness and softness, of enamored watching and hushed, eerie nearness. 40 Like Christina Rossetti's strange dream poem Goblin Market, 1862, with its embowered sister. Sensuality and lush, fruity dangers. Bronte's poetry may reflect a pre-modern sexual state, inflamed but celibate. Visionary nuns have lived in this exalted condition for 1,000 years. Emily Brontë seeks clairvoyance, not orgasm, a burning vapor of ghostly cathexis. Wuthering Heights' lapse in energy is virtually simultaneous with Catherine's death. As in Christabel, the second half quickens only when the erotic connection of the first half is reinvoked as memory. That the novel begins with such force is surely due to Catherine's spectral epiphany before terrified Lockwood. Heathcliff himself, throwing open the window and sobbing into the night, is denied this vision. If Heathcliff is Brontë, then Catherine is a woman from whom there has been an irrevocable separation. The mysterious inspirer of ardor at the girls' school is relatively inconsequential. That person was merely the shadow of another. Family romance shapes all our erotic lives, but for the romantic, family romance is artistic destiny. Haworth townsfolk said Emily and Anne were, like twins, inseparable companions, publicly intertwined. But the crucial sibling was Maria. Of the ghost's complaint that she has been a waif for 20 years. David Daches asks, is it relevant that Maria, the precocious eldest of the Brontë sisters who had taken over the guidance of her little brother and sisters on her mother's death when she was barely 8 years old, had died 20 years before Emily wrote this chapter? We know how the memory of this devoted elder sister, who had died at the age of 12, haunted both Emily and Charlotte Brontë, 41. Branwell claimed he heard Maria's voice crying outside the windows at night, but note this places Branwell in the position of simpering Lockwood, not Heathcliff, who frantically longs to hear the voice but cannot. We must believe, therefore, that Catherine contains some aspect of Maria, erotically transformed. In Wuthering Heights, Maria becomes the incestuous romantic sister spirit to Emily's male poetic genius. Byron's life and work are recreated. His homosexual liaisons and incest with his half-sister are fused in Bronte's submerged lesbian incest. Then Manfred, with its half-mad incestuous recluse mourning for a dead sister, is reproduced in Emily as Heathcliff convulsively mourning for Maria as Catherine. The sister's phantom makes a terrifying appearance in both Manfred and Wuthering Heights. Brontë even reimagines the cup upon whose brim Manfred hallucinates his sister's blood. For what is the jagged windowpane rubbing Catherine's wrist if not a bloody rim? Both grisly images suggest symbolic sexual injury. Maria is Emily's sacrificial muse, the muse or anima, the soul's repressed and projected feminine half, is she who comes from outside. Emily Brontë, stern, sudden, and austere, is masculine in relation to a hovering female fructification. The ghost tapping at the window, whether lost lesbian beloved or lamented late sister, is a girl who is a haunting memory, who presses at the portals of consciousness. Lockwood fears the ghost as a strangler, the root meaning of sphinx. The ghost is therefore a vampire spirit like lesbian Geraldine, who makes a night visit to Coleridge Christabel and seals her lips in silence. Love and fear, desire and hostility. Sexual metathesis as Bronte's self-healing pagan magic. Emily Brontë suffered 3 abandonments by women, each an echo of the others. First her mother, who died when Emily was 3. Next Maria, who died when Emily was 7. Finally, Miss X, the teen siren, who, if one can extrapolate from Emily's already fixed emotional pattern of loss, was probably a cool customer. The family romance of Haworth Parsonage was structured by ritualized sexual exchange. Unlike Wordsworth and Woolf, Emily Brontë did not respond to a mother's death with a compensatory Cybele myth of creative natural process. On the contrary, she strips Wordsworthian maternalism from nature because of her own alienation from the procreative, which she purges from her body through herself. Desexualization as Heathcliff. In other words, the nature without a mother in Wuthering Heights is a swerve from the self. The novel promulgates a nature cult without a goddess. Fraser says the high priest of Cybele drew blood from his arms as an offering to the goddess. Then the assisting priests, whirling about, with waggling heads and streaming hair, and, wrapped into a frenzy of excitement and insensible to pain, slashed their bodies with potsherds and knives, in order to bespatter the altar and the sacred tree with their flowing blood. 42. This resembles the slitting of the ghost's wrist, on pottery, like glass shards, and the splashes of blood about the bark of the tree, against which Heathcliff dashes his head. 43. Catherine and Heathcliff are self-maiming priests of a pagan cult of unmaternal, stormy nature. It strains credulity to suppose the ineffectual, weak-willed Branwell Brontë had any part in the formulation of this severe world-view, which was the product of Emily Bronte's uncompromising half-male imagination. Branwell's position in Haworth family romance was far less impressive. He was the spoiled baby and runt of the litter. If there was a symbiotic twin connection between him and Emily, it may have resided in her sense that she had somehow stolen her brother's masculinity, an embezzlement of funds from one account to another. In the same genetic bank, Emily caught cold at Branwell's funeral, refused rest and medical aid, and died shortly thereafter, a sequence suggesting a rite of guilt and atonement. Did she feel her supreme imaginative success had been at her brother's expense, that she had usurped his gender for her own amoral purposes? Her behavior is exactly like Heathcliff's when, to unite with Catherine beyond the grave, he wills his death by spurning food and sleep. Thus Emily Brontë merged with her mighty hero, taking his ascesis for her own. Her final days spoke her hostility to the body. In Epipsychidion, as in the Symposium, love's feverish battle is a quest for primeval unity. But Wuthering Heights, with its buffeting embraces, contains a more perverse psychodrama. The body as the basis of gender is an affront to imagination and emotion, which in Emily Brontë is homosexual. Tending, it is this body, an obscuring material veil, that is torn by the novel's sadomasochism. I submit that the formal innovations of Wuthering Heights came from Bronte's own displacements of identity. The mediation through two limited narrators and the shifts of time and point of view are layers of intercession between a real and fictive self. Bronte's apparent self-removal from Wuthering Heights conceals her enormous centrality to it, her projection into Heathcliff, produced by herself. Removal from gender. If Rousseau is the first to assign himself a sexual identity, Emily Brontë is the first to treat her sexual identity as an abstraction dwelling apart in another dimension of space and time. The brilliant narrative frame came into being because Brontë was so distantly self-regarding. Nellie Dean and Lockwood represent the social norm, contemplating Heathcliff with impatience or incomprehension. These lesser observers show Bronte's maturely measured sense of herself and her projected persona. She is in double relation to her hermaphrodite hero, in whom she is simultaneously present and absent. Wuthering Heights goads the reader with questions. Is Mr. Heathcliff a man? If so, is he mad? And if not, is he a devil? Is he a ghoul, or a vampire? These partial opinions have an eerie incandescence in sexual terms. I did not feel as if I were in the company of a creature of my own species. He's a lying fiend, a monster, and not a human being. He's only half a man, not so much. 44 Heathcliff, toward whom we are moved by these unjust exclamations, is a monster and not a man insofar as he is a woman transfigured into a hero. Coalescing with her romantic double, Emily Brontë died the year after Wuthering Heights was published and poorly received. Art was not enough. Like her romantic precursors, Brontë is not a social historian but the writer of one great poem, that is, one body of self-referential work. It is possible, therefore, that Wuthering Heights, because of its fully realized hermaphroditic interaction, would have had no sequel. Its extremism may have been career-ending. The novel's internal decline is Bronte's own. In the second half, the monumentality of Heathcliff, Catherine dwindles to a thin pale light, in which voices are heard as if from a distance. Romanticism is yielding to Victorianism, the pleasant, ordered present in which Emily Brontë refuses to dwell, extending and revising high romanticism. She follows Byron, Shelley, and Keats in electing to die young, at the height of imagination. 18. Romantic shadows. Swinburne and Pater. In Swinburne's poetry, the paganism of Romanticism becomes totally overt. Swinburne creates English late Romanticism by using French decadence to reinforce Coleridge against Wordsworth. An admirer of Chaudet, Gautier, and Baudelaire, Swinburne restored to English literature the sexual frankness it lost after the 18th century. Though he had enormous influence on English literature, he has virtually disappeared from the curriculum. Even Victorian poetry courses tend to exclude his most lurid and, to me, most central poems. But Baudelaire too is censored in French classes. In American colleges, the reason is that there is no accepted theory of decadent art, a gap I am trying to fill. The revolt against Swinburne after the fall of Wilde was part of the modernist defection from classical tradition, which T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land wrongly shows. In Disarray, Swinburne demonstrates the great continuity of Western culture, that brazen union of pagan antiquity with imperial Hollywood. Swinburne is a Hollywood poet. His pagan sexual personae, Dolores and Faustine, are blazing projections of decadent cinematics. Through his voice, the sensational female superstar dominates space and time. Swinburne was a decadent but not an aesthete. Unkempt and disheveled, he had no taste whatever in the major or minor arts. The first English aesthete was Walter Pater, whose publishing career began a year after Swinburne's scandalous poems and ballads, 1866. Swinburne prepared the way for Pater in two ways. First, Swinburne's poetry dissolves the Saxon solidity of English syntax by decadent moral suspension and French linearity, that glossy accentless flow, which Baudelaire makes a sinister murmur of entrancement. Second, Swinburne's late romantic imagery demonizes Shelley into a degenerate classicism. In other words, Swinburne uses Coleridge to corrupt Shelley. Swinburne's paganism is Hellenistic and neo-primitive. It is not the radiant idealism Shelley takes from Apollonian Athens. French late Romanticism, I said, is predicated on worship of objets d'art, thanks to the pioneering Gautier's transfer of perceptual relations from the visual to the sexual realm. English decadence is less concerned with objects than with style, the self-consciously beautiful mode of discourse of an epicene male persona. Swinburne sets Baudelaire's decadent vampires in Sade's violent nature. Swinburne's world surges with natural power, because English high culture was and is incapable of continental contempt for nature. Even when defining it as negative and destructive, the English artist, unlike the French, opens himself to nature, a pattern we see in Coleridge, Emily Brontë, and Swinburne. Swinburne's poetry demolishes Victorian society and plants matriarchy amid patriarchy. Swinburne is a female monarchist. The title of his first published work, The Queen Mother, 1861, boldly fuses sex and hierarchy. Recreating the archaic mother religions, Swinburne sweeps Christianity away, as Coleridge did in Christabel. Now earth cult is given a new liturgy and body of prayer. Hence Swinburne's peculiar, incantatory style, parodied from the moment it appeared. I would defend that style, admired by so many young Englishmen, by arguing that in Swinburne the ritual origins of art are recovered and restored. Swinburne's poetry shows paganism as it really was, not idleness and frolic but a severe code of ritual limitation, curbing the dangerous demonism of sex and nature. Dolores, long and serpent-shot, demonstrates the cultic character of Swinburne's poetry and its magnetic orientation toward female power. The poem begins. Cold eyelids that hide like a jewel, hard eyes that grow soft for an hour, the heavy white limbs, and the cruel, red mouth like a venomous flower. Cold, hard jewel eyes. Dolores is Baudelaire's mineral and reptilian vampire. She is ritualistically visualized by the decadent catalogue, that atomizing style Gautier invented in A Night with Cleopatra. The erotic object disintegrates into parts. Dolores' heavy white limbs float surreally into view between eyes and red mouth, as if she were a broken statue. We are in a dead city, a forest of fallen columns, overrun by lizards and poison poppies. This opening sequence of cold, luminous images recalls Shelley's epipsychidian aggression of the poet's eye leads to dissolution of the object and emotional dissociation of the perceiver. O mystic and somber Dolores, Our Lady of Pain, this blasphemous epithet ends stanza after stanza. In form, Dolores is surely inspired by Baudelaire's Litanies of Satan. Like Baudelaire, Swinburne appeals to hell rather than heaven, but his goal is more radical. He removes himself from the Christian world altogether by invoking an omnipotent goddess. Like Aubrey Beardsley's Swinburnian Saint Rose of Lima. Dolores demonizes the Virgin Mary, dispatching her into the past to meet her ancient precursors, from whom sexuality was not yet divorced. Before American Catholicism snobbishly purged itself of ethnic traces, one of its splendors was the evening devotion and litany of the Blessed Mother. As the priest intoned each line in the dusky church, the congregation answered with the muttered phrase, "Pray for us," a rumbling antiphony of gloomy majesty. In this hypnotic night ritual, one heard the buried, pagan voice of Italian Catholicism. Dolores systematically inverts the sacred epithets, creating an anti-Mary, as Baudelaire's Satan is Antichrist. Dolores is the whore of Babylon. O garden where all men may dwell, O tower not of ivory, but builded by hands that reach heaven from hell. O mystical rose of the mire, medieval Mary, the chaste walled garden, becomes the plundered bower of an urban brothel. Dolores is the arrogant tower, a self-made colossus rising from primeval mud to tear down heaven's gate. In Swinburne as in Baudelaire, sex is not pleasure but torment. The Christian Madonna is a Mater Dolorosa because she grieves for her martyred son. But Swinburne's fierce and luxurious Dolores is Our Lady of Pain not because she suffers but because she brings suffering to male victims. She is Our Lady of Torture, whose prophet, preacher, and poet is the Marquis de Sade, the mild, merciful Virgin. The intercessor God cannot refuse, disappears into the great mother of the savage animal world. Dolores is my sister, my spouse, and my mother. Swinburne revises Shelley, steering him from Apollonian to Chthonian by adding the mother to the incest romance. Swinburne's great mother, an incestuous triad or matriarchal trinity, is no longer fecund. The splendid and sterile Dolores enjoys barren delights, things monstrous and fruitless, like Sade's murderess Mother Nature and Baudelaire's stony idols. Swinburne's Dolores frustrates the procreative, her solipsistic sensuality turning phenomena back upon themselves. Dolores is vaster in scale than Baudelaire's vampire poems. Dolores is transtemporal. She is an eternal principle of evil and disorder, defiling history. Her power over the historical comes from Swinburne's malice toward high Victorian culture, with its imposing Roman synthesis of intellect and imperialism. The poem's last half is a brilliant exercise in sexual syncretism, the favorite backwash of late phases of culture. Swinburne identifies Dolores with rulers and gods, male and female, from ancient chronicles. She is wrathful Jehovah, scourging mankind. She is Nero, lighting his garden with live Christian torches. She is Cybele, Astarte, Cotydo, Aphrodite, Venus. Dolores is like Isis, of whom Fraser says, her attributes and epithets were so numerous that in the hieroglyphics she is called the many named, the thousand named, and in Greek inscriptions, the myriad named. One Swinburne's thousand-named Dolores is a demonic, cosmic woman, trampling male history beneath her feet. Her metamorphic identity seeps inexorably into place, mind, and word, contaminating both language and action. Faustine is another dark litany. In his defense of poems and ballads, Swinburne says Faustine records the transmigration of a single soul, doomed as though by accident from the first to all evil and no good, through many ages and forms, but clad always in the same type of fleshly beauty. 2. Faustine is the vampire who cannot die, and her poem has an insomniac obsessiveness. She is a queen whose kingdom ebbs and shifts each week. She has bright heavy brows, white gloss and sheen, wine and poison, milk and blood mix in her lips. Ever since the devil threw dice with God for her, she loves games where men die, as though the slain man's blood and breath revived Faustine. She vacations in late Rome, all round the foul fat furrows reaped, where blood sank in, the circus splashed and seethed and shrieked, all round Faustine. Faustine as the goddess Fortuna gambling with dead men's bones. She rules flux and change because she is an early version of Swinburne's Ocean Mother. Like all his decadent centerfolds, she is not nymph but dowager, a belle dame sans merci of ripe midlife heft. Her brow weighs like a thundercloud, bulging with omniscience. Venom runs in her veins. Under her regime, love and death are gaping hungry mouths. Faustine as nature's womb and tomb, the playground of sex war. Nets caught the pike, pikes tore the net. Mothers, sons, and lovers clash like gladiators, their mismatched genitals the tools of shredding and capture. Faustine as Swinburne's Mask of the Red Death. Man's life drains with every breath, leaking from every pore. The earth as a sandpit of carnage, drinking up human blood to fertilize the insatiable All-Mother. Like Dolores, Faustine as another Nero, a jaded fate turning thumbs down on man for her own amusement. Death in the afternoon as the queen. Mother's high tea. The name Faustine, closing each stanza, is repeated 41 times, a malignant refrain. Swinburne's speaker as a late romantic. Imprisoned consciousness. The poem shows thought perpetually circling back to one sexual focal point. Each stanza is a paradigm of decadence, a decline or falling away, for the lines rise up only to fall back with fatigue, like Sisyphus in his no-win labors. Language is a burden taken up and dropped again and again. All things return, mechanically, compulsively to one female center, primary end. Corrupt. Faustine as a mass of female matter blocking the movement of mind, so that each stanza is an irrevocable nostos, a forced march. Coming home. Carol's Alice repeatedly tries to strike out through the garden, only to have the path seem to shake itself and fling her back toward the house. In Faustine, a monstrous apparition awaits us at the door. Mario Praz says of Swinburne's women, they have a good deal of the idol about them, in fact of the epsilon dolon, the phantom of the mind rather than of the real human being. 3. In Faustine, mind too as a phantom, subdued and vaporized by the brute obduracy of the mother stuff, the muddy morass from which all life has sprung. Faustine is the most incantatory of Swinburne's poems and, therefore, the most overtly ritualistic. The lines are short and the meter harsh and relentless. Faustine provides a stylistic rationale for Swinburne's notorious and oft-derided alliterations. The most famous is from Dolores. The lilies and languors of virtue, for the raptures and roses of vice. Swinburne's alliterations dramatize his repetition, compulsion, by which he constructs a vast world of female force. In Faustine, a terrible and uncanny poem, poetry returns to its origins in religious ritual. Few things in literature provide so intense a replication of primitive experience. Modern readers, eyeing Faustine's somewhat sleazy locutions, may doubt this, until we try to read the poem aloud. The 41 thudding returns of Faustine are literally unbearable. Even Poe's Ligeia returns only once. Swinburne's vampires inherit the promiscuous lesbianism of Baudelaire's Jean Duval, all the more atrocious for an English audience unprepared for such aberrations by a Balzac or Gautier. The women's plural sexuality comes from their multiple identities, flooding history. Dolores has lesbian adventures in Greek shadows of sexual ambiguity. Stray breaths of sapphic song blow through Faustine, shaking her fierce quivering blood. She seeks sterile growths of sexless root or epicene, kisses without fruit of love. She is a thing that hinges hold, a love machine with clockwork joints of supple gold. Homosexual Faustine is drawn to lesbianism for its Baudelairean sterility, by which nature is self-devastated. Swinburne transforms sapphism into the inorganic, a necrophiliac compost heap. Faustine as love machine is another androgyne as 19th century manufactured object, like Shelley's hermaphrodite. Faustine's tyrannically mechanical meter is therefore form's response to content. The poem itself is an automaton driven by a robot-like female despot. Faustine as Faust, Mephistopheles, and Homunculus all in one, a barren bone mill whirring with demonic internal transactions. Dolores and Faustine are titanic projections of female hierarchic authority. Swinburne's few transient males merely illustrate a sensual, embowered passivity, a typical sex reversal from Dolores. O lips full of lust and of laughter, curled snakes that are fed from my breast. Bite hard, lest remembrance come after, and press with new lips. Where you pressed, in a grisly mannerist metaphor, Dolores cruelly, laughing lips are curled snakes, disconnected from her face by decadent fission. The snake lips are attacking a male breast. Swinburne as the doomed Cleopatra, subject of another poem, giving suck to her asps, phallically generated by potent Dolores. The passage may be a perverse demonization of Keats's remark about the heart as the teat from which the mind or intelligence sucks its identity. Swinburne becomes the Tiresias androgyne, a nurturant male. He assumes the great mother's parturient powers where she has abandoned them, but his nursling is a vampire, draining blood rather than milk. Male breasts are eternally dry, an archetypal curse. Man is no muse. Swinburne emulates Kleist's Achilles, whose breasts are gnawed by the Amazon and her dogs. The victim invites Dolores' abuse in order to sink into oblivion. Sexual pain as a ritual to drive off the mental conscience as merely an aspiring leech. Swinburne evades both Christian guilt and romantic self-consciousness by a historical detour, surrender to the primeval dominatrix. In Laus Veneris, Praise of Venus, Swinburne's version of the Tannhauser legend, the sexual world is female terrain where man lies chained. Tannhauser is imprisoned in Venus's bower, both the garden of Mother Nature and the genital womb world of every female. Men are many and dispensable. Their blood runs round the roots of time. Like rain, she casts them forth and gathers them again, with nerve and bone she weaves and multiplies, exceeding pleasure out of extreme pain. The hero finds wound round his neck, the hands that stifle and the hair that stings. Medusan Venus has hissing serpent hair. She sheds her lover's blood to irrigate the seasons. Like Cadmus, sowing dragon's teeth, she plants her victims' corpses and harvests fresh crops of men. Like the Fates or Homeric sorceresses, she weaves at a mysterious loom the pregnant female body. Binding Adonis by a chain of flesh and blood, she divides him, vein by vein. Spenser's boyish demigod becomes Blake's prisoner humanity of the mental traveler, dissected by the maternal sadist condemning him to sexual life. Swinburne's frequent word, divide, suggests life as torn by warring contraries, united only by death. Demonic, Bloom notes, descends from the Greek *diane, meaning to divide or distribute. Point 4. Thus Swinburne's world of demonic female power is predicated on male division, a black marriage of heaven and hell. Stanza after stanza, Laus Veneris depicts humiliating sexual compulsion. The male, in moral darkness, moves outward with infant blind lips, eroticizing Milton's blind mouths into a sexual trap. Like Poe's sailor in a descent into the maelstrom, he is reabsorbed into a churning female matrix. Swinburne studiously gathers for his poetry all the iconography of classic femmes fatales. He arms his vicious personae with every biological weapon. Venus is a sexual aggressor. Yea, she laid hold upon me, and her mouth clove unto mine as soul to body doth. The succubus as demiurge, mother, bride, and muse. The hero says, I dare not always touch her, lest the kiss leave my lips charred. The poet making poetry as the maiden Semele, in a trance of Blaken love fear, while Venus is a golden idol burning with supernatural fire. The profane is sacred. Swinburne's reputation was made by the verse play Atalanta in Calydon. A year before Poems and Ballads, it displays his signature cast of sexual personae, all androgynes. There is Atalanta, the Amazon runner. Althea, a vengeful omnipotent mother, and her son, Meleager, in whom action melts into erotic passivity. Meleager is scissored between lines of female force. Atalanta in Calydon has a cruciform pattern, with man the scapegoat. Will is in decline. The Greek hero can no longer defeat the Sphinx. Atalanta in Calydon cascades with magnificent archetypal imagery. Love as storm and strife. Season devours season. Earth turns to ocean. There is little characterization. Everyone speaks the same Swinburnian language. Character is forged through opposition. The clash of sexual personae. The play is decadent family romance. Atalanta in Calydon combines Chthonian intuition with Greek visionary aestheticism. The play is more authentically Greek in phrase and feeling than the Fitzgerald translations of Homer now enshrined as standard texts in American universities. Swinburne uses the Meleager legend to revise Aeschylus. Atalanta in Calydon is the Orestia recast in late Romantic terms, with Apollo replaced by his twin sister. In his study of Greek cults, Farnell says, Atalanta is Artemis under another name. 5. Althea combines Clytemnestra and Furies. Now Orestes loses. The tormented son, Meleager, is destroyed by an impossible choice between mother and lover. Woman smothers all options. Fatherhood does not exist. In Swinburne's Orestia, Apollonian and Chthonian war, but neither gains the upper hand. Apollonian Atalanta's first words are, sun, and clear light among green hills. Sky cult and earth cult joust for power, with man as the prize. But after the game, the gods simply go back to their pleasures. Atalanta was celebrated for her swiftness or masculine mobility. Swinburne's version of her legend is inspired by Ovid but influenced by Spenser. Arcadian Atalanta, snowy-souled, is frosty with Apollonian chastity. Artemis' favorite, she rejects spouse and children, and haughtily affirms her own forest holiness, fame, and this armed and iron maidenhood. Atalanta is Spenser's huntress, Belphoebe, who flees all touch. Meleager, fascinated by Atalanta's androgyny, calls her most fair and fearful, feminine, a god. Faultless, the chorus sees Atalanta as a maiden clean, pure iron, fashioned for a sword, and man, she loves not. Atalanta invades the male horde and makes division. At the hunt, Meleager's uncle insults him. Why, if she ride among us for a man, sit thou for her in spin. Anatomy and destiny change hands. Woman will row, while man sits bound by self-spun cords. Meleager becomes Spenser's transvestite arteagle, doing woman's work in the Amazon household. Woman's advance means man's regression. Meleager's mother denounces Atalanta in social terms, a woman armed makes war upon herself, unwomanlike, and treads down use and want. But this is camouflage in sex war. Althea's resentments are deeper. For her, motherhood is possession, and possession is 10/10 of the law. Later, she concedes Atalanta's sexual uncanniness, calling her, she the strange woman, she the flower, the sword, red from spilt blood, a mortal flower to men, adorable, detestable. These vivid images are partly self-projections from Althea's own Chthonian nature. Atalanta is flower and sword, the angel blocking the way to the garden. The genital duality of flower, sword recalls transvestite Rosalind, who is both rose and prick. Althea reshapes Atalanta in her own image, a carnivorous flower like Heisman's bloody vaginal blooms. Thus Atalanta in Calydon subordinates its hero to Apollonian and Chthonian androgynes, cornering him in a sexual cul-de-sac. Neither earth cult nor sky cult spares the supplicant. In Greek legend, Meleager's mother guards his life term, magically residing in a brand plucked from the fire. Swinburne makes the brand man's helpless sexual nature, burning but numbed. Hercules' phallic club is a toy in woman's hands. The fates gave Althea control over the brand. She declares, "The gods are many about me. I am one. Motherhood and Godhead are in league, a cosmic conspiracy." When Althea bitterly rebukes him for loving someone other than her, Meleager laments the ambivalence of the mother relation. For there is nothing terribler to men than the sweet face of mothers, and the might. Love as the mask, power as the reality. The mother is met at every turn of life's path, multiplied in 100 hidden forms. When she kills her son by flinging the brand into the fire, Althea makes an audacious proclamation of maternal priority. "Fate has made mine forever. He is my son, my bedfellow, my brother. You strong gods, give place unto me. I am as any of you, to give life and to take life. Thou, old earth, that has made man and unmade, thou whose mouth looks red from the eaten fruits of thine own womb. Behold me with what lips upon what food I feed and fill my body, even with flesh made of my body." The speech vibrates with biblical and classical allusions. The mother gathers into herself the whole of cultural history. Like Clytemnestra, slaughtering Agamemnon for sacrificing their daughter, Althea insists all legal and moral rights must yield to maternity. In Swinburne, husband and child are one, marked for death. Romantic incest collapses human relationships into primeval unity. Family romance is destiny. Althea claims, as a mother, that she is greater than the gods. We are back in Aeschylus, where the Eumenides opens with the oracle reciting the successive owners of Delphi, from ancient Earth, Ge, to the upstart Olympians. In Swinburne, Earth, with whom Althea allies herself, returns to drive away Apollo and retake control. Earth as Sidene nature, her mouth red from feasting on her own children. One of the most frightful images in 19th century poetry. She is Goya's parental titan, mutilating her prey. Althea impudently fuses Eucharist with Thyestean banquet. She repossesses the body of her beloved son, whom she cooks and consumes in the cauldron of her womb. The family of man is a house of Atreus where all communing is a bloody Last Supper. The climax of Atalanta in Calydon is a spectacle of Greek lamentation and ritual exhibitionism. Meleager is carried on stage and just lies there, expiring. Perfunctory in the original myth, the scene is amazingly protracted. Though Swinburne calls his play a tragedy, Aristotle's Pity and Terror are romantically revised. All affect is so imperiously internalized by the dying hero that the audience is left high and dry. Atalanta in Calydon ends in a mass pietà, with Christ still talking. As in Wordsworth's melancholy story poems, Swinburne's secret script is the ecstasy of the male heroine, a central romantic androgyne. Martyred Meleager is at exquisite stage center, rimmed by that erotic ring of eyes first appearing in Coleridge's Ancient Mariner. Like Goethe's Werther, Swinburne daydreams his pathetic death, a displaced sex act or necrophiliac self-wounding. Late romantic vision stains its own white radiance. In Atalanta in Calydon, dramatic and sexual climax coincide with the male in radical recession. I suspect Walt Whitman's influence on Swinburne here. The finale of Atalanta in Calydon parallels an interlude in Song of Myself where Whitman casts himself as the male heroine. I am the mashed fireman, with breastbone broken, tumbling walls buried me in their debris. The victim hears his comrades' shouts and the distant click of their picks and shovels. They tenderly lift me forth. Now he lies in the hushed night air. White and beautiful are the faces around me. The heads are bared of their fire caps. The kneeling crowd fades with the light of the torches. 33. Body annihilated but senses sharp. The male heroine is the dramatic focus of a public arena, part theater, part church. He is handled by reverent attendants and knelt to by a silent crowd. The gaze of beautiful male faces brings a tingling arousal. The male heroine is a self-made fallen idol of pagan flaunting. Whitman's eroticism requires the nearness of those manly firemen, half grave diggers, half midwives, who canonize the martyr by labors. Both heroic and delicate, but Swinburne's eroticism comes from the symmetrical heraldry of female androgynes, who pin the male in a fatal double bind. Only grand opera has death scenes as emotionally overextended as the one in Atalanta. Music is the proper analogy, for Swinburne is pushing language beyond the rational. Even Dickens' Little Nell doesn't sing her own elegy. Atalanta in Calydon is both a celebration of and protest against the omnipotence of female nature. Meleager's farewell to his mother, delivered as he lies glamorously prone, like an odalisque, is a stunning archetypal flight. Thou too, the bitter mother and mother plague of this my weary body. Thou too, queen, the source and end, the sower and the scythe, the rain that ripens and the drought that slays, the sand that swallows and the spring that feeds, to make me and unmake me. Althea is Cybele reclaiming the epiphenomenon of her son. We are no longer in Greece but in the ancient Near East. Swinburne's gorgeous biblical metaphors demonstrate his transformation of Baudelaire. Nature's operations are ever near, however much its destructive late phase is stressed. Althea as vegetative cycle descends from the great body of Spenser-inspired English high romantic poetry, which France never came close to rivaling. Meleager's funeral oration ends with an intricate appeal. He asks Atalanta to touch him with her rose-like hands, fasten up his eyelids with her mouth, cover his body with her veil and clothing, and finally lie on top of him. Let no man say he was slain through female fingers in his woof of life. The fabric of life is spun and torn by the fingers of female fates, both phallic and fickle, the sower as sewer. Meleager demands a ceremony of investiture, the bride as bridler. Atalanta's veil becomes Aeschylus' net, a shroud to wrap her wooer, her covering gesture as transvestite, as when the Amazon spreads her coat on Goethe's wounded Wilhelm Meister. What of Meleager's bizarre wish that Atalanta recline upon him as he dies? Consummation by suffocation. The road runner as steamroller. As in Poe, physical contact is possible only when one lover is dead or dying. In late Romanticism, the deathbed is the only bed. The intense, sublimated eroticism of Swinburne's finale is based on hieratic manipulation of the body induced by male from female. Induced but not achieved, since Atalanta rejects the list of requests and rushes off stage, like Spenser's Belphoebe. Meleager longs for deft, soothing touches, as if he were a patient being operated on. The universe of the male heroine is a medical amphitheater in which his passive body is the subject of rapt study and visual caresses. Similarly, our soap opera, originally a feminine genre, teems with doctors and hospitals. Female sexual experience is based on physiologic receptivity and expectancy. Hence it gives rise to an eroticism of visual and tactile manipulation by groups of admiring others. By the end, Meleager the boar slayer becomes a quivering membrane of sexual stasis, a jelly adrift in a female sea. Shifting his hero into the female condition, Swinburne finds a language that is a triumph of passive aggression. Poetry flames with astonishing vitality, but it is always the burning brand on the verge of extinction. Swinburne's favorite metaphor of female dominance is the nature mother as man engulfing sea. It was an early obsession, reinforced by Whitman. The ode of invocation in The Triumph of Time personifies the sea with incestuous ardor. I will go back to the great, sweet mother, mother and lover of men, the sea. I will go down to her, I and none other, close with her, kiss her and mix her with me. The sea, fed with the lives of men, is subtle and cruel of heart. Thou art full of thy dead, and cold as they. She is older than earth, from the first thou wert, in the end thou art. Swinburne's sea is the primeval matrix, site of distant human origins, where birth and death coincide. Dissolution as rape and purification. An eternal cycle of demonic redemption. Sexual union as impersonal, obliterating human identity, begging the sea, find me one grave of thy 1,000 graves. Swinburne eroticizes death by drowning, a Liebestod or English love death. As in Freud, the death instinct propels us toward the inert material past. As in Ferenczi, ocean is that prototype of everything maternal, the womb world to which we are sexually called back. 6 In Swinburne, men go down to the sea without ships. The ocean stanzas of the Triumph of Time are a Chthonian Nicene creed, a prayer to the mother goddess returning to conquer her younger rivals. She, not Jehovah, is Alpha and Omega. She is the liquid base of physical life. In Swinburne there is no swerve whatever from physiologic liquidity, because he is the least ambivalent of poets toward female dominance. The sea has shaped the alliterative, reiterative form of his poetry. Ian Fletcher finds a rhythm of tumescence and detumescence that flows and ebbs in Swinburne's major poems. 7 But Swinburne is without phallic aspiration. We should speak of edema rather than tumescence, for Swinburne's engorgement is by water, not by blood. His latent rhythms are female, lunar pulls and tugs, surges of exaltation and subsidence rather than peaks of assertion or propulsion. T.S. Eliot says of Swinburne's verse, the object has ceased to exist, because the meaning is merely the hallucination of meaning. Because language, uprooted, has adapted itself to an independent life of atmospheric nourishment. 8 I cited Swinburne's lack of aestheticism, unique among late Romantic artists. The object does not exist in Swinburne's poetry for the same reason the objet d'art did not exist in his life, because he is unconflicted toward female liquidity, and does not require the objet d'art as a perceptual defense against it. Swinburne's uprooting of language is characteristic of late Romanticism, particularly as influenced by Gautier. Detached from social and moral systems, the image becomes form without content. Swinburne's images, separated by daring syntactic distances, are particles rising and falling in waves, like the seething maggots of Baudelaire's A Carcass. So nature's force operates on the smallest technical details of Swinburne's poetry. This partly accounts for the deranged metric of Faustine. Not only is the name Faustine so repeated that word is reduced to thing, but mind is acted upon as if it too were matter. It is swept into rhythmic pulses, symbolizing the cruelty and coercion of natural cycle. The theme of male subordination to female authority is more consciously developed in Swinburne than in any other major artist. As with the Marquis de Sade, life and work dovetail, for Swinburne was apparently a masochist in its strict sense. That is, he liked to be whipped by women and visited brothels for this purpose. I resist the general perception that sadists and masochists are maladjusted. Like drag queens, they see through the sexual masks of society. Unlike drag queens, they quest for archaic nature. Swinburne's masochism had a metaphysical meaning. His recreational whippings were connected to his poetic cosmology, which restores the Great Mother to power. Self-flagellation was intrinsic to the ancient mother cults. Flagellation, flogging, thrashing grain with a flail, from the Latin flagrum or flagellum, a whip, scourge. Swinburne's ritual flagellation mimicked the public operations of agriculture. Sadomasochism as perverse nature cult. Surrendering himself to whipping, Swinburne theatrically formalized the hierarchical sexual relations of a universe activated by female force. Mind and body, pleasure and pain, mother and son were reunited in archaic sexual ceremony. Thus the hierarchy of female over male is the spiritual principle of Swinburne's poetry. What then shall we say about the all-woman Anactoria? A poem that would prove Swinburne's indebtedness to Baudelaire even if we did not have his celebratory essay on his decadent precursor. Nominally, Anactoria is an elaboration of Sappho's two longest surviving poems, the Aphrodite Ode and He Seems to Me a God, but it is actually, as has not to my knowledge been observed, a reworking of Baudelaire's condemned poem, Delphine and Hippolyte, whose structure it imitates. A claustrophobic lesbian scene suddenly widens to an enormous wasteland world. Only two people are present, the fierce Sappho and her young lover Anactoria, a name from the Sapphic fragments. In Anactoria, Swinburne claims, he has identified himself with Sappho. I have striven to cast my spirit into the mold of hers, to express and represent not the poem but the poet. 9. But never trust a romantic poet talking about his own work, particularly when self-identification is involved. Anactoria is a victim of Rousseauist literary studies, which censor, in the name of liberalism. The poem rarely appears in college curricula or Victorian literary histories. Anactoria is not only Swinburne's greatest poem but a supreme poem of the century. Its language is grave and ceremonious, its ideas complex and extensive. Baudelaire's sexual scenario is philosophically enriched by Swinburne's reading of Sade, who gives Sappho the authority of his mordant analyses of society, nature, and God. Anactoria is the most overwhelming female monologue in literature. Swinburne gives Sappho towering emotional and intellectual passion. She combines Cleopatra's steamy volatility with Madame de Clairville's late Enlightenment high IQ. In Anactoria the female voice has stupendous hermaphroditic power. We hear Horace's Mascula Sappho, and Baudelaire's La Male Sappho, male by force of genius and Promethean will. Hubris, the prestigious male sin, for the first time, falls within a woman's grasp, and Swinburne's Sappho, unlike Bronte's Heathcliff, dominates without shifting her gender. Like Delphine and Hippolyte, Anactoria has a pagan setting but a Judeo-Christian God. We are accustomed to female deities in Swinburne. Ordinarily, the only male god is an effeminate Jesus, as in Hymn to Proserpine. Thou hast conquered, O pale Galilean, the world has grown grey from thy breath. This follows, I suspect, from Gautier's Christ has wrapped the world in his shroud. 10. But in Anactoria, though Aphrodite is Sappho's patron, God is intensely masculine, a Shelleyan tyrant and oppressor. Swinburne gives him this masculinity so that Sappho can be more masculine in her defiance and sedition. Anactoria has 3 parts. The first is a love poem of lesbian sadism. The second is a portrait of God as a sadist and of the universe as a cold mechanism of sadistic force. The third is a manifesto of Sappho's immortality as a poet, by which she will defeat God's power. From the first line, my life is bitter with thy love, love is shown as deeply ambivalent. Sappho chides Anactoria for toying with lesser loves, but the issue is not jealousy but sexual philosophy. The sex impulse, driving from nature, unites Eros and Thanatos. Sappho's love talk is suffused with death imagery. I would my love could kill thee. She longs to impose amorous agonies and superflux of pain. She would press her lips to the bruised blossom of thy scourged white breast, and taste the blood dripping from the sweet small wounds. She would drink Anactoria's veins like wine and eat her breasts like honey, so that her body is abolished and consumed. And, in my flesh thy very flesh entombed. Alarming sentiments in a boudoir. Love as caged animal energy, and consummation is conspicuous consumption. Criticism has understandably shrunk from Sappho's Swinburnian endearments. Love in Swinburne leads not to emotional union and social bonding, as in Shakespeare, but to renewed distance. Hence the hypnotic lure of death by drowning. Swinburne's sea reduces phenomena to tranquil primeval unity, swallowing up social personae. In the faceless nature mother, love in Anactoria makes painfully palpable the estranged distance between identities, a gap bridged by cannibalism. Sappho conquers division by inflicting pain and then murdering and devouring the beloved, literally assimilating her identity, as Byron's Manfred does with his sister. Sappho is a priestess. on demonic mission, herding objects back to the primeval fold. In Baudelaire, homosexuality is insatiable because of anatomical misalignment, but to say that Sappho hates because she cannot conventionally consummate her love would be quite wrong, for in Swinburne even male and female disdain sexual connection. Sappho's hostility springs from a second, more esoteric source. Anactoria departs from Swinburne's other poems in its late romantic concern with eye-object relations. All thy beauty sickens me with love. Sappho protests her subordination to Anactoria's beauty. 1. Reason for the male aesthete's effeminacy is his submission or enslavement to the objet d'art and to the beautiful person who is the objet d'art. Wilde says, the work of art is to dominate the spectator. 11. The picture of Dorian Gray is based on this idea. Swinburne's Sappho, like the lesbian marquise of Balzac's The Girl with the Golden Eyes, is a female hierarch who cannot bear such subordination and, rather than yield to it, will destroy the love object. Beauty is an encroachment upon autonomy. A third source of Sappho's hostility is a sexual principle I found in Spencer, Blake, Sade, and Balzac. Pure femininity automatically engenders its voracious opposite, Anactoria's lamb-like innocence and defenselessness. Thy shoulders whiter than a fleece of white, and flower-sweet fingers, good to bruise or bite, are lacunae in nature's fabric, where nature has nodded at her labors, sadistically assaulting Anactoria. Sappho therefore acts as nature's representative, spreading rapacity throughout the physical world. Blake's Songs of Innocence taught Swinburne how to show tender proximity, giving rise to a lust for violation. The demon rushes in where angels seem to tread. Anactoria devours in imagination what remains untouched in reality. Sappho is an imperialist of aggressive orality, and a moral champion of pure poetic voice. For her, to speak is to eat as to make love. Swinburne makes poetry into the brute will to power, a sedine rather than Rousseauist art form. Anactoria's sensuous vulnerability inspires her lover with a virtuosity of sadomasochistic language. Sappho envisions pain made perfect in her victim. She will strike pang from pang as note is struck from note. Catch the sob's middle music in thy throat, take thy limbs living, and new mold with these, a lyre of many faultless agonies. Unlike Sade, Swinburne wants to retain effect in his primal scene of sexual atrocities. Sade exalts the orgasm, while Swinburne, ideologically more feminine, relishes suffering. Anactoria's body is an Orphic lyre played by the lesbian poet, who makes music from her sobs and poetry from her pain. Swinburne brings art and sex into astonishing simultaneity. The word perfect recurs. Perfection was the goal of the ancient mysteries, with their stages of ritual initiation. For Swinburne, sexual experience is spiritual striving and religious illumination. Because it is pain rather than pleasure, his sex is overtly ascetic. The body is tested to the limit of endurance and the dominatrix satisfied only by ideas, by contemplative self-removal from the sex act, which she voyeuristically observes from an Olympus of hierarchic mastery. Since Romanticism, sexuality has been asked to bear a burden for which it is ill-equipped. Swinburne's poetry is one of the most comprehensive modern attempts to turn sex into epistemology. His sense of quest is shown in Dolores, which speaks of sins still to discover, and of tortures, undreamt of, unheard of, unwritten, unknown, surfeited by its Enlightenment adventurism and the high, romantic magnification of self. Mind yields to the flesh, melancholy, object of the late Romantic age of discovery. Action and experience shrink to the parameters of the body, fawningly titillated by the sense experiments of Huysmans des Esseintes and fixed and defined by agonized sensation in Anactoria. Dolores is like the sexual preceptress of Kundalini Yoga, except that Swinburne's universe is ruled by negation. Love as terminal surgery, illicit knowledge that kills. The modern era which I date from the late 18th century. Detached sex from society, so that sex no longer required institutional validation for meaning. The unhappy result of this liberation is evident in Baudelaire and Swinburne, for whom sex is a tormenting affliction visited upon us by God and nature. The scorched sexual landscape of Baudelaire's Venusian Cythera becomes the nightmare cosmos of Anactoria, which shows the God-ordained mystery of the cruelty of things. In Swinburne's great flight of decadent poetry, based on Ulysses' speech on degree in Shakespeare, the mind's eye moves outward from earthen snaky graves to the flame-like foam of the sea's closing lips, to the wind-blown hair of comets and disastrous stars, the sorrow of laboring moons, and travail of the planets of the night. Anactoria, Praz says, shows sadism permeating the whole universe. 12. This demonic nature, lit by the sterile sun, is ruled by a sadist god who oppresses his creation, a spectral blackened tiger with hidden face and iron feet. Anactoria's poetry is turbulent with Vulcanian clangings. It shows a world convulsed with death trauma, an infernal plain gray under an ashy firefall. We see a sunless Burne-Jones landscape blasted by the fiery breath of God. Sappho's perverse imagination both mirrors and resists this cruel enormity. Her late romantic fatigue comes partly from physical laws. I am sick with time, she declares. Life is infected with death from the start. But Sappho is also weary from her contention with God, whom she challenges and insults. Anactoria is a war of hierarchic orders. Female power vies with male. The third and final part is a meditation of the romantic self upon itself. It is to Swinburne's honor that he gives this task to an imperious female artist. I, Sappho, she boldly declares, in a thrilling assertion of poetic vocation. Anactoria shows both the romantic insistence upon personal identity and the late romantic weariness with it, a longing for repose turning into a longing for death. Identity is inflamed in Sappho. It is a ring of fire, within which she contemptuously isolates herself. In her scornful, parting shot at Anactoria, Sappho says in effect, "You will die. Because you are not a poet." Genius is Sappho's means of evading God's authority. Of me the high God hath not all his will. God's power affects only her body, which is passive toward natural law. Therefore her femaleness is marked for dissolution, while her maleness, invested in her self-created poetic identity, triumphantly escapes into eternal life, a hermaphroditic transfiguration. Sappho's most implacable assertion of her maleness is at the end, where she speaks of future generations who will preserve her fame, and they shall praise me, and say, "She hath all time as all we have our day. Shall she not live and have her will, even I? Yea, though thou diest, I say I shall not die. For these shall give me of their souls, shall give life, and the days and loves wherewith I live, shall quicken me with loving, fill with breath, save me and serve me, strive for me with death." Artistic immortality is the artist's devouring of the life of reader or spectator. Sappho is another of Swinburne's vampires, now conquering the conceptual as well as Chthonian realms. Her remarks are directed toward us. Swinburne means us to feel a tremor of apprehension as his belligerent female persona approaches the fictive borderline and begins to violate the space between poem and reader. The breath with which we read Anactoria is the breath which Sappho will snatch from us. That there is a sexual element in this is obvious. Consider Swinburne's line, "Shall she not live and have her will?" This is a memory of the vampire Geraldine, whom Coleridge addresses after her rape of Virgin Christabel. "O Geraldine, 1 hour was thine. Thou'st had thy will." Here as in Coleridge, it is eerie to find the masculine locution, having one's will of, in a female context. At the climax of Anactoria, Swinburne's vampire Sappho has her will of posterity, male and female, whom she spiritually and sexually invades. gorging herself on our life energy in order to defeat God and time. Swinburne's Sappho rejoins Balzac's and Baudelaire's lesbian vampires to their ultimate source in Coleridge, who entered French late Romanticism via his artistic heirs, Byron and Poe. Returning to the sexual personae of Anactoria, the issue with which we began, we see it as out of the question that Swinburne has identified himself with Sappho. She is too despotic a hierarch to harbor any important aspect of his ritually self-abasing character. Shared poetic vocation is irrelevant, for surely Swinburne would cite antiquity's abundant testimony to prove that Sappho, the 10th muse, was a much greater poet than he. The etiology of Anactoria may have been in Swinburne's increasing sense of his poetry becoming uncomfortably strong. Therefore he revives Sappho in propria persona in order to be crushed yet again beneath female superiority, this time in the sanctuary of his art. Anactoria is a device to give lyric poetry, like nature, purely female origins, thus enabling Swinburne to blot out the entire intervening masculine tradition. There is nothing now between Sappho and him. She is his demonic progenitor. Anactoria is the most sensuously finished and intellectually developed of Swinburne's poems. Its oratory is dignified and restrained, with none of the shrillness sometimes marring the poems. In a male voice, I say Anactoria's power comes from sexual metathesis, that is, from Swinburne's transsexual transformation into Anactoria, passive receptor of Sappho's savage advances. Swinburne achieves a formal poetic perfection through his unconditional surrender of gender. When Sappho, like the raging Cleopatra, leaps from one sadistic fancy to the next, the vividness and vigor of language arise from the fact that it is Swinburne's own body that is being mentally manipulated by the dominatrix. Sappho's metaphor of Anactoria's body as a lyre of many faultless agonies is telling. This is the seminal high romantic topos of the Aeolian lyre or wind harp, here played by cruel Sappho as nature's representative. Anactoria is a lyre because she is the romantic Swinburne in transsexual disguise. While Shelley invokes a male west wind to blow through him, Swinburne invokes Coleridge's evil lesbian demon. This passage is at the heart of Swinburne's poetry. It is an allegory of his creative process. We see his innermost soul action, the pain music of his poetry being wrung from him through the occult mediumship or muse-like control of a female hierarch. Swinburne, a mutilated Orpheus marooned on Lesbos, paints as his self-portrait the most wonderfully perverse Aeolian lyre in Romanticism. For why is the poem called Anactoria rather than Sappho? Though she is probably present, like Baudelaire's girlish Hippolyte, Anactoria is invisible. She never speaks and is never even named. She is as mute as Christabel. Under the vampire's spell, my principle of sexual metathesis solves this problem. Anactoria takes its title from Swinburne's own sex crossing persona. Author. The poet stands veiled at center stage. Unlike Baudelaire, Swinburne was fascinated by modes of hermaphroditic beauty other than the Chthonian. Fragoletta is addressed to Henri de Latouche's bisexual and transvestite heroine. Sexless, Fragoletta embodies the mystery of gender. Like Cupid, she is sightless, first because her double nature depersonalizes her and second because it risks cruelty and solipsism. The poem's interrogatory form comes from Gautier's contralto. Swinburne savors Fragoletta's piquant boyishness. Thy sweet low bosom, thy close hair, thy straight soft flanks and slenderer feet, thy virginal strange air. This androgyne is far from Swinburne's marmoreal virago Faustine, like Michelangelo's massy, writhing night. Fragoletta is a perverse adolescent, mute, passive, and sensually blank. She has the languid petulance of an autistic child. Her debilitation belongs to civilization in its apathetic late phase. Hermaphroditus, a companion piece to Fragoletta, was written in the Louvre. Like contralto, it meditates on a Hellenistic statue of The sleeping hermaphrodite, two loves at either blossom of thy breast, strive until one be under and one above. Swinburne injects Gautier's genial hermaphrodite with Baudelaire's sterility. Fragoletta has a barren bosom, hermaphroditus, with its fruitless breasts. Turns the fruitful feud of hers and his to the waste wedlock of a sterile kiss. Gautier's poem is still high romantic in its easy, far-ranging metaphors of heaven and earth. But Swinburne's hermaphrodite poems suffer a late romantic introversion or self-stifling. His hermaphrodite is spiritually impacted, a pod straining with imprisoned abundance. Nature's phases of germination and efflorescence have stalled and halted. The hermaphrodite is dormant, multi-aspected but half-born. In Swinburne, English epithalamia are the Thames run backward. Like Coleridge, Swinburne made prose defenses of his poetry, moral revisions obscuring his original intentions. Art and rationalization come from different parts of the mind. A poet without his muse is as dull as anyone else. Discussing hermaphroditus, Swinburne praises the symbolism of barrenness, nimbly having his decadent cake and eating it too. There is nothing lovelier, as there is nothing more famous, in later Hellenic art, than the statue of Hermaphroditus. No one would compare it with the greatest works of Greek sculpture. No one would lift Keats on a level with Shakespeare. At Paris, at Florence, at Naples, the delicate divinity of this work has always drawn towards it the eyes of artists and poets. A note quotes a hermaphrodite stanza from Shelley's Witch of Atlas. Perfection once attained on all sides is a thing thenceforward barren of use or fruit, whereas the divided beauty of separate woman and man, a thing inferior and imperfect, can serve all turns of life. Ideal beauty, like ideal genius, dwells apart, as though by compulsion. Supremacy is solitude. 13. Nothing lovelier than the statue of Hermaphroditus. Only primitives and sophisticates find beauty in the grotesque. The first and last of history meet in decadence. Swinburne sees, as Gautier does not, that hermaphrodite statues belong to the late phase of Greek art, a period of excess, confusion, and frustrated rather than heroic action. Multiple sexual possibilities cancel each other out, and being lies paralyzed. Like Huysmans and Pater, Swinburne celebrates a late classicism of too muchness. Supersaturation of opportunity and experience ends in self-lacerating asceticism. Swinburne's critique of heterosexuality as clever and disarming. Heterosexuality is the measure of all things but common as household dust, representing ideal beauty. For him as for Gautier, the hermaphrodite is like arrogantly separatist Sappho, withdrawing from society and nature. Barrenness is now a spiritual privilege. Male and female are inferior, because they follow reality too closely. About to be slain for her illicit sexual duality, Latouche's heroine cries, "She is not of the human species." Thus Swinburne's hermaphrodite, exiled from social dialogue by its static doubleness, broods in self thwarting estrangement. Love means never having to unpack your bags. The honeymoon is a swollen orb of psyche hanging low over a never-gathered harvest. Swinburne's androgynes are romantic shadows of evolutionary nostalgia, of being longing for non-being. As Victorian personae, they are insolently anti-historical. One reaction to highly polarized Victorian sex roles came after the fact in Bloomsbury's polemical androgynism, a revolt of sons and daughters against fathers. But the first reaction was contemporary. Swinburne's poetry is a sexual heterocosm, an insurrection of language as well as personae. Like Baudelaire, Swinburne is anti-utopian and anti-progressivist. That is, he asserts the primitive and demonic character of emotion, sex, and nature. Sade and Swinburne show that sexual sadomasochism is always subliminally archaizing. Through ritual flagellation, Swinburne returned his imagination to the barbaric human past. 19th-century liberalism, in politics and psychology, was predicated on the Western concept of free will. The future would bring a social millennium. Swinburne is a decadent because of his contrary conviction of and longing for decline. In his poetry, psyche is pulled back to nature, a sinking movement like that of Michelangelo's swooning, matter-bound athletes. For free will, Swinburne substitutes compulsion, one of his greatest themes. Even Sappho, his most self-assertive voice, must constantly defend her freedom against overpowering enslavements, to beauty, to nature, to God. The idea of criminal compulsion was invented by Poe. The deranged speaker of the telltale heart, irrationally driven to murder, bequeaths his experience to Dostoevsky's Raskolnikov, who takes up the matricidal axe in a motiveless trance. But it is Swinburne who invents the idea of sexual compulsion, a decadent enslavement. Carl Stern says all sexual perversion contains an eschatological dread. 14 in its ritual repetitions and subordination to female hierarchs. Swinburne's poetry recreates the primitive world where culture had not yet risen as a defense against nature and where human life was dictated by brute rhythms of the Chthonian. The confident Victorian alliance of society and heaven, wedded by Christian assumptions of love and charity, cannot withstand the force of Swinburne's pagan poems, once the imagination is caught up in their demonic metric. For Swinburne remakes man in nature's image, sending him back to his origins in a world of hostility and fear. Like Swinburne, Walter Pater emerged from the pre-Raphaelite milieu at Oxford. He spent most of his reclusive life in the university, influencing a generation of students through his writings. On art, Pater adopts Gautier's ideal of literary style as romantic persona. Through style, he shows how to see. Swinburne, I noted, separates and suspends the units of English syntax. Pater takes Swinburne's suspension to a decadent extreme. His long sentences have an errant, eccentric grace. Gautier needs his polemical preface to do what Pater does through style alone, to neutralize all social and moral limitations on art. Swinburne is ruled by sexual hierarchies, and his poetry is energized by demonic nature. But there is no energy in Pater. His writing is the ultimate in decadent lassitude and closure. There is no sex or even emotion in him. Nothing exists but the perceiving self. Pater perfects romantic solipsism. The male persona projected by his prose is the most passive in Western literature. Language too is radically deactivated. Heracleitus, his hero, gives Pater his vision of life as an ever-changing river. But Pater wants fluidity and flow, Dionysian principles, without passion, participation, or self-surrender. He wants dreaminess without Chthonian night. Pater's contradictions appear in the attack upon his writing by what he has repressed. Demonic Mother Nature, who appears once and once only. Studies in the History of the Renaissance, 1873, is the first classic of English aestheticism. Pater's disciple, Oscar Wilde, called it my golden book, and the very flower of decadence. 15 Pater's homage to Renaissance painters refutes Ruskin, for whom medieval Venice is a virgin and Renaissance Venice a whore. His conclusion caused such a scandal that Pater withdrew it from the second edition. The conclusion was the first thing I ever admired for style alone. When I stumbled on it as a schoolgirl, it seemed to express everything missing from the drowsy Victorian 1950s. To burn always with this hard, gem-like flame, to maintain this ecstasy, is success in life. 16 Pater's hypnotic, seductive sentences are a romantic spell, drawing the reader into a strange passionless state of contemplativeness. They make perception the ultimate creative act. For Pater, not even creation is as creative as perception. The aesthete is not artist but connoisseur. Pater abolishes morality by frustrating the ability to act. This he does by sabotaging the verb and purging it of energy. Pater's verbs are passive or static. Is, his favorite, does nothing. In Marius the Epicurean, 1885, Pater speaks of seeing as superior to having or doing, and of vision as a condition of being. 17. Pater's is, therefore, is the verb of perfect seeing and being. In Gaudier's decadent catalogue, verbs are suppressed to favor nouns, which gain vividness and substantiveness through color, mass, and form. But in Pater, the noun does not wax as the verb wanes. We struggle to halt his nouns to inspect them more closely, but they slip by on the eddying stream of his prose. Infinitives and participles, in disorienting positions, usurp the verb's active function. Pater diverts and dissipates syntactic energy into tributaries of clauses, which drain authority from the conventional English marriage of noun and verb. Pater follows the romantic arch-pattern of regression by making Heracleitus's river run backwards. His sentences, seeming to take everything in, actually make movements of self-divestiture and self-cancellation. The conclusion had tremendous impact upon the 1890s, the Mauve Decade. Pater said of the suppressed conclusion, "I conceived it might possibly mislead some of those young men into whose hands it might fall." The misleading was into sexual hedonism, specifically homosexuality. Pater complained his pagan hedonism was misunderstood. He followed ascetic Epicurus, not the sensual Cyrenaics. But was immorality the real reason for his self-censoring? Pater urges refinement of consciousness, not masculine achievement. In a materialistic imperialist culture, there are Buddhist parallels. The Zen master too seeks to be rather than to strive. But the analogy breaks down when we compare Pater's writing to the closest British equivalent to Buddhist mysticism, the Centuries of Thomas Traherne, a 17th-century divine whose emotion is simple and buoyant. In Pater we find emotional repression and inhibited movement, a subtle torsion or mannerist sinuosity in the sentences, and finally an obscuring of the visible just when we eagerly turn toward it. I think Pater's distress at misreadings of the conclusion came from his horror of action, sexual or otherwise. He withdrew the chapter to preserve his spiritual identity, which resided in superpassivity of persona. An act connects person to person, or self to world. But for Pater neither the world nor other people can defeat that thick wall of personality through which no real voice has ever pierced on its way to us. Reality is merely a series of impressions, unstable, flickering, inconsistent. The mind of each isolated individual keeps as a solitary prisoner its own dream of a world. 18. Action as illusion in a realm where, as Heracleitus says in Pater's epigraph, all things flow. Logically, Pater cannot exalt direct, unmediated experience and also insist on the imprisoned self. The conclusion celebrates aesthetic perception in an affectless chain of images beginning with strange dyes, strange colors, and ending with the face of one's friend. This face, certainly male and faintly erotic, is merely an object among objects. It is a pale fading oval, like the Cheshire Cat. Traherne extends significance to the lowly, turning dust and pebbles to gold. But Pater finally drains significance from everything. The pursuit of beauty leads him into a bower of bliss that is a life sentence, solitary confinement without parole. He is like Rothschild's Raoul, the necrophiliac aesthete in a self-made tomb. Such limitations upon a self thinking itself free of tradition are another decadent enslavement. We feel this enslavement when surrendering ourselves to Pater's prose, whose fluidity moves in an oppressive silent vacuum. His young contemporaries found cultural liberation in that prose. Its exquisite languor was a vapor or miasma, clouding the masculine icons of duty and deed. Pater's prose transsexualizes the male reader by shifting consciousness into an oriental floating world. Though the senses are enhanced, the body has vanished. Nothing is left to which gender can be assigned. Like Byron, Pater values susceptibility, a feminine receptivity. Consciousness is totally reflective, Like Coleridge's C. The self is as passive as a barometer. Though Pater makes it the standard of aesthetic judgment, the self seems oddly undefined. What is this? Song or picture? This engaging personality presented in life or in a book? To me, what effect does it really produce on me? It, person, and artwork are equivalent and interchangeable, as in the picture of Dorian Gray. Pater's critic needs only a certain kind of temperament, the power of being deeply moved by the presence of beautiful objects. 19 Personal response is everything. But personality is only a temperament, a shimmering watery wraith. Pater's temperament is another late romantic Aeolian lyre, played upon by external forces. Now art, not nature, does the playing, and the lyre is no longer obliged to sing. The decadent exults in feeling more intensely than others, a talent conveniently inaccessible to proof. He is excused by aristocratic detachment from organizing these feelings into the new symbolic structures of art. Pater's religion is a cultic code of decadent connoisseurship. His influence would fall more heavily on men than women, who have no public role to abandon. Rejecting Ruskin's evangelical view of the morality of art, Pater argues that form takes precedence over content. Art can have no content whatever. All art constantly aspires towards the condition of music. 20 Morality as excess baggage on the winged steed. Pater's prose is musical. His clean, clear, chastened sentences are flute-like. Pater's impressionism is paralleled by French impressionism of the 1890s. Debussy, Fauré, Ravel, Chausson, and Roussel have a fin de siècle elegance, suavity, and coolness. There is no exertion or, in Paterian terms, no action. Debussy's experiments with the whole tone scale were inspired by Javanese music he heard at the 1889 Paris Exposition. Pater's Orientalism is in the sliding meanders and glancing syncopation, a subversion of Western measure. Spengler says, to the Chinese all the music of the West without distinction is march music, such is the impression that the rhythmic dynamic of our life makes upon the accentless Tao of the Chinese soul. 21 Pater and Debussy lure imagination away from Western action toward Eastern contemplativeness. Pater's disciple George Moore also noticed the analogy. If he had lived to hear L'après midi Dunfan, he could not have done else but think that he was listening to his own prose changed into music. 22 What is not Oriental in the French Impressionist composers is their delicate perversity. Each tone has equal emphasis, leading to a dreamy moral and sexual ambiguity. 20 years ago, I was surprised at how many heterosexual men detested Debussy and Ravel, to whom male homosexuals at the time seemed instinctively drawn. Debussy has an epicene glamour to which rationalists refuse to yield. A similar division of opinion still surprisingly affects Virginia Woolf, whom David Cecil calls the final exquisite flower of Pater's doctrine. 23 Pater, Debussy, Woolf, and Proust launch male consciousness upon an undulating stream, bright and melancholy. Pater's fluidity is an apparent anomaly in aestheticism. The aesthete, I said, honors sharply contoured Apollonian objects d'art as a protest against the Chthonian liquid realm of female nature. Heracleitus's free-flowing water is not Dionysian liquidity. Dionysus represents opaque liquids that ooze, drip, or swell in organic sacs. This distinction is evident in Woolf, who loves fluid imaginative movement but is nauseated by all physiology. As aesthete and art critic, Pater manages to make externals not more but less real to his readers. Objects do not really exist in him, they merely appear. In Marius, Pater says we have a false impression of permanence or fixity in things, which have really changed their nature in the very moment in which we see and touch them. We create out of our fluid impressions an imaginary world of firmly outlined objects. so that we think, stark and dead, what is in reality full of animation, of vigor, of the fire of life. 24 Out of context, these remarks sound persuasive, but they occur in a novel whose style contradicts them. If Heraclitus's fluid vision opens the authentic world to Pater, where is the animation, vigor, and fire? Marius completely lacks energy. It is overpoweringly effete, beautiful, grave, and austere, but decadent. With enervation, Pater's contemporaries felt this immediately. Max Beerbohm recalls his student reaction to Pater. Even then I was angry that he should treat English as a dead language, bored by that sedulous ritual wherewith he laid out every sentence as in a shroud. 25 More says that language in Marius lies in state. So Pater makes English a decadent corpse to make love to. Something is amiss between Paterian theory and practice. What are Pater's mechanics of perception? Experience seems to bury us under a flood of external objects, pressing upon us with a sharp and importunate reality, but reflection magically dissolves the Apollonian, cohesive force, of things. Each object is loosed into a group of impressions, color, odor, texture, in the mind of the observer. 26 In his ritualized perceptual relations, Gautier distances the modern world's excess phenomena by seeing, fixing, and recording an astonishing exactitude of detail. But Pater's loosed impressions are a decadent disintegration. He wants to make objects transparent and weightless, like serum. His Heraclitean theory of universal mobility is actually a defense against the opacity of things, specifically the Chthonian opacity of female nature. Even as he declares objects aerated or liquefied by perception, their weight is so great that he is immobilized. Hence the total passivity of his rhetorical persona. This invisible weight is what vexed Pater's first readers into metaphors of shroud and funeral. Pater both refines the eye and blurs its focus. An aesthete, I said, is one who lives by the eye, a process of Apollonian objectification begun in Egypt. Pater is trapped in an uncomfortable intermediate state. His Apollonian transformation of nature is incomplete. Taking refuge in Heraclitus does not solve his metaphysical problem. If all things flow, the self cannot be a prison. Pater's persona is as static as Baudelaire's, but Baudelaire correctly and consistently projects petrifaction, not fluidity, as the optimal condition of the aesthete's universe. In Pater, aesthetic perception is at war with its archenemy, female nature. The Apollonian eye of the male connoisseur is under siege from the baleful Gorgon eye that Coleridge unshutters in his triumphant demon, the lesbian vampire Geraldine. That Pater's Heraclitean aestheticism stems from an anxiety about nature is proved by his meditation in the Renaissance on Leonardo's Mona Lisa. By far the most powerful passage in his writing, it is a spectacular vision of decadent Dame Nature. Mona Lisa is a presence, rising beside the waters. Her eyelids are a little weary. Her beauty is the deposit, little cell by cell, of strange thoughts and fantastic reveries and exquisite passions. In her face appear ancient lust, medieval reverie, and Renaissance sins, the return of the pagan world. She is a vampire, older than the rocks among which she sits. She was Leda, mother of Helen of Troy, and Saint Anne, mother of Mary. She has perpetual life, sweeping together 10,000 experiences. 27. Pater's Mona Lisa is Mother Nature as perceptual oppression, blocking the object world with her exhausting omnipresence. She squats like a grimacing Gorgon over space and time. She is that permanence or fixity in things, which Pater tries to make our false impression of reality. Mona Lisa is everything Pater fears and represses. This notorious patch of purple prose is both invocation and exorcism. It is Pater's ritual confinement of Mother Nature to a strict temenos within his writings. By compressing and containing her, he defends his identity as an aesthete, a master of the eye. But even as we gaze at her, she freezes us with her evil animal eye. Like Byron's transvestite Don Juan dragged before the virago, we meet her while we are in sexual declension. We are clothed only in Pater's effetely passive prose. It is a moment of dreamlike paralysis, as in Heisman's Flower Nightmare. We are dangerously exposed, sexually vulnerable. Appealing to Heracleitus, Pater wants perception without a frame, in the Eastern way. But here he tries to frame Mona Lisa in a moment of hermaphrodite epiphany. She will not stay still. Within this frame she twists and turns, snaking through history. Pater's hymn to Mona Lisa stems from Gautier's essay on Leonardo. Gautier detects a certain fatigue in Mona Lisa, with her sinuous, serpentine mouth. We see her violet shadows through a black gauze. We hear voices whispering languorous secrets and repressed desires. 28 Pater fuses Gautier's Mona Lisa with Swinburne's Dolores and Faustine, criminal voluptuaries, metamorphosing like Baudelaire's vampire from era to era. Pater's Mona Lisa is a sexual catch-all, civilization's storm sewer, a prowling, promiscuous Clodia. She gluttonously appropriates all modes of thought and life. As Bloom says, she incarnates too much, both for her own good and for ours. 29 Mona Lisa swells with decadent too muchness. Only Blake's cruel nature goddesses are this vast. Unlike Baudelaire and Swinburne, Pater has no erotic interest in his titanic vampire. His sublimated tastes are exclusively male. The only sexual or crypto-sexual event I find in his writing is the climax of Marius, where the hero, in an ecstasy of sharpened consciousness, sacrifices his life for a male friend. The scene is surely modeled on the agon of the male heroine in Swinburne's Atalanta in Calydon. Pater sees a touch of something sinister in Mona Lisa's unfathomable smile. She smiles because she commands vision, knowledge, and experience. The male can no more avoid her or find a place where she is not than he can bring himself into existence. She is the weight and burden of biology. Following Gautier, Pater turns prose into poetry. He challenges Ruskin's medieval morality by making a corrupt high Renaissance objet d'art culturally primary. Yeats endorsed Pater's lyricism by excerpting the Mona Lisa section and printing it as the first modern poem in the Oxford Book of Modern Verse, 1936. Unfortunately, he broke the sentences into lame free verse, destroying their discrete rhythm. His preface says the passage dominated a generation. 30. Yeats, who claimed he grew up in all things pre-Raphaelite, owed a great deal to Pater. 31 Adopting the sexual syncretism of Swinburne's vampires, Pater makes Mona Lisa both Leda and Saint Anne, Mary's weird double in Leonardo. Pater's mother demon thus kicks off both the classical and Christian historical cycles, an idea Yeats borrows for Leda in Leda and the Swan, and for Mary in Two Songs from a Play. But Yeats makes a crucial sexual revision, inspired by his own anxieties. His Leda is raped and impregnated by a harshly masculine Zeus. Pater's Mona Lisa needs no partner. She gives birth to phenomena by parthenogenesis. So, Leda and the Swan, the premier 20th century poem, was itself a ritual of exorcism by which Yeats freed himself from Pater, fin de siècle decadence, and his own lingering Swinburnian dreams of sexual servitude. As a presence, rising beside the primeval womb waters, Mona Lisa is shapeless and genderless, only secondarily taking human form. This apparition is older than the rocks, because she created them. Pater imagines her at the Darwinian dawn of species. Like Baudelaire's vampires, Mona Lisa inhabits a cold mineral realm. Her beauty too is mineralized, the cell deposit of her perverse thoughts. She fabricates herself by choral accretion, an incrementation of decadent parts. Her dreamy autoeroticism is like that of Blake's impacted, sick rose. the slow gathering of strange thoughts and maladies of the soul into her face will reappear in Wilde's corroded picture of ageless Dorian Gray. Like Swinburne's Dolores, Pater's Mona Lisa is simultaneously primeval and decadent, alpha and omega. She sets the world into motion and also registers the fatigue of its late phase in her sultry eyelids. These eyelids, like the eyebrow of Gautier's Cleopatra, are a supreme example of decadent partition. The aesthete's detachment of the part for clinical inspection. Transmigrating Mona Lisa has been a male merchant of strange webs and a male diver in deep seas, whose sunset light clings to her. These far-flung vocations are her inquisitional way of demonstrating her divine immanence. Like Prometheus and Jehovah, she too is a workman god. But why a diver? I suspect Pater is recalling Gautier's King Candaus, where the king muses at length about diving into the green depths to find his wife, mystic-eyed Nicia, a perfect pearl, incomparable in brilliancy and purity. 32 is this pearl of great price the demonic vampire eye that Mona Lisa wears? Or is she, like Swinburne's bisexual Dolores and Faustine, a lesbian adventuress diving into genital shadows for a slippery female pearl? Cf. the slang term, muff diving. Mona Lisa works under cover, a traveling jack of all trades. Like the play-acting Roman emperors, she is a queen on plebeian patrol. There are just two sexual personae in Pater: the passive male aesthete and his cosmic antagonist, Mother Nature. She is summoned only once in his writing because her ultimate threat is more perceptual than sexual to celibate Pater. The passage on Mona Lisa is in Swinburne's Hollywood style. The star makes a personal appearance, fearfully in the flesh. She is a cast of thousands played by one. He airs Mona, the longest-running show in history. Pater is a crucial figure in the intense Western tradition. Perceptual relations are his whole arena of quest and struggle. He demonstrates the monasticism and religiosity and aestheticism and decadence, once dismissed as affectation or libertinage. Pater uses Heracleitus to dissolve the too solid flesh of his archaic Venus. By decadent connoisseurship, he will clarify and purify the murky Chthonianism of nature. High and late romantic vampires are not just the mossy paraphernalia of diverting ghost stories. Romanticism, in radically expanding identity, also generated stalking predators upon identity. The vampire as usurpation of identity by demonic nature. Swinburne propitiates his vampire, while Pater ritually wards her off. By discrimination of the eye, Pater means to reclaim objects from their oppressive progenitor. But Heracleitus's river, relieving him of mass, keeps him in flux. Like Keats, Pater writes his name in water. Name your poison. Mother Nature, mistress of change, wins at all our war games of land and sea. 19. Apollo demonized decadent art. In the last decades of the 19th century, decadent sexual personae crowd literature and art. An 1893 poem by Albert Samain proclaims the era of the androgyne, who mushrooms over culture like an antichrist. The sex-repelling decadent androgyne is Apollonian because of its opposition to nature and its high mentalization, a Western specialty. It is lowering and enervated rather than radiant. Colette calls this type of androgyne anxious and veiled, eternally sad, trailing its seraphic suffering, its glimmering tears. One similarly, Jung sees in the feminine head from Ostia of Mithras or Attis, sentimental resignation, passive self-pity. 2. Androgyny is not, as some feminists imply, the solution to all human ills. In The Time Machine, 1895, H.G. Wells foresees the dangers of collective androgyny. Society has polarized into a worker class, the ugly subterranean Morlocks, and a leisure class, the effeminate Eli. Beautiful, weak, and apathetic. The Eli, or upper worlders, are Apollonian aesthete parasites exiled from the productive Chthonian realm, run by scuzzy utilitarians. Wells's time traveler first admires the Eli's androgyny but is then repelled by their decadent degeneration. The modern androgyne, seeking only self-realization, forfeits the Spencerian energy of opposition and conflict. Decadent art suffered the same fate as academic painting of the salon, swept away by the triumph of the avant-garde and modernism. The last 20 years have seen an international revival of figurative painting. Museums are dusting off the discards in their cellars. What is now needed is a revision of art history that would acknowledge how much avant-garde art really was decadent late Romantic, much of Whistler and Manet, all of Toulouse-Lautrec, Munch, and Gaudi, and even Seurat Le Grande Jatte, with its decadent immobility and claustrophobia. Decadent art is ritualistic and epiphanic. Its content, romantic, sexual personae, the hierarchs, idolaters, and victims of demonic nature, even depicting episodes from poetry. Decadent art is never mere illustration. It dramatizes dominant Western image and sexual subordination of the aggressive eye. Decadent art makes hostile claims on the viewer. Its style is pagan spectacle and pagan flaunting. Behind the trashiest decadent painting are complex romantic assumptions about nature and society overlooked by textbook accounts of 19th-century art. Modernist culture heroes like Cézanne are overemphasized. Cézanne's plainness and honesty, homely Protestant values, are in the Rousseauist Wordsworthian line. Decadent art, like Counter-Reformation Baroque, tells big lies. Dante, Gabriel Rossetti, Edward Burne-Jones, Gustave Moreau, and Aubrey Beardsley must be given higher rank. Despite brief popularity in the 1960s, Beardsley, a major graphic artist, is shockingly absent from American university curricula and slide collections. Like Sade, he has been censored by the liberal humanities. The Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, founded in 1848, lasted only 5 years, but its style was absorbed by late 19th century art and design across the continent. Inspired by Ruskin, the Pre-Raphaelites sought to recover medieval simplicity and purity lost in the pagan luxury of high Renaissance art, typified, they oddly felt, by Raphael. Unlike their decadent descendants, they professed collective social values. The only member of the Brotherhood whom I identify as already decadent is Rossetti, whose Italian blood would out. But in all pre-Raphaelite painting there is an unsettling tension between form and moral content. Pre-Raphaelite painting begins with Keatsian ardor for the minutiae of organic nature, but instead of high romantic energy or dynamic process, we get late romantic stasis. Pre-Raphaelite art, like mannerism, disturbingly avoids pictorial focus. Our eye is not automatically guided to the human figures but is forced to wander over the microscopic detail. Color is unshaded and applied in separate cells, as in Byzantine mosaic or Gautier's gorgeous color units. Flowers and blades of grass are brilliantly lapidary, the paint surface so richly worked that there is only a single step from pre-Raphaelite naturism to Gustave Moreau's decadent jeweled artifice. Everything in pre-Raphaelite painting is seen too clearly. The eye is invited but coerced. Part triumphs over whole, exerting an uncomfortable pressure on the viewer. Landscape has an unnatural stillness, making it a decadent frozen tableau. Sunlit panoramas are locked in decadent closure, a Spencerian embowelment. Pre-Raphaelite painting deadens, even as it celebrates. Persons and things are candied, mummified, miniaturized. The pre-Raphaelites revived Blake, who had died unknown. Swinburne promoted Blake's demonic poetry, and Rossetti promoted his art. In 1847, Rossetti bought the notebook where Blake attacks chiaroscuro and praises the hard and wiry line of rectitude, that Apollonian contour I traced from Egypt and Greece to Botticelli and Spencer. Ruskin too condemns Renaissance chiaroscuro. So Raphaelite sharpness of detail as polemically Apollonian. Pre-Raphaelite mummification as Apollonian objectification and fixation, which Rossetti makes his master principle of sexual personae. Rossetti, unlike the others, had trouble painting landscape from nature and sometimes had to recreate it imaginatively from the decadent ritual solitude of a black velvet draped chamber. As his career progressed, or, some said, degenerated, Rossetti's paintings obsessively returned to a single subject, a woman of somnambulistic languor. Fig. 37. The Rossetti woman rebels against Victorian convention, her unpinned hair and unstructured medieval gown flowing with lyrical freedom. The heavy head sways on a serpentine neck, her long thick hair as the belle dame sans mercies net of entrapment. Her swollen lips are to become a universal motif of decadent art, thanks to Burne-Jones and Beardsley. The Rossetti vampire mouth cannot speak, but it has a life of its own. It is gorged with the blood of victims. Like Blake's sick rose, the Rossetti woman is blanketed in silence and humid, private pleasures. Rossetti ritually commemorated the face of Elizabeth Siddal, a melancholic consumptive who died of a laudanum overdose shortly after he married her. 7 years later, he exhumed her corpse to rescue the sheaf of poems that, in a romantic fit, he had buried with her. He constantly drew and painted Siddal before and after her death. His friend Ford Madox Brown wrote in a diary, "It is like a monomania with him." 3. Rossetti's brother said John Everett Millais, Ophelia, 1852, was the most faithful likeness of Siddal. Guess what? Siddal herself didn't look in the least like a Rossetti painting. It is as if the artist were in bondage to Poe's Ligeia, whose image vanquishes all living women. Like Leonardo, Rossetti was under enchantment by some archetypal original, probably a romantic shadow of the mother. William Holman Hunt said of his treatment of later models, Rossetti's tendency in sketching a face was to convert the features of his sitter to his favorite ideal type, and if he finished on these lines, the drawing was extremely charming, even if you had to make believe a good deal to see the likeness, while if the sitter's features would not lend themselves to the preordained form, he went through a stage of reluctant twisting of lines and quantities to make the drawing satisfactory. 4. Obsession as psychic closure, a decadent deforming of reality. What in Siddal evoked Rossetti's fanatical devotion? Her frailty seemed feminine to others. Rossetti saw, as his namesake Dante did in Beatrice, the hermaphrodite remoteness of the beautiful boy, the cruel perfection of solipsistic beauty. From the brooding girl-boy Elizabeth Siddal came the definitive sexual persona of all decadent art. 37. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, The Lady Lilith, 1868. Adam's sinister first wife. The flowers, including magic foxglove on the vanity table, normally bloom at different times of year. So this is mythological woman, queen of nature. Italian Catholicism's vestigial paganism resurfaces in Rossetti through the impact on him of high romantic poetry. His painting begins to drift from the pre-Raphaelite Middle Ages toward the pagan past, a romantic regression. Simon sees the sinister transformation of Rossetti's women into idols. Venus grows more and more Asiatic. His dreams are lunar, spectral, a dark and unintelligible menace. 5. Moving back toward Cybele, Rossetti demonizes the medieval veneration of woman and changes English romanticism. From high to late, he and Swinburne agree about female omnipotence. The sleepy vampires of his late paintings are chillingly oblivious to the masculine, upon which they have already fed. Rossetti gradually fleshes out skinny Elizabeth Siddal with post-Raphaelite Baroque massiness. He compensates for Romanticism's lack of sculpture by giving his female personae a sculptural density, expressing the hidden oppressions in pre-Raphaelite nature. The most blatant of his objets de culte is Astarte Syriaca, Fig. 38. The somber goddess and 2 vamping angels all have the same face, a Combination of Siddle with Jane Morris, who according to photographs had a mannish hardness. Chiaroscuro, banished from early pre-Raphaelitism, has returned to cloud heart and mind. Rossetti and his disciple Burne-Jones practice allegorical repletion. My term for Leonardo's The Virgin and Child with Saint Anne. Doubled. Female faces always signify an incestuous collapsing of identities, a Chthonian undertow. In the Bower Meadow, which I think is Rossetti's version of Botticelli's Imprisoned Primavera, the same woman appears in uncanny quadruplicate, changing only hair color and style, like a molting bird. Fig. 39. The four women sing and dance with averted faces. Emotionally disconnected, they float down crossing planes of vision into distant space. Van den Berg says the 19th century self came apart or pluralized. 6 in Astarte Syriaca and the Bower Meadow. Psyche fragments into female plurals, the masochistic self, haunting of a romantic sister spirit. These alienated twins exert their ominous power across a dead space of late romantic materiality. Rossetti repeats the same face thrice in Rosa Triplex and La Ghirlandata. Is she Blake's witchy threefold maiden? In The Blessed Damozel, one face appears at different ages. Spooked lovers stare at their doubles in how they met themselves. Rossetti dramatizes the too muchness of romantic identity. He names the Spenserian arena of romantic crisis. Nature as a bower meadow, both open and closed. Eternal threshing floor of birth and death. 38. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. Astarte Syriaca, 1877. Burne-Jones inherited Rossetti's perversities. Martin Harrison and Bill Waters trace the hermaphroditism in Burne-Jones' painting to Swinburne and Simeon Solomon. This ambiguous interpretation of the sexes is not present in any form in the art of Rossetti. 7. But all of Rossetti's women are hermaphrodites. Take Beata Beatrix, 1863, where dead Elizabeth Siddal, a clairvoyant Beatrice, prays to the divinized idea of herself with closed eyes. She is like Shelley's android, hermaphrodite, murmuring and smiling to itself with sealed eyes. As I said of Nefertiti, impersonality or emotional lifelessness in a woman is a masculinizing abstraction. Siddal's decadent androgyny resided in her solipsistic self-embowerment, her eerie aura. Decadence is about dead ends, the one medievalism Rossetti retains in his late period as Dante's grandiose cultism of dead Beatrice. In the sexual hierarchy of the Vita Nuova, Dante subordinates himself to a coolly narcissistic female adolescent, who all but no one else in Florence thought was anything special. The latent sadomasochism in this becomes overt in Rossetti, of whom Burne-Jones said, Gabriel was half a woman. Western artists ritualize sex, because Western art ritualizes nature. 39. Dante Gabriel Rossetti. The Bower Meadow, 1872. Burne-Jones subtly corrupts pre-Raphaelite medievalism with Italian Renaissance style, specifically Mantegna's Donatello-derived Apollonian hardness. All his personae, male and female, have Elizabeth Siddal's face. He is invaded and saturated by Rossetti's monomania. Burne-Jones' pensive Sir Galahad, ca. 1857, for example, is obviously Siddal as equestrian knight. Victoria's Street. George is so feminine one may mistake him for Joan of Arc. In Perseus and the Graii, 1892, the girlish hero is less masculine than the archetypal women he boldly deceives. The youth of Pygmalion has the same face as the girl of Danae. The two lovers of Cupid and Psyche are mirror images. Octave Mirbeau said of Burne-Jones' faces, the rings under the eyes are unique in the whole history of art. It is impossible to tell whether they are the result of masturbation, lesbianism, normal love-making or tuberculosis. 8. These harrowing black eyes come from the sickly Siddal, cosmetically applied to the great heroes of Western saga. They drain masculine motivation in action at their source. Burne-Jones Knights are obsessed insomniacs, watching over the decline of culture. Burne-Jones' transsexual world is populated by one incestuously self-propagating being. We are in another late romantic bower, shadowless under a gray sky. The ritual limitation on his sexual personae is a decadent closure, denying our eye right of access to other human types. The Golden Stairs, 1880, expands Rossetti's triplets and quadruplets. We drown in a shower of identical women, 18 in all, cloning themselves and assaulting the eye. Beauty in excess makes decadent dyspepsia. The sadomasochistic tableau of the Wheel of Fortune multiplies the male giant Fortuna turns her torture wheel, chaining a row of beautiful young men, male odalisques in Michelangelo's troubled late style. Each seems languid twin of the next, limbs stretched in sensual suffering. Burne-Jones' embowered nature begat Art Nouveau, which flourished from the 1880s to World War I. Then modern machine culture geometrized Art Nouveau's organic patterns into Art Deco. So, Spencer's dynasty, extending through high and late Romanticism, unexpectedly ends in the Chrysler Building and Radio City Music Hall. Burne-Jones' serpentine line comes from Blake, whose rapacious, flame-like flowers reveal the covert sexual meaning of Art Nouveau's arabesques. The copious histories of Art Nouveau lack psychological insight. 20 years ago, I was struck by Art Nouveau's popularity among male homosexual aesthetes, for whom neither it nor Beardsley had to be revived, since they had never been forgotten. In every star, style, or artwork celebrated by these Alexandrian homosexuals, there is always a secret hermaphroditism. So with Art Nouveau, the most epicene style since Mannerism, Art Nouveau, unlike Islamic pattern, is not value neutral. But then, nothing in art is value neutral. Style is always a shadowy emanation of assumptions about nature and society. Art Nouveau subliminally expresses the decadent worldview. Rooms or buildings undulate with curvy rhythms, sexual subversions of Western wool, which since Egypt has based its public monuments on the stable, foursquare directionals of the male chest. Mainline Western architecture has a rational organization unshared by Hindu temples, with their maze-like warrens and swarming surfaces. Gauda's Art Nouveau rooms and caves are archaic with female swellings. Art Nouveau is active but sterile. The leaves and vines slithering up gates, grills, lamps, panes, and bookbindings are a garden of moral darkness, a jungle reclaiming the works of men. Like Heisman's Erebors, Art Nouveau shows nature at her stupidest and most unspiritual, a primeval tangle of insinuating plant motion. Art Nouveau is growth without fruitfulness. Keatsian plumpness withers and contracts. Art Nouveau is a harvest of spines and thorns. It shows the modern city as a Sodom in black flames. It shows nature as cold biology writhing in final spasms. Art Nouveau combines the primitive with the sophisticated, a decadent technique invented by Hellenistic art and turned into cruel fun and games by the Roman emperors. Critics disparage Burne-Jones' painting as too mannered. But this is the elegant self-consciousness of mannerism. Even Whistler's suave Japanese interiors have a mannerist linearity. His clean, uncluttered line carries an anatomical message. House and body have been in analogy since the birth of architecture. The stout, bosomy Victorian grande dame is an upholstered sofa. The tall, flat-chested pre-Raphaelite new woman, typified by bisexual Sarah Bernhardt, is a bony Macintosh chair. Tea and sympathy on a Scottish torture rack. Mannerist Art Nouveau denies female mass and internality. Its iron spirals of flash-frozen vegetation nullify nature's fecund liquidity. Its whiplash, a sadomasochistic trope, stings the eye. Art Nouveau combats the Chthonian, mimicking in order to petrify it in art. Art Nouveau is a late Romantic Apollonian style, turning nature's perpetual motion to perceptual stasis. Burne-Jones, the the progenitor of Art Nouveau, shows the Medusa head of nature in all its suffocating disorder. The pretty knights of the briar wood sprawl comatose outside sleeping beauties. Castle, Fig. 40. Scattered armor lies twisted in a bramble thicket of stunning density. Botticelli's prison bar pines restored to medieval tapestry. We see the triumph of Mother Nature over the masculine. In The Doom Fulfilled, Burne-Jones' greatest painting, Perseus as Laocoon. In the grip of coiling nature, Fig. 41. The design recalls the illuminated letters of the Book of Kells, because Romanticism is the sacred text of nature cult. Perseus is thrust into the hungry maw of a blackened flower. The picture proves that Art Nouveau's running vines are an abstract version of demonic nature, come to aggressive life to trap and strangle the human. Burne-Jones' brassy serpent is a scroll of Art Nouveau ironwork. The organic is invincibly metallic, while Perseus wears a visionary armor of leafy vegetation. A Greek hero becomes Spencer's weedy knight Arteagle, who keeps relapsing into nature. So we must ask of Burne-Jones' picture, has the touch of the Chthonian serpent contaminated Perseus? Is nature one instant from turning the male back into herself? Legend says Perseus wins, but the painting depicts the archetypal moment of doubt in which we are all caught in our daily battle with nature. 40. Sir Edward Burne-Jones, The Briar Wood, 1870–90. Other pre-Raphaelites were less interested in problems of sex and nature. Holman Hunt illustrates a necrophiliac Keats poem in Isabella and the Pot of Basil, 1867, where a mourning maiden waters her lover's severed head with her tears. William Morris adapts Elizabeth Siddal's face, swollen lips, and flowing hair for the Archangel Gabriel. 1862. Simeon Solomon recasts her for Until the Day Breaks, 1869. Whose ivory-fleshed, androgynous brother and sister anticipate Jean Cocteau's homoerotic ephebes. Their dreamy incestuous intimacy is learnedly reproduced in the entranced sailor twins embracing in Madonna's superb peep show video, Open Your Heart, 1986. Which confirms many of my ideas about the symbiosis of art and pornography. Rossetti's continental ally is Gustave Moreau, born 2 years earlier. Moreau does to Byronic Delacroix what the pre-Raphaelites do to Keats. He turns warmth and energy into fixation and closure. Moreau's static, lapidary Orientalism comes from Flaubert, who got it from Gautier. The jeweled incrustations of his murky paintings are Paterian deposits of age and weary experience. The gangrenous surfaces are flecked with soul particles, decadent atomizations. Moreau's substitution of inorganic for organic things illustrates aestheticism's flight from liquidity. His ornate Byzantine style is like Balzac's Black Diamond, Cousin Betty, and Apollonian crystal clotted with Chthonian darkness. The high decorativeness of late-phase art is a relief from social tensions of role and gender. Surface is beyond body and beyond sex. Hence Moreau's primary persona is logically the androgyne. Huysmans drafted the reluctant painter into the decadent tradition in a Rebors, where Des Esseintes praises and purchases 2 of the Salome pictures that were to produce Wilde's play and Strauss's opera. 41. Sir Edward Burne-Jones, The Doom Fulfilled, 1885. Moreau's supreme theme is the femme fatale, Judith, Delilah, Helen, Cleopatra, Messalina, Theban Sphinx. My favorite Moreau is the draft in brilliant oils of Helen at the Cian Gate, Fig. 42. The rough, rapid brushstrokes make it prophetically abstract. Expressionist, strolling along the high wall of Troy, gigantic Helen seems to dwarf the city. She has a blank mannequin's face. Her robes are smeared with crimson stains. Far below, the Trojan plain is covered with shapeless red heaps and smoking funeral pyres. Helen promenades like a chic lady of the boulevards, averting her gaze from the wreck of civilization she has caused. Huysmans, who elsewhere speaks of the spiritual onanism of Moreau's women, says of the Helen of the final version. She stands out against a terrible horizon. Spattered with phosphorus and striped with blood, clothed in a dress encrusted with jewels like a shrine. The large eyes are open, fixed in a cataleptic stare. 9. Moreau's Helen as a cruel idol of pagan nature. 42. Gustave Moreau, Helen at the Seine Gate, ca. 1880. Moreau is fond of males of Burne-Jones androgyny. His Jason has a girl's soft, white, hairless body and shoulder-length hair as long as Medea's. Poets like Orpheus and Hesiod have feminine face and hair, and smooth adolescent chest. Most astonishing of the series is The Poet and Nature, 1894, where an androgynous beautiful boy slumps, stupefied, in a pool of water. Above him stands titanic Mother Nature, her face in a demented stare. She grips the poet's head like a bowling ball, both killing and inspiring him. She wears only a long, overgrown mantilla of lichens. Leonardo is the weatherman of Moreau's thundery sky. This dreadful allegory takes place in Mycothonian swamp, a primeval marsh hung with Spanish moss and streaky, melting undersea vegetation. Moreau uses hermaphrodite symbolism to revise his French precursors. His rigid, virile Jacob fights an insouciant, long-haired angel with jeweled tunic and blazing halo who, like Delacroix's Sardanapalus, leans his elbow on a rock and stares languidly into space. The visionary and hermaphroditic triumph over the moral and masculine. Does this fancy angel come from Balzac's Seraphita? In The Suitors, taut, vengeful Odysseus, drawing his great bow, slaughters the young upstarts, whose sleek corpses are an androgynous version of Sardanapalis's murdered odalisques. Hovering in the air, in a starburst medallion like a Byzantine halo, is Odysseus' patron Athena. She seems borne upward by the great serpent of Erechtheus, phallically protruding from her body. Jupiter and Semele, Fig. 43, recasts Ingres Jupiter and Thetis, 1811. The massive, bearded father god becomes a bedizened Hindu effeminate, cross-eyed in solipsistic ecstasy. Jupiter is a Hellenistic Apollo hallucinating over his lyre. Michelangelo, shaving Christ's beard for the second coming, makes up for it by giving him a thick chest and heroic energy. Moreau's god, dripping jewels and pearls, is a long-haired houri. Semele's horror, as her tiny figure slips from the god's lap, comes from her recognition of woman's irrelevance to so perfect a divine hermaphroditism. Suffusing the painting is a morally ambiguous undersea light, like Pater's Fallen Day. Beautiful boys for their own sake are relatively rare in decadent art. In Jean Delville's Orpheus, 1893, the poet's head, trimmed by Maenads, floats on a lyre toward Lesbos. His effeminate face, orgasmically misted by a sanctifying moonglow, is based on that of the painter's wife. His long, voluptuously exposed throat recalls the alabaster neck of Michelangelo's Giuliano, one of my hermaphrodite tropes. Note the romantic reversal of a Renaissance theme. Now the hero is not decapitator but decapitated. Decadent art's main mission is to record the modes of female power. Its theme is hierarchic assertion, pure charismatic presence. Because of its mute iconicism, painting is more efficient than literature for this purpose. Decadent art's demonic epiphanies are a response to the moral overestimation of woman in 19th-century culture, produced by Rousseau's utopian psychology. So woman becomes the enforcer of violent, primitive Sidene nature. Most such works are technically not decadent in composition. That is, they are monadic, ruled by a single subject. Decadent painting is one of the most obsessively ritualistic styles in the history of art. Decadent symbolism flourished on the continent in the 1890s. Franz von Stuck's Sin, a portrait of Eve, smiles ironically at the viewer. Fig. 44. We return her stare, until we suddenly notice, amid the masses of thick black hair framing her white breasts and belly, an enormous boa constrictor fixing us with malevolent eyes. Eve as the modern Medusa, wearing a boa like a boa. Von Stuck divines the serpentine menace in Rossetti's motif of long female hair. His Sphinx is equally lurid. A fierce, naked woman stretches like a panther, belly down on a rug. Her handsome, aggressively intelligent head and opulent torso imitate the alert posture of the male Great Sphinx. Behind her is Leonardo's barren landscape of rocks and water. In the Kiss of the Sphinx, a full-breasted half-animal woman bends a kneeling male helplessly backward, penetrating his mouth with hers. Von Stuck's hermaphrodite visions preserve woman's ravishing physical beauty, denied by the impurity-haunted Huysmans. Fernand Knopf also continues the Sphinx tradition begun by Baudelaire and Moreau. His Oedipus has a feminine Burne-Jones face and rosebud mouth. Knopf's women are modeled on his sister, in a romantic incest relation reminiscent of Kleist's. 43. Gustave Moreau, Jupiter and Semele, 1869. 44. Franz von Stuck, Sin, 1893. The style of Gustav Klimt, another decadent symbolist, is prefigured in Knopf's The Offering, 1891, with its surreal elongations and displacements of depth. Klimt's dazzling Byzantine surfaces descend from Moreau. He ingeniously mixes flat mosaic work with fleshy naturalism. In other words, he jams together different phases of art history, a decadent syncretism, learned and claustrophobic. Klimt shows personae stuck in the object world, half born, half swallowed. Nature and art wrestle for control. His Nude, Salome, 1909, takes her hard sophisticated face from von Stuck's reclining Sphinx. At the bottom, half hidden, is John the Baptist's severed head. The male is a setting sun eclipsed by the full moon of female fatality. Judith repeats this sexual design. The Jewish heroine of Florentine art is now a cynical demi-mondaine with a cold, worldly Joan Crawford face. Smiling, she runs her fingers through dead Holofernes' hair, parodying romantic tenderness. Her white expanse of breast and belly and taunting directness of gaze come from von Stuck's Eve. Klimt's Pallas Athene, 1898, is one of the few post-classical works retaining the militant androgyny of an Amazon goddess. Her great spear at her side, Athena wears a mask-like bronze helmet, through which her eyes glitter impassively. On her breast is her barbaric soul image, the archaic Gorgon with outthrust tongue. Her chain-mail aegis is tumbling gold coins, Zeus's sex gift to Danae. Klimt's dominatrix Athena is the materialistic city goddess of frothy fin de siècle Vienna. Whistler was an ostentatious international promoter of aestheticism, baiting Ruskin head-on. His The Little White Girl, 1863, is pre-Raphaelite in mood and style, a romantic apparition hovering in a Victorian salon. Ironically, his most famous painting is a supposedly minor work, Arrangement in Grey and Black, 1872, which popular imagination dubbed Whistler's mother. I nominate her as another late romantic vampire, created a year before Pater's Mona Lisa. There is good reason for the picture's staying power. The eternal Mother Imago. Whistler's mother is chilly, half dead, averting her face from her progeny. She is a sphinx sitting in solid squares like stony pharaoh, entombed in a sparse throne room of decadent stasis. She is as mummified by dry Victorian decorum as the taxidermic mother of Psycho. Enduring popularity of artworks always reveals the secret poetry of archetype. This is Whistler's Mona Lisa. His bland, witty title seeks to objectify the mother and curb her emotional power. But in vain. The demonic bursts every Apollonian confinement. Edvard Munch is wrongly classed with the coming expressionists, rather than the contemporary decadents. His work addresses late, romantic themes of sexual menace, as in The Vampire. His Nude, Madonna recalls von Stuck's Eve in its shameless self-display of serene female power. The male is a timid, Starved fetus shivering at the bottom. Along the borders, a line of sperm race without hope of entry. I wonder if Madonna was inspired by a speech in Strindberg. I believe all you women are my enemies. My mother did not want me to come into the world because my birth would give her pain. She was my enemy. She robbed my embryo of nourishment, so I was born incomplete. 10 Munch's fetus oppressed by female magnitude reappears in the agoraphobic paranoid of the screen, 1895. Frozen. On the bridge of history over the abyss of nature, the deranged Pierrot is a hairless hermaphrodite, mentally and physically stunted. Beardsley also uses the fetus as a sexual persona. He says of one of his drawings, the little creature handing hats is not an infant but an unstrangled abortion. 11A fetus is the ultimate romantic regression. Shelley gives himself the happy company of an incestuous twin for his prenatal dreams, but Munch's desexed fetus suffers in frigid, modern solitude. Beardsley, the supreme decadent artist, symbolizes the 1890s, the mauve decade. Spengler says in another context, violet, a red, succumbing to blue, is the color of women no longer fruitful and of priests living in celibacy. 12 Celibate, reclusive. Beardsley was a monastic pornographer, reducing Mother Nature's colors and volumes to unfruitful black and white. Like Keats, he caught tuberculosis, dying at 25. His works are amazingly voluminous, rivaling the two Fausts in variety of androgynes, angels, beautiful boys, ephebes, eunuchs, amazons, viragos, vampires, earth mothers. He creates a vast self-enclosed realm of esoteric sexual personae. Rousseau's self-reflexiveness reaches a painful extremity in Beardsley's erotic mentalizations. Like Whitman and Jennett, Beardsley vivifies his sexual universe by the masturbatory principle of Khepera, the Egyptian first mover. The compulsive self-population of art usurps nature's powers. Too much is made of Beardsley's debt to French Rococo. He began as a disciple of the pre-Raphaelites. From Burne-Jones he takes the Spencerian thicket of embowered nature, which he redramatizes as elegant conjunctions of perverse sexual personae. Rococo is vernal, lyrical. Beardsley's sharp line is harsh and blatant. He inherits art Nouveau's demonized Apollonianism. Chthonian danger as ever near in him, as it never is in Rococo. Elizabeth Siddal's face appears on both sexes throughout Beardsley, in homage to Rossetti and Burne-Jones. She gives her lips to his early bosomy Hermaphroditus. She is Venus on the title page of the Swinburnian Venus and Tannhauser. She becomes 3 long-haired page boys in the first toilette of Salome. Something odd. Siddal as Venus looks exactly like Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. So, like all living myths, one of the most famous women of our time evokes the hermaphrodite. Cecil Beaton confirms this, recording Jackie's suspicion of a mustache, and her big boyish hands and feet. 13. Gender in Beardsley is constantly in doubt. Men and women in the Salome series have indistinguishable faces. Homosexual couples fade toward the feminine. The Woman in the Moon is jowly Oscar Wilde. Gautier's D'Albert is more feminine than the rakish Cavalier. Mademoiselle de Maupin, Earl Lavender's half-clad lady, stylishly flips her whip at the bare back of a kneeler whose head is coyly cut by the picture edge. The sex of the passive communicant remaining, as they used to say in television schedules, to be announced. Brigid Brophy asks if Beardsley's women transvestites are female fops, female effeminates, or male hoydens, male tomboys, boy butches. 14. Beardsley's monstrosities are gnomes, dwarves, embryos, pasty-faced, chinless eunuchs, sycophantic court hermaphrodites of a dead regime. His androgynes are malignant sports of history and heredity. Like Heisman's venereal blossoms, they are the tainted flora of late phases of culture. Closest to Beardsley himself are his effete courtiers and soliciting, ephebic sodomites. A self-portrait shows him as a leering elf flaunting the phallic javelin of his ink pen. He is as neutered as extraterrestrial. David Bowie. Beardsley said of himself, once a eunuch, always a eunuch. He likes phallicized women. 2 versions of Swinburne's flat-chested Atalanta give her an artificial penis, a hunter's bow or leaping hound. Inspired, I think, by Moreau's serpent-sexed Athena. Rampant, Salome has a war crown of tusks, thorns, and lunar crescents. She seems half porcupine, half Randy Ram butting heads. With the Baptist, who shrinks from this hectoring apparition. She is the Venus barbata, my term for a nagging harridan of the type played by Betty Davis in All About Eve and Elizabeth Taylor in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. Beardsley's hermaphrodite homunculi are not always identifiable. One recurrent persona is a pear-shaped male with bulging hips, buttocks, and thighs. The Abbé of Under the Hill is a haughty, muff-toting dandy in a knock-kneed, pouter-pigeon stance. The male's female fleshiness may be accentuated by extreme costume, as in Lady Gold's Escort, with its phalanx of Russian decadence in zoot suit pantaloons. The only analog I find is a metaphor by Shakespeare's Thersites, the devil luxury, with his fat rump and potato finger. TCVE.53-54. Beardsley's Callipygian males resemble the Venus of Willendorf, with her spindly legs and ballooning midriff. It is as if the Great Mother has fused with her son, lover. The son adopts her silhouette as an act of sympathetic identification, like Cybele's castrated priests donning her robes. That this swelling male anatomy is based on a female original is confirmed by Beardsley's bookplate. The nude, book-browsing hermaphrodite has a large butt and tiny vestigial udders. Paradoxically, whenever she herself appears, Beardsley's great mother is usually repulsive. Herodias, for example, is a pig-eyed, slit-nosed dowager pugnaciously pushing her bosom before her like the prow of a Roman galley. Her breasts are straining bladders scored with veins. Dancing Salome thrusts her shapeless stomach forward, so that we are forced to contemplate what looks like a deformed withering of the abdomen into the pudendum. Her nipples protrude like diamond studs. Her veil, twisting up from between her thighs in a phallic spire, spumes with bubbles of orgasmic fantasy. In John N. Salome, Salome's nipples are angry blossoms, her black navel vulval tenderless, vaguely insectimorphic. The Empress Messalina is a big, rumped British fishwife storming, fists clenched, up the stairs. Her peevish breasts lead the charge with spiked nipples. In The Fat Woman, a satire on Whistler's wife, a huge bosom, propped against a cafe table like a sack of wheat, suffocates the viewer with its blank expanse. Wagner's Erda is a weary, dull-witted earth mother, encumbered with a smothering black mantle of hair, flowing heavily into the muddy soil. The Wagnerites as Beardsley's Medici Chapel, an audience of viragos with broad shoulders and manly biceps pack a claustrophobic temple of art. Beardsley identifies the mature female with a nauseating superfluity of flesh, woman as mass, primeval matter. His Byzantine flatness forces the procreative female into 2 dimensions, which she still disorders with her unstable inflations. Beardsley's precious line is one of the most fluid in art history. This is a Potterian fluidity, streaming across a depthless surface which shuts up female internality. Once again aestheticism ingeniously escapes the spongy volumes of the Chthonian liquid realm. In The Black Cape, which illustrates nothing in Wild Salome except its sexual hierarchy, the female body is completely eliminated. This lady with her tumescent beehive wig is a vampire bat, a queen of the night in strange timeless costume. Is it Swinburne's transhistorical Dolores on a night out? Her complicated, close-fitting dress, with its ziggurat of epaulettes and flowing, pancake, train, seems quite capable of taking to the air on its own. Its audacity of form is gender-concealing. A man could wear This dress to equal effect, for it is a kind of body mask. There is a covert transvestism in Beardsley's striking designs. The goddess of the Venus and Tannhauser frontispiece lacks breasts. Her elegant strapless gown reveals her shoulders, slightly too wide for a woman. Like Botticelli's Flora, this may be a youth cross-dressing for a masquerade ball. Transvestism is far more common among men, I noted, because it originates in the primary relation of mother and son. Before the recent shift in sex roles, it was a female hierarch in female dress who lingered at the end of the mental tunnel of every child. A child at its mother's bed may be the only pathetic thing in coolly cynical. Beardsley, dressed as a clown, the boy with a cloud of black and white hair approaches his sleeping mother, who has one of Beardsley's malformed female faces. Smudged eyes, double chin, a boxer's broken nose. This boudoir is the shrine of a mother goddess, its altar visible in the background. A long mirror flanked by two tall church candles on vanity tables. Is this Beardsley's version of the prayerful devotion of Thackeray's young son to supercilious Becky Sharp? Beardsley's Pale Child, a portrait of the artist, is small, flat, and weightless, but the mother, with her black carapace of heavy hair, is a node of suppurating materiality. Nowhere is it more evident that Beardsley's flat graphic style is a purgation of oppressive female volumes. Beardsley's view of breasts as aggressive arms of war is part of his critique of the eternal megalomania of female power. We recall the shield point nipples of Baudelaire's Virago or the nipples changed to piercing vampire eyes on Shelley's future wife. Beardsley uses the many-breasted Ephesian Artemis, borrowed from Moreau, to symbolize the animalism of procreative woman. His ambivalence toward the mother is obvious in his Swinburnian Madonnas. The seductive virgin of the Ascension of Saint Rose of Lima is no alma mater. Fig. 45. Her spiked Spanish Baroque crown makes her bristle like a black cat. Her obscene gesture, propositioning nuzzling Saint Rose, comes from Leonardo. The eagerly consensual saint is a lesbian. Ganymede, the white innocent, is swept toward heaven by the Virgin's great black cape, billowing voraciously in the wind. Beardsley repeats the pattern on terra firma in A Christmas Card. A black Madonna, sporting her informal at-home spiked crown, dandles a white infant on her lap. The whole picture is nightmarishly black. From the imprisoning forest, in which Botticelli's pines suffer a population explosion, to the Virgin's funereal robe, an ermine bordered black velvet tapestry with silver filigree flowers. The drowning white child is a frail Persephone in the bowels of hell. 45. Aubrey Beardsley, The Ascension of Saint Rose of Lima. 46. Aubrey Beardsley, Portrait of Himself, from the Yellow Book, Volume 3. Now we can interpret Beardsley's curious self-portrait, from the Yellow Book, of himself in bed, Fig. 46. I see it as a sophisticated, abstract version of his Madonna pictures. A boy in an invalid's white turban peers over the edge of his coverlet. He is swallowed up in a towering black canopy scattered with embroidered roses. The design is surely from Piero della Francesca's Dream of Constantine, where the emperor sleeps in his field tent, a white fez on his head. Woman's only overt appearance in Beardsley's picture is as a slatternly animal, hoofed caryatid on the bedpost. But the tent housing the boy artist is the black body of maternal nature, adorned with decapitated blossoms and bound with tasseled umbilical ropes. This is Beardsley's descent into the maelstrom, the womb of archaic night. Man, infantilized, is entombed in Mother Nature's bower, the ultimate decadent closure. Nature gives and nature takes away, letting her curtain fall upon her tubercular son.